Introduction. The Spirit Pearl has reincarnated to attain enlightenment. Is Nezha's life one of scheming or of trials and tribulations? With a life simulator at his disposal, what unforeseen twists await Nezha's future? Chapter 1. Unable to defeat even a monkey? Madam Li carried you for 3 years and 6 months before giving birth, yet you are deemed a demon child. Do you wish to remain misunderstood, or do you desire change? Within the woodshed, a familiar voice echoed once more, prompting Nezha to open his eyes with a hint of desolation. He sat up, resting his chin in his hand, feeling somewhat perturbed. Ever since Li Jing cast him into this woodshed, he had heard this voice more than once. Initially, he paid it little mind. However, the voice grew increasingly insistent, appearing each time he was on the verge of slumber, making his head feel as though it might explode. Bind with me. Unlock a life unlike any other. The voice persisted, and Nezha, now irritable, raked his fingers through his hair. Enough. I shall see which fiend is employing such tricks to ensnare me. In the next moment, a blue light screen materialized before him. This contraption is rather peculiar. It bears no trace of demonic energy. Could it be a legacy from the celestial beings? Do you wish to bind? The mechanical voice resounded once more. Nezha pondered, circling the light screen, confirming its legitimacy. Bind. Suddenly, a sensation akin to an influx of knowledge surged through his mind, causing a splitting headache. Damn it, it truly is a trap. The universe ring and the chaos silk instantly appeared in his grasp. Just as he was about to throw them, he noticed the words on the blue light screen beginning to shift. 0 years. You, born a fleshy orb, were deemed a demon by your father, who struck you down, transforming you into a child. On the same day, Taiyi visited and took you as a disciple, naming you Nezha, revealing your identity as the reincarnation of the Spirit Pearl, and bestowing upon you the treasures, the universe ring and the chaos silk. 1 year. You were mischievous, causing considerable trouble at home. Taiyi often visited your dreams to teach you spells, and you realized you were innately endowed with the powers of 3 heads and 8 arms. 2 years. Your antics led your father, Li Jing, to imprison you in the woodshed, hoping to instill restraint. 3 years. Your mischief nearly cost the lives of the people your father, Li Jing, attempted to take your life several times, only to be thwarted by your mother. For years, your mischief continued. 5 years. Your mischief continued. 6 years. You mastered the universe ring and chaos silk skillfully. Your 3 heads and 8 arms were utilized with ease. Yet Taiyi forbade you from using them out of fear you might harm others. 7 years. A drought struck Chentang Pass. The East Sea Dragon King withheld rain and even sent yikshaws to demand young boys and girls. You slew the yiksha and killed the dragon prince Ao Bing, stripping him of his dragon tendons. Upon reading this, Nezha clapped his hands in approval. As a dragon king, instead of properly controlling the clouds and rain, he dares to threaten mortals and target children. His dragon offspring deserve to die. The dragon king, enraged, summoned his army to wreak havoc, flooding Chentang Pass, forcing your father, Li Jing, to surrender you to spare the common folk. You sought to retaliate, but were restrained by your father, who confiscated your 2 treasures. You realized your father could never accept you witnessing the pleas of the suffering people. You severed flesh for your mother and stripped bones for your father, ultimately taking your own life in despair. Your soul was taken by Taiyi to the Golden Light Cave on Mount Qiankun, secretly nurtured within the Celestial Lotus. I killed the yiksha and the dragon prince Ao Bing for the sake of Chentang Pass. How could Li Jing be so ungrateful? I foolishly regarded him as my father. Now that he is dead, it is for the best. Such injustice, I would rather not live. Nezha wore a solemn expression, believing his life had come to an end. He resolved that upon leaving this woodshed, he would sever ties with Li Jing. Just then, the light screen began to shift once more. 8 years. You awaken from the Lotus. Taiyi helps you reconstruct your true form and bestows upon you the fire tip spear and the wind fire wheel, among other magical artifacts for your 8 arms to wield. Nezha burst into laughter once more. My master resurrected me and granted me such an abundance of treasures. Should I return to the East Sea and slay that dragon king? With this thought, Nezha gazed intently at the light screen, and indeed, the words continued to scroll. You leave the Golden Light Cave and return to Chentang Pass, astonishing your parents, then venture into the East Sea, causing chaos that makes the Dragon King dare not offend again. This is the real Nezha. This old Dragon King's wickedness is unforgivable. Yet, Chentang Pass should no longer concern me. I should not return. Nezha felt a twinge of disappointment. Despite having severed ties with Li Jing, why would he wish to return? Only to witness what displeases him. He should directly head to the East Sea, slay that old Dragon King, and then soar away. The words on the light screen continued to dance, and Nezha glanced back. 9 years, you're training in the Golden Light Cave. 10 years, Zia descends the mountain to wage war against the Shang, and Taiyi commands you to descend the mountain to assist. 11 years, you gain fame in battle at Qinglong Pass, befriending Yang Jian, Lei Zhenzi, and others. 12 years, you engage in multiple fierce battles against powerful foes, growing increasingly formidable. 13 years, you are still waging war against the Shang. Nezha was taken aback. This is rather intriguing. 16 years, you continue to engage in battles, yet victory is gradually within reach. 17 years, you achieve victory, capturing Chaoga and assisting King Wu in establishing the Zhou dynasty. Zia unveils the list of deities. You learn that this campaign against the Shang is a struggle between the Chan and the Jie schools. The heavenly court is established by this time. You have mellowed, refusing the title of deity, and request to return to the Golden Light Cave. Yet because you did not enter the list of deities, you attain sanctity in your physical form. 18 years, you are training in the Golden Light Cave. 19 years, you are training in the Golden Light Cave. 100 years, you are training in the Golden Light Cave. Why am I still training? Nezha felt a surge of impatience, having attained sanctity in physical form. What joy remains in training? 211 years. You find training tedious. Ascend to the heavenly court, where you are hailed as the great deity of the three altars, encountering Li Jing, now the king with the pagoda. The heavenly court? Nezha's interest piqued once more. According to the information he had received, the heavenly court was established after the campaign against the Shang. It should be a splendid place. However, how could he encounter Li Jing again? By this time, he should have had no ties to him. Having seen the simulated life before him, Nezha's feelings toward Li Jing, the father who had sought his life multiple times, had soured. 312 years. A day in heaven equals a year on earth. You have spent a long time in the heavenly court. 432 years. You have forgotten how many years have passed at this time. The Queen Mother of the West hold a peach banquet, and you are invited to attend. You meet the stone monkey's son Wukong, who causes chaos at the banquet, and you engage him in battle, though you are ultimately defeated. Son Wukong creates turmoil in the heavenly palace, and you do not engage further. From this moment forth, you shall no longer possess the youthful vigor of yesteryears, nor wallow in despair. I cannot believe I was bested by a mere stone monkey. At the tender age of 17, I had already attained a corporeal sanctity, yet I find myself unable to defeat a mere monkey. Chapter 2. My fate is determined by me, not by heaven. Nezha felt a surge of vexation. He recalled the simulation of life he had observed previously. While he had found satisfaction in the earlier portions, the centuries that followed the conquest of Shang were a different story. He had either been in meditation or squandering time. Indeed, this must be the reason he found himself unable to triumph over that monkey. My life, as Nezha, is destined to be one of relentless forward motion. I should not have stagnated after achieving sanctity. As for that monkey, I certainly should not have been defeated by him. Nezha fixed his gaze upon the luminous screen. No, it has been amiss from the very beginning. He flipped back to his life experiences at the age of 7, slaying Yikshas and vanquishing the dragon prince to peel away his sinews. At first glance, seemed unproblematic, yet it was insufficient. Had he possessed adequate strength at that time, he could have slain the dragon prince and stormed the dragon palace, imparting a lesson to the old dragon king, thus averting the subsequent events. Ultimately, it all boiled down to a lack of strength. With this thought, Nezha delved into contemplation. Since birth, he had been taken as a disciple by the old man, Taiyi Zhenren. Yet to this day, aside from imparting the Qiankun circle and the Hengtian silk, the old man had imposed restrictions on his innate divine powers of the 3 heads and 8 arms. The old man deemed him inherently unruly, believing that excessive power would lead to calamity, and thus he was reluctant to allow Nezha to wield the 3 heads and 8 arms freely, fearing he could not control his own nature. It was for this reason that the old man was unwilling to teach him any spells. In every dream, the most frequent sight was how to manage the restrictions upon him. I must change. My fate is mine to command, not dictated by heaven. Nezha's eyes gleamed with determination. He then began to ponder. To become stronger, I must first earn the old man's willingness to impart divine spells to me. But how shall I accomplish this? He surveyed his surroundings. According to the life experiences displayed in the simulator, Li Jing had confined him to this woodshed to temper his unruly nature. Yet, it was evident that this approach bore little fruit. By the age of 3, Li Jing had even contemplated ending his life. It seems that to gain the old man's willingness to teach me divine spells, I must first convince him that my character has indeed transformed. With this newfound direction, Nezha sat cross-legged upon the straw mat. He usually despised such an act. He abhorred the feeling of confinement. Had it not been for the restrictions at the door, he would have burst out long ago. But now, he had no choice but to comply. An hour passed. Nezha found it somewhat tedious, yet he persevered. Whenever he felt boredom creeping in, he would contemplate his future life, experiences the thought of being forced to take his own life, and being defeated by a monkey dispelled any notion of leisure. This time, Nezha endured for 2 days, engaging in no other activities aside from eating and resting, gradually acclimating to this sensation, allowing his once restless heart to find tranquility. It appears the old man was correct. I have indeed been too impetuous. Over these past 2 days, I have noticeably begun to appreciate this feeling. Nezha felt a flicker of joy within his heart. After finishing his meal, he once more sat cross-legged in deep meditation. During these 2 days, the general's residence had grown significantly quieter than before. No longer did the sounds of Nezha's raucous outbursts emanate from the woodshed. The servants within the estate began to feel somewhat disoriented. It is strange, why has the third young master been so well-behaved these past few days? Could it be that he has come to terms with himself? Impossible. One servant shook his head. The third young master is inherently unruly. He has been confined by the adults countless times. If he truly changed, he would not be the third young master we know. In my view, the third young master is merely pretending, seeking to use this opportunity to be released by the adults. Hush! Do not speak recklessly. Unbeknownst to them, Li Jing and his wife had approached, accompanied by an elderly man with an ethereal appearance and a flowing white beard. My husband, I have heard from the servants that Nezha has settled down these past 2 days. He must have come to his senses and realized his mistakes. Shall we not release him? Lady Li's eyes glimmered with pleading. Li Jing snorted coldly. Had you not been so indulgent and careless in your upbringing, would he have become so unruly? Even if he has truly changed, it is but a fleeting moment. At that moment, Taiyi Zhenren chuckled softly. Let me see for myself. With a gentle flick of his dust whisk, Taiyi Zhenren revealed the scene within the woodshed directly before his eyes. Inside the woodshed, Nezha sat cross-legged upon the straw mat, faint traces of true energy emanating from him, clearly engaged in quiet cultivation, and it appeared he had been at it for quite some time. This surprised Taiyi Zhenren, yet he refrained from voicing his thoughts. Seeing this, Li Jing assumed that Taiyi Zhenren had discerned Nezha's pretense, yet did not call him out, and thus he snorted again. Let's wait a few more days. He then turned to Taiyi Zhenren. Forgive me, Zhenren. Nezha is inherently like this. I am compelled to act thus. There are pressing matters in the estate, so I shall take my leave. With that, Li Jing turned and departed. Taiyi Zhenren paid no heed, merely nodding slightly. Lady Li cast a reluctant glance in the direction of the woodshed, before wiping her tears and bowing slightly to Taiyi Zhenren as she followed after her husband. Once they had left, Taiyi Zhenren formed a hand seal with his right hand, seemingly engaged in divination. He has indeed focused his mind for 2 days. Even if it is merely a fleeting whim, it is a commendable feat. With a smile gracing his face, Taiyi Zhenren transformed into a wisp of azure smoke and vanished from sight. Inside the woodshed, Nezha opened his eyes, finding Taiyi Zhenren standing before him. Master? Nezha rubbed his eyes in surprise. After years of apprenticeship, he had only ever encountered the old man in his dreams. Taiyi Zhenren appeared somewhat astonished. Nezha, with the heart of a youth, had never addressed him as master despite being his disciple. Could it be that he truly had changed? Why do you call me master this time? Nezha rose to his feet and respectfully bowed toward Taiyi Zhenren. To convince the old man, the first step was, of course, to alter his attitude. Thus, he could no longer simply call him by his name. I have long since regarded you as my master. It is high time I addressed you as such. Taiyi Zhenren's gaze brightened. Then do you comprehend why I have been reluctant to allow your father to release you? Nezha pondered for a moment before responding. I have always been unruly and resistant to discipline. Each time I was confined here, you expressed your hopes that I would temper my nature. Taiyi Zhenren nodded slightly and inquired further. After 2 days of quiet contemplation, what have you come to understand? Nezha wished to respond, but after a moment's thought, he shook his head. He truly did not know what he had come to understand. He merely felt that the frivolous antics of the past seemed rather lackluster now. A flicker of disappointment crossed Zhenren's eyes, yet upon reflecting that such a transformation in Nezha was already a remarkable achievement, a smile returned to his face. Your ability to attain tranquility and focus is already a commendable feat. My impatience may have clouded my judgment. The essence of quiet cultivation lies in comprehension. It is normal for Nezha, being still young, to lack understanding. Moreover, achieving 2 days of concentration was already a delightful surprise. Zhenren regarded Nezha, his mind turning with plans. Once again, a familiar voice reverberated within Nezha's mind. The great master Taiyi is quite pleased with your performance. It appears that your future has undergone a slight transformation. Would you like to take a look? Chapter 3. Virtue. Does Li Jing still wish to slay me? Upon hearing this voice, Nezha refrained from rushing to investigate. With the presence of the esteemed Taiyi Zhenren, he was reluctant to reveal any signs of awareness. Sensing Nezha's momentary distraction, Taiyi Zhenren stroked his beard and chuckled. Do not be in haste. Since you have recently cultivated a mindset of tranquility, immerse yourself in contemplation. Should you attain understanding, it shall greatly benefit you. Nezha nodded slightly. Disciple comprehends. When he looked again, Taiyi Zhenren had already vanished, a phenomenon he found unsurprising, as he had grown accustomed to such occurrences even in dreams. After waiting a moment longer to ensure he would not be disturbed, Nezha summoned the luminous screen. Indeed, a new prompt had appeared. Nezha stroked his chin, pondering. It seems my thoughts were not misguided. The old man's reluctance to teach me the arcane arts, even allowing Li Jing to confine me here, was indeed a method to temper my character. Judging by this prompt, my recent tranquility has borne fruit. The old man must have begun to see me in a different light. Yet, I wonder what changes the future holds. Contemplating this, Nezha's mind flickered with anticipation. View. Your virtue is insufficient. Access is temporarily denied. Why inquire, yet deny my gaze? Nezha's eyes widened in indignation. He summoned the Qiankun circle, contemplating a direct strike, but hesitated and ultimately restrained himself. Though the simulator was quite unreasonable, it still held value. Enough of this, he exclaimed. I shan't stoop to your level. As for virtue, the old man once mentioned that the world brims with countless forms of virtue, the simplest of which is to perform good deeds. The essence of accumulating virtue lies within this. It appears that if I wish to continue exploring the new simulation of life, I must gather this virtue. Otherwise, I shall be unable to glimpse the uncertainties of the future. To do good deeds? With this thought, Nezha reclined upon the straw mat, feeling somewhat disgruntled. Although all of this was indeed for the purpose of altering that wretched fate, so that when I encounter that monkey, I might defeat him soundly, my discontent remained. In the past, my actions were driven by whimsy, and how exhilarating that was. Nezha then began to ponder further. Accumulating virtue is not inherently difficult. However, being confined in this storage room, it is impossible to enact such deeds. It seems I must first find a way to exit. Breaking out? No, Nezha shook his head. Such thoughts must be cast aside. After 2 days of effort yielding results, if I were to truly break free, all would be in vain. If all goes well in the coming days, the old man should be observing me from the shadows. As long as he perceives that I have indeed altered my disposition, he should allow Li Jing to release me. With this direction confirmed, Nezha once again settled into a meditative posture. As night fell, a maid brought in the meal. Third young master, it is time to eat. Nezha opened his eyes, and at that moment, the door of the storage room swung open. The maid, feeling somewhat anxious, peeked her head in, and, upon seeing Nezha gazing at her, was taken aback and fell to the ground, scattering the food everywhere. Her complexion turned a pallid white. Young Master San, it is Madam who has sent me to inquire if you require anything. I hope you can forgive me. Nezha rose and approached her, assisting her to her feet. Since you are acting on my mother's orders, how could I possibly hold it against you? The maid appeared momentarily dazed, gazing at Nezha with astonishment in her eyes. You. Nezha waved his hand dismissively. Simply replace the meal. As for my mother, just ensure she is at ease. According to his usual temperament, he would have relished the opportunity to tease her. However, at that moment, he found himself devoid of interest. Moreover, those who typically brought meals to him were mostly elderly servants, as everyone in the household feared him. And only the older ones were relegated to this arduous task in their eyes. The sudden appearance of a maid must be connected to Li Jing. Simultaneously, Nezha crouched down, gently placing his hand on her ankle. The maid's face flushed slightly, her heart racing with a surge of anxiety. It was only when she felt the pain in her foot subside that she regained her senses, still somewhat incredulous. Upon returning to the straw mat, she instinctively attempted to kneel, but a force held her back. No more rambling. Step aside. Thank you, young master. The maid, seeing the situation, had no choice but to exit the storeroom. Before closing the door, she couldn't resist casting another glance at young Master San, her eyes reflecting a hint of peculiarity. Once the door was shut, she clutched her chest, still somewhat shaken. It seemed that young Master San had indeed changed his demeanor. The servants, who had often been subjected to his teasing, had never experienced such kindness as being helped up and treated for injuries by him. Nevertheless, she resolved to inform the master and mistress at once. With this thought, she hurried away. Meanwhile, the voice in Nezha's mind resonated once more. You have healed the servant's foot injury, earning 50 merits. Nezha was somewhat astonished. It appeared his conjecture was correct. Performing good deeds could indeed yield merits. Yet, he wondered if 50 merits would suffice. With renewed determination, Nezha focused his thoughts and began to examine the fluctuations of the future. You possess only 50 merits. You may only inspect the recent future variables. Would you like to proceed? Proceed. Nezha fixated on the luminous screen. He was eager to discern what transformations awaited him in the coming days after altering his temperament. In the next moment, the information on the screen began to pulsate. At 2 years old, you are imprisoned in the storeroom. During this time, you begin to cultivate inner peace. Taiyi Zhenren is quite pleased upon learning this. But when he inquires if you have gained any insights, you are unable to respond. Taiyi Zhenren decides to observe you for a few more days. At the tender age of 3, you embarked on a journey of benevolence, earning the respect of many. Yet, Li Jing harbored intentions of ending your life, believing that your inherent nature was unchangeable. Fortunately, the arrival of Taiyi Zhenren thwarted his sinister plans, though it left Li Jing discontented and seemingly scheming. Upon perceiving this, Nezha's eyes narrowed in disbelief. How could Li Jing still desire to kill him, despite having begun to accumulate virtue? What could be the reason for such animosity? Was it merely due to his unalterable nature, or were there deeper issues at play? He longed to delve deeper. Yet the screen ceased its revelations, leaving him both disappointed and irate. Moments later, the screen flickered back to life, revealing, although your current outcome remains unchanged, you have altered the future to some extent. You may choose one of the following rewards. 1. Insights on the use of the Qiankun circle. 2. Insights on the use of the Hunyuan silk. 3. Insights on the divine ability of the 3-headed and 8-armed form. Surprised by the prospect of rewards, Nezha contemplated the 3 options before him. His foremost desire was to grow stronger, and each reward promised assistance in that quest. Yet, which one to select? Both the Qiankun circle and Hunyuan silk were his magical artifacts, though he predominantly utilized the Qiankun circle. As for the 3-headed and 8-armed form, he was not yet adept enough to wield it freely, and even if he could, the restrictions imposed by the elder would render it temporarily useless. Thus, he opted for the Qiankun circle. You have chosen the insights on the use of the Qiankun circle. Rewards are being dispensed. In a fleeting moment, Nezha felt a surge of knowledge infiltrate his mind. Instinctively, he summoned the Qiankun circle, sensing a newfound closeness between them. After a brief dance, he returned the artifact to its resting place, for the confines of the woodshed were too cramped for further display. Though he felt a lingering desire for more, he settled back onto the grass mat in meditation. While this simulation yielded no significant results, it did impart some valuable insights. The elder would indeed come to view him more favorably, and the common folk would grow to respect him. However, Li Jing remained an anomaly. The reasons for his hostility eluded Nezha, yet there was undoubtedly more to uncover. He reflected on his life thus far. It seemed that from the very beginning, Li Jing had sought his demise, having coined the term demonic child himself. Chapter 4. Engaging in good deeds and accumulating virtue in the ensuing days of tranquility. Nezha devoted himself to serene cultivation. During this time, Taiyi Zhenren continued to visit him in dreams, offering guidance on the use of the Qiankun circle and Hunyuan silk, though he refrained from imparting any arcane skills. Nezha was patient. During his second simulation, he realized that his efforts could indeed reshape the future, even if the outcome still left Li Jing intent on his destruction. Yet, this was of little consequence. He was acutely aware that the attitude of Taiyi Zhenren held paramount importance. On this day, the door to the woodshed was finally opened wide. Nezha's eyes brightened. He felt as though he were suffocating. For half a month, he had been in seclusion, and although he had grown accustomed to it, being confined in such a cramped space had become exceedingly vexing. A servant cautiously approached Nezha. "Third young master, the master has sent me to summon you." Nezha stood up from the straw mat and stepped outside. "Very well." Upon receiving a response, the servant breathed a sigh of relief, moving aside to await Nezha's emergence. As Nezha exited, the servant hurriedly lowered his head and led the way, seemingly fearful of incurring Nezha's displeasure. Nezha observed this, but chose to remain silent. He had grown accustomed to such behavior. Soon, Nezha followed the servant to where Li Jing awaited. In the hall, Li Jing sat coldly upon his chair, his expression indifferent upon Nezha's arrival. Nezha, have you come to a realization? Nezha gazed at Li Jing, an inexplicable anger rising within him. From the very outset, Li Jing had never regarded him as a son. His desire to kill Nezha only served to further irk him. After a moment of hesitation, he nodded, saying, I have come to understand. Li Jing looked taken aback. He scrutinized Nezha, who had lowered his head, his brow slightly furrowed. What have you understood? Nezha continued. I have been unruly by nature and have disappointed you. In the future, I shall strive to do good deeds. Li Jing rose, fixating his gaze on Nezha, seemingly attempting to discern something. Soon, disappointment washed over him. He sat back down and waved his hand dismissively. As long as you comprehend. From today forth, you need not return to that which shed. You may leave. Thank you, father. Nezha, disinterested in further dialogue, turned and exited. He sensed that Li Jing harbored doubts about him. This skepticism was perhaps the crux of the matter. From the very beginning, Li Jing had deemed him a demonic child, a harbinger of calamity. However, the absence of confinement was a relief. Within the hall, Taiyi Zhenren appeared beside Li Jing. Li Jing stood and offered a slight bow. Revered one. Taiyi Zhenren gazed beyond the hall. I wish to take Nezha to the Golden Light Cave for a period of cultivation. What is your opinion, lordly? Li Jing frowned in response. Nezha is still quite young. It may not be suitable. Taiyi Zhenren, upon hearing this, cast a glance at Li Jing. Are you still unwilling to grant him an opportunity? Li Jing remained silent for a moment. He is a demon. Taiyi Zhenren chuckled lightly. He is the reincarnation of a spiritual pearl. You have long been aware of this. Why deceive yourself? Very well. Taiyi Zhenren performed a hand gesture and, with a flick of his dust whisk, vanished from the hall. Li Jing's expression shifted continuously, and after a while, he returned to his seat, deep in thought. At this moment, Nezha stepped out of the hall and began to ponder. Free from the constraints of the woodshed, it was time for him to devise a means of accumulating merit. After all, there had been no word from Taiyi Zhenren. Yet Nezha was acutely aware that Taiyi Zhenren was watching him closely. His sole task was to earn recognition from Taiyi Zhenren through the accumulation of virtue. Only with sufficient merit could he ensure the continuation of his new life simulation. With a clear direction in mind, he set forth into action. To amass merit, one must naturally engage in acts of kindness. He departed from the general's residence and ventured onto the bustling streets of Chentang Pass. The atmosphere was lively. Yet in his previous outings, he had merely sought amusement, often leaving chaos in his wake, which had led to his repeated confinement in the woodshed. He was well aware of this fact. However, he had previously paid little heed to it, believing that if everyone considered him a mischievous spirit, then he would embody that role. As expected, upon his reappearance, the expressions of the townsfolk transformed dramatically. The third young master Nezha is here, someone shouted. In an instant, vendors and commoners alike began to scatter in all directions. Observing this scene, Nezha felt a sudden headache. How could he perform good deeds if there was no one around? Wait, everyone, Nezha called out, a sense of urgency creeping into his voice. Fortunately, he soon spotted an elderly man struggling with a heavy load of vegetables, seemingly trying to hasten his pace. Nezha rushed over. Old sir, Nezha called as he approached. The old man instinctively dropped his burden and quickened his steps, only to stumble and fall to the ground. As he looked up at Nezha, his expression shifted to one of terror, and he began to plead, Third young master, I am merely trying to earn a living. Please spare me. Nezha, feeling somewhat awkward, scratched his head. Am I truly seen as such a menace? Old sir, please don't misunderstand. I merely wish to assist you, Nezha said, attempting to help him up. However, the old man waved his hands frantically. No, I can manage. As he spoke, he struggled to rise, beads of cold sweat trickling down his face. His body trembled slightly, and his complexion paled. Nezha regarded him with a hint of helplessness. Words seemed futile, so he opted for action, effortlessly lifting the burden with one hand. Though only 2 years old, he found it an easy task. Where are you headed, old sir? Nezha inquired. The old man stared at him in disbelief, rubbing his eyes as if to confirm what he was seeing. Are you truly the third young master? Nezha replied with a smile. Indeed, it is I. In the past, I was thoughtless and caused you trouble. From this day forth, your affairs shall be my concern. It seems that Nezha's words had a substantial effect. The once desolate streets gradually began to see the emergence of people who had been observing the situation from the very beginning. Nezha not only refrained from harming the old man, but also assisted him in carrying his burdens, which did not escape their notice. Truly, he is the third young master. It is said that Lord Li confined him to the woodshed for over half a month. Perhaps this time the third young master has genuinely changed his ways. Who can say for certain? Let us observe further. Previously, the third young master had caused us considerable distress, feigning kindness on several occasions, only to reveal his true nature. Lower your voices. The third young master has sharp ears. Upon hearing their murmurs, Nezha chuckled, unbothered by their speculations. After helping the old man with his load, a familiar voice echoed in his mind. You have aided the elderly man in carrying his burdens, gaining 5 points of merit. It appears that the computation of merit varies. 50 points are required for a simulation, which is rather cumbersome. Nezha pondered this as he surveyed his surroundings. Merit, after all, is merely a secondary concern. The primary objective is to earn the old man's approval. He needs to acquire new divine techniques from him to grow stronger, ensuring he can confront the Dragon King without intimidation, not to mention the monkey awaiting him in mere centuries. Chapter 5. New variables. It seems I must persevere. Nezha wasted no time. He began to observe the other citizens of Chentang Pass. In the past, he would have frolicked about the street, occasionally frightening the old and young alike, relishing in their terror, although he bore no malice towards them. His identity as the third young master of the Li family and a mischievous spirit had transformed him into a fearsome figure. However, this time, he was devoid of any inclination for frivolity. Casting a glance around, Nezha leapt to a nearby vegetable stall. Allow me to assist. No, third young master, you mustn't. Though the stall owner witnessed Nezha's benign actions towards the old man, he trembled in fear. For he was acutely aware of the third young master's fearsome reputation. Such thoughts were unfathomable. You have helped the vegetable farmer tidy the stall, gaining 1 point of merit. Upon hearing this, Nezha's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm. Ignoring the stall owner, he jumped to another side. You assisted in fetching water, gaining 1 point of merit. Onward. You helped find a lost puppy, gaining 2 points of merit. 2 points? Quite commendable. You purchased medicine for an elderly person, gaining 5 points of merit. This is splendid. His previous presence had stirred chaos in the streets, but now it provided an excellent opportunity for him to accumulate merit. Thus, the day passed in this manner. Nezha had managed to clean up the entirety of Chentang Pass. In just one day, the citizens who once quaked at the sight of him began to cultivate a sense of curiosity. They no longer rushed to the general's residence to complain after Nezha's departure, but instead engaged in whispered discussions, feeling as though the sun had risen in the west. Has the third young master truly undergone a transformation? That night, within the general's mansion, Nezha was counting the merits he had accrued throughout the day with his fingers. After a moment, he felt a tinge of disappointment. By day's end, he had amassed barely 200 points. However, he experienced an inexplicable sense of joy. It seemed that a day spent doing good deeds was quite delightful. He had also come to understand how merits were calculated. Everyday tasks typically yielded 1 or 2 points, while acts related to the elderly or the sick garnered significantly more, often around 5 points. Assisting that maid with her foot injury had earned him a remarkable 50 points. A true act of kindness, though such occurrences were rare. Nezha had encountered none such. After a night of tranquil reflection, Nezha departed the general's residence once more the following day. In comparison to the previous day, the citizens of Chentang Pass still exhibited some nervousness but no longer fled in a panic. Nezha began his day of benevolence, tending to every task, big or small, that came into his view. This scene did not go unnoticed by the Li couple. Indeed, our child has changed, Lady Li remarked, wiping away tears from the corners of her eyes. Since Nezha's release by Li Jing, she had sought to see him multiple times, yet had been denied each occasion. Now, witnessing him anew, she could not help but feel a surge of joy. Meanwhile, Li Jing maintained a furrowed brow. Such pretense, Lady Li exclaimed in dissatisfaction. Did you not confine our son to the woodshed in hopes of tempering his nature? Now that he has shed his mischievousness and learned to perform good deeds, why do you remain so unreasonable? Li Jing replied coldly, a demon is a demon. Its nature is unchangeable. He is not a demon. He is our child. Lady Li retorted, her eyes glistening with emotion. The sage has proclaimed that Nezha is the reincarnation of a divine pearl. How could he possibly be a demon? Li Jing fell silent. After a moment, he spoke gravely. If he has truly changed, that would be wonderful. But if he is merely indulging in frivolity. He cast a glance at Nezha in the distance before turning away to leave. Seeing this, Lady Li did not pursue her husband, but hurried towards Nezha instead. My child. Nezha had just finished pouring water and was preparing to seek his next target when he heard that familiar voice, momentarily taken aback. If anyone in all of Chentang Pass, in the entire general's residence, truly cared for him, it was his mother. Yet, if his memories served him correctly, in the simulations of his past life, when Li Jing had entrusted him to the Dragon King of the East Sea, and he was compelled to take his own life, she had not intervened. Nezha's emotions were complex. However, Lady Li had already enveloped him in a warm embrace. "My dear child, let me see you closely," she said, her heart aching as she examined his body. Only then did Nezha break into a smile. "Mother, I am well. What brings you here?" Madame Li wiped away the tears at the corners of her eyes and smiled, saying, "Mother has heard about your situation and has come to see you. It is commendable that you are now willing to calm your mind and engage in charitable deeds. Mother is very pleased." Nezha replied earnestly. "In these past few days of reflection, I have come to understand many truths. Both master and you have expectations of me, and I cannot disappoint you." Madame Li nodded slightly. "It is wonderful that you think this way. If you can maintain this mindset, your father will no longer harbor any resentment towards you." "I do not do this for my father's approval," Nezha replied calmly. He was acutely aware that his father's attitude would be difficult to change, and he never expected that such actions could extinguish Li Jing's murderous intent towards him. Hearing this, Madame Li felt a pang of sorrow. "Your father is. Do not blame him." Nezha shook his head. "Mother, let us not speak of this matter." Madame Li nodded repeatedly. "Very well, let us not discuss it further. Come home with me first. I will prepare some of your favorite dishes. Since your return, I have not had the chance to truly see you. Your future seems to have undergone some changes. Would you like to check?" Nezha's eyelid twitched. Has there finally been a shift? Drawn in by the voice, Nezha was momentarily lost in thought. Could it be that his recent acts of kindness have altered the old man's stance? During the period of introspection in the woodshed, although some changes occurred, they did not affect the resolution. However, one crucial piece of information emerged. The old man decided to observe him for a few more days. It seemed this new development might indeed be related to the old man. What could it entail? Nezha felt a sense of anticipation. "Nezha?" Madame Li interrupted his thoughts. Coming back to reality, Nezha shook his head and said, "Mother, I still have matters to attend to, so I will not return with you just yet." With that, he leaped into the distance, quickly vanishing from Madame Li's sight. "This child." Madame Li stood up, her face still adorned with a hint of joy. Nezha found a secluded spot and eagerly activated the simulation. As the light screen appeared, he instantly saw the information displayed. "Your future has experienced some changes. Would you like to begin the simulation?" Without any hesitation, Nezha chose to proceed. As the merit points were deducted, new information began to unfold on the light screen. Chapter 6, Growing Worse. At 2 years old, you were imprisoned in the woodshed. During this time, you began to cultivate a peaceful mind. Taiyi Zhenren was quite pleased upon learning of this, but when he inquired if you had any insights, you were unable to respond. Thus, Taiyi Zhenren decided to observe you for a few more days. After another half-month of introspection, during which Taiyi Zhenren continuously monitored you, Li Jing finally agreed to release you. On the first day out of the woodshed, you began to engage in charitable deeds. Yet Li Jing still believed that your nature was hard to change. In secret, Taiyi Zhenren decided to meet you once more. In the stillness of night, Taiyi Zhenren entered your dreams as he usually did. You inquired when he would impart the secrets of divine arts to you. Yet he countered with a question of his own. Why did you wish to learn? You merely stated your desire to grow stronger, which left him somewhat disheartened, believing that more time was needed. In the end, he offered only a slight hint. Upon witnessing this, Nezha furrowed his brow. It appeared that the endeavors of recent times had indeed borne fruit, as the old man had begun to contemplate teaching him the divine arts. Yet ultimately, he still denied him. Was the pursuit of divine arts not intrinsically linked to the aspiration for strength? Nezha fell into deep contemplation. He had patiently endured so much, all in hopes that the old man would soon share the secrets of the divine arts, enhancing his prowess. Yet, it seemed that this was not the old man's desire. Recalling his previous days in the woodshed, where he had meditated for 2 days, the old man had come to inquire about his insights. It appeared the old man sought more than just to test his resolve. But what was it he truly desired? Nezha felt a pang of confusion, his gaze shifting towards the shimmering screen, where the information continued to flicker. At 3 years of age, you engaged in good deeds by day, earning the respect of the populace, while at night, you practiced in dreams. One day, you witnessed a child harmed by a sea demon, and your intervention was misunderstood, leading to discontent from Li Jing, who sought your demise. You retaliated in fury, creating chaos at the general's office, which left Taiyi Zhenren deeply disappointed, resulting in the confiscation of your magical artifacts, the Qiankun circle, and the Huntian silk, and you were once again confined to the woodshed. At 4 years of age, you remained in the woodshed, persistently meditating. Taiyi Zhenren repeatedly asked you why you wished to learn the divine arts, but you remained unclear. At 5 years of age, you continued to be confined in the woodshed, growing increasingly restless. At 6 years of age, you still languished in the woodshed. At 7 years of age, a drought ravaged Chentang Pass, and the Dragon King of the East Sea, withholding rain, dispatched night demons to demand young boys and girls. Upon hearing of this, you stealthily ventured into the East Sea. Nezha's lips twitched in irritation. The subsequent changes were significant, yet they seemed to spiral into greater misfortune. If the events of his 2-year-old life were within the realm of his expectations, the transformations after 3 years had completely defied them. Not only had he failed to acquire new divine arts from the old man, but he had also been imprisoned in the woodshed for several consecutive years. This was still not the unpredictability he sought. But why had this occurred? Nezha turned his thoughts back to the transformation at 2 years of age. The old man had begun considering imparting the divine arts, yet due to his unsatisfactory response, that opportunity was missed. Could it be that this entire upheaval had commenced at that moment? And at 3 years of age, the encounter with the sea demon lingered in his mind. Because of the sea demon incident, Li Jing still sought his life. It was also due to this that he had retaliated. Thus, prior to this, he had been steadfastly engaged in meditation and virtuous deeds. Li Jing. Yes, perhaps he was also intertwined in this narrative. With this realization, a chill crept into Nezha's heart. He endeavored to change, despite having no conflict with Li Jing, yet Li Jing remained skeptical of him. Perhaps therein lies the crux of the issue. What exactly does Li Jing aspire to achieve? Nezha cast his gaze once more at the luminous screen. However, this time, the screen had ceased its pulsating dance, and his merit had dwindled to a mere 8 points. It appeared that each simulation consumed not a fixed 50 points of merit, but rather, the expenditure fluctuated with the duration of the simulation. Nevertheless, this was sufficient for now. There was no pressing need to delve further into the subsequent outcomes. At that moment, a familiar voice resonated once again. In this life simulation, your future has undergone a transformation. Regrettably, this change has rendered your future increasingly dire. Thus you have not attained any rewards. No rewards? Nezha felt a pang of disappointment. Following the last simulation, he had gained insights into the use of the universe circle, which had now become second nature to him. It was indeed a pity this time. Moreover, this was still not the outcome he desired. It was truly troublesome to seek the old man's tutelage in new magical techniques. If the mastery of spells was not aimed at becoming more formidable, what was its purpose? Nezha suddenly found himself engulfed in confusion. The old man was scheduled to meet him tonight. This encounter would be pivotal, unless he chose not to inquire about the magical techniques. Yet that would contradict his initial objective. What should he do? Observing the sky, Nezha felt a surge of urgency. After a moment's contemplation, he opted not to return to accumulate merit, but instead made his way to the general's residence. To his surprise, upon arriving, a maid summoned him. "Third young master, the madam requests your presence." Nezha shook his head. "I have matters to attend to." The maid hesitated, visibly anxious, and said, "The madam specifically instructed me. She has prepared your favorite osmanthus cake and insists you must come, regardless of your affairs." Nezha looked at her, and the maid instinctively tensed, bowing her head. "Are you afraid of me?" The maid trembled, dropping to her knees. "Third young master, enough, I was merely inquiring. Lead the way." Nezha waved his hand. Though an uncomfortable feeling lingered within him, he had been quite restrained of late, yet those around him still seemed to fear him. The maid quickly rose and walked ahead. Nezha chose to remain silent. Soon, they arrived at their destination. The familiar fragrance of osmanthus wafted through the air. "Nezha, come here." Upon seeing Nezha, Madame Li's face brightened with joy. "I specially made your favorite osmanthus cake." "Thank you, mother." Nezha approached, feeling somewhat more relaxed. Just as he picked up a piece of the cake, 2 figures caught his eye. Jin Jia and Mu Jia had appeared outside, engaged in a playful tussle. "Take this." "Elder brother, you shall not win this time." Mu Jia thrust his wooden sword forward. Nezha gazed at them, yet remained still. In the past, he would have eagerly engaged in a tussle, inevitably leaving his 2 brothers in disarray. However, this time, he found himself devoid of such fervor. Lady Li observed this scene and chuckled softly. "Your 2 brothers have grown up now. In a few years, once they acquire their skills, they will be able to stand on their own, protecting the peace of the people just as your father does." "Acquiring skills," Nezha murmured. "Protecting the peace of the people?" In the next moment, Nezha's eyes sparkled with renewed brightness, as if he had stumbled upon the answer that the old man sought. Chapter 7. The transmission of Tao by Taiyi. The earthly fiends unfurled in the dead of night. Amidst his slumber, the revered Taiyi Zhenren arrived discreetly. Nezha had been waiting for quite some time, and thus was neither astonished nor eager to inquire. Taiyi Zhenren scrutinized Nezha, having observed him from outside for a considerable period, and he sensed a distinct change in Nezha. Even in meditation, there seemed to be an ethereal aura surrounding him, as if he had resonated with the cosmos. With a look of satisfaction, he stroked his beard and remarked, "Nezha, Why have you engaged in acts of kindness these past few days? Nezha pondered for a moment before replying. In the past, I was unruly, causing the people of Chentang Pass great suffering, and they regarded me as a malevolent being. Since I have taken to introspection, I have gained substantial insights. Moreover, performing good deeds is quite delightful. Taiyi Zhenren squinted slightly, and after a brief pause, he burst into laughter, exclaiming, "What a splendid notion of kindness! But what do you find delightful about it?" When responding to the first inquiry, Nezha had already formed his answer and continued, "Previously, I believed that indulgence in whims and freedom were what made life interesting. Now, I find that cultivating the heart through acts of kindness is truly engaging." Taiyi Zhenren's eyes gleamed even brighter. He had not anticipated that within just a few days, Nezha would attain such clarity, showing a rudimentary understanding of self-cultivation. Observing Nezha, he felt as though this disciple had transformed into a stranger, yet he was immensely pleased. Nezha, of course, noticed Taiyi Zhenren's reaction, which was precisely the effect he desired. Although the previous life simulation had not explicitly stated it, he understood well that to persuade the old man to teach him the arcane arts, mere patience would require a considerable duration. Without waiting for Taiyi Zhenren to speak, he continued, "However, I have been perplexed these past few days." "What perplexity?" Taiyi Zhenren inquired, taken aback. "Master, whenever you visit me in dreams, you mostly impart the techniques for mastering the Qiankun circle and the Hunyuan silk, yet you never teach me any other arcane arts." Nezha directed his gaze towards Taiyi Zhenren. The old man chuckled. "You wish to learn those arcane arts?" Nezha nodded earnestly. "Indeed, I do." "And why is that?" Taiyi Zhenren queried, studying Nezha intently. "I wish to become powerful," Nezha replied earnestly. Taiyi Zhenren frowned slightly at his words. "Is that all?" The revelation did not take Nezha by surprise. He spoke earnestly. "Now that my elder brother and second brother have acquired remarkable skills, I believe my talents are not inferior to theirs. Yet, in my pursuit of virtue, I often find myself lacking in capability, sometimes inadvertently committing misdeeds despite my good intentions. My mother once told me that possessing such skills would enable me to alleviate my father's burdens and ensure the safety of the people." Upon hearing this, Taiyi Zhenren's face gradually brightened with a smile. "You are the reincarnation of the spirit pearl, destined to bear the responsibility of aiding the world. Your current aspirations bring me great joy. My previous reluctance to teach you stemmed from my concern over your unruly disposition. Were you to possess formidable powers, it could lead to calamities." After a moment of contemplation, Taiyi Zhenren calculated and seemed to arrive at a resolution. He gazed at Nezha and inquired, "What kind of divine arts do you wish to learn?" Nezha felt a flicker of joy. It appeared his response had not disappointed the old man as it had in previous simulations of life. Without hesitation, he proclaimed, "I wish to master the art that allows one to traverse the heavens and the earth." Taiyi Zhenren regarded Nezha with a resigned smile. "As your master, I currently possess the technique of obfuscation and the ability to beguile the heart. Would you be willing to learn it?" "Obfuscation?" Nezha queried, puzzled. "By mastering this technique, others will see you as someone else," Taiyi Zhenren clarified. Nezha felt a tinge of disappointment. This was not a skill meant for vanquishing foes. With adversaries such as the Dragon King of the East Sea and a certain monkey to contend with, this technique seemed utterly useless. After a moment's reflection, Nezha shook his head. "Master, this technique does not constitute true capability." Taiyi Zhenren, unfazed, continued, "There is also a secret art of spiritual talismans that can aid you in wielding myriad treasures. Given your innate talent of 3 heads and 8 arms, this technique would suit you well." Once again, Nezha shook his head. "The power of the 3 heads and 8 arms remains sealed by you, master. Learning this secret art now holds no significance. In the future, when you decide to lift my confinement, you will surely teach me this art." Taiyi Zhenren chuckled softly. "You are indeed perceptive." After a moment's contemplation, he added, "There is one final method at my disposal, albeit only half of the scroll, known as the earthly fiend technique. This technique is derived from the 72 earthly fiend arts, of which I possess but a partial scroll. Even so, mastering this half can grant you extraordinary powers." "Extraordinary powers?" Nezha exclaimed, somewhat astonished. "If that is indeed the case, I wish to learn it." Taiyi Zhenren nodded slightly. "However, mastering this technique is no simple task. It has taken me decades to comprehend its subtleties. Given your current level of cultivation, should you succeed in learning this half scroll, you may attain the powers of a golden immortal. Should fortune smile upon you in the future and you acquire the remaining scroll, you shall not be outdone by those above the golden immortal." "But," Taiyi Zhenren gazed intently at Nezha, "even if I were to impart this technique to you in a dream, the time required for you to master it remains uncertain. Do you still wish to pursue it?" Such arduous endeavors? Nezha was taken aback, yet he found himself in a position from which retreat was impossible. The old man has made it clear that he currently possesses only these 3 divine techniques. The art of illusion holds little significance for him, while the secret art of talismans will naturally be taught to him in due course. Thus, only this half-scroll of transformation remains, though a tinge of disappointment lingers. He finds himself with no alternatives. One wonders how long it shall take to master it. Your disciple is willing, Nezha declared. The master Taiyi, stroking his beard, nodded. If that is the case, I shall impart to you this half-scroll of earthly fiend techniques. Subsequently, Master Taiyi raised his hand and pointed to Nezha's brow. A shiver coursed through Nezha's body, as if a multitude of information flooded into his mind. At the same time, the voice of Master Taiyi resonated within him. This half-scroll contains 36 divine techniques, each exceedingly challenging to master. Remember, do not rush. After a while, Nezha, drenched in sweat, awoke from his reverie. Realizing he was no longer in a dream, he understood that the transmission of teachings had concluded. Thank you, Master, he expressed, rising to offer a slight bow before settling down once more. This time, however, his meditation was not one of tranquility, but rather the contemplation of the half-scroll of earthly fiend techniques. In mere moments, he became engrossed in the study. The 36 techniques, such as the art of stopping the flow of water, borrowing the wind, and weaving fog, each possessed unique powers. Concurrently, Nezha couldn't help but recall that monkey. He pondered how he would fare against it. Perhaps he would still fall short. At that time, he had achieved a saintly physical form, yet remained incapable of overcoming it. Relying solely on this technique, he feared it would be insufficient. However, he had several hundred years before he would confront that monkey, so there was no need for haste. Nezha shook his head. If it were merely the Dragon King of the East Sea he faced, it should be more than adequate. With this thought, Nezha began to immerse himself in his training. This technique was arduous to learn, having taken the old man decades to comprehend, and Nezha needed to seize the moment. He no longer possessed those decades to squander. One wonders how long his understanding will take to deepen. Chapter 8. Time is of no essence in cultivation. The days of cultivation always seem to pass swiftly. Previously, he merely engaged in quietude, where one day blended seamlessly into another. Now, having obtained this half-scroll of earthly fiend techniques, his immersion in it caused Nezha to lose all sense of time. Before he knew it, half a month had slipped by. Among the 36 techniques, the art of stopping water was relatively straightforward. Now, he had gleaned some understanding. However, he pondered how much he had truly mastered. The art of stopping water, as its name suggests, allows one to halt the flow of water. When perfected, it even grants the ability to manipulate water currents. I should find a place with water to test my skills, he thought. With that, Nezha ceased his meditation and stepped outside, making his way to the banks of the Zhenren River. The Zhenren River serves as the estuary of the East Sea, and Nezha often visited this spot for leisure. But upon his return, he could not help but gaze towards the East Sea. After a moment, Nezha refocused his mind. Looking at the flowing waters of the Zhenren River, he concentrated his thoughts. Stop! As the incantation of Nezha descended, the waters of the Ninebei River in his vicinity came to an abrupt halt. This technique of water prohibition was indeed marvelous. If this was merely a lesser form of water control, what other formidable powers might exist? Observing this spectacle, Nezha felt a flicker of joy within. Yet simultaneously, a tinge of disappointment washed over him. It had taken him half a month to grasp even a fraction of this water-restraining technique, and he could not fully manipulate the entirety of the Ninebei River, let alone the Eastern Sea. Nezha shook his head. It appeared that he needed to devise a new plan. At this moment, within the Golden Light Cave, Taiyi Zhenren watched this scene unfold with his magical prowess. In just half a month, the mastery of the water prohibition technique had been attained. Nezha was indeed worthy of being the reincarnation of the Spirit Pearl. With delight illuminating his face, Taiyi Zhenren stroked his white beard. His disposition had undergone a transformation. If Nezha could maintain this trajectory and be well nurtured, he would undoubtedly be capable of confronting the challenges of the investiture of the gods in the future. Seeing this, Taiyi Zhenren seemed to be stirred. He formed a gesture with his right hand, yet after a moment, he let out a sigh. Alas, this tribulation, though it could be avoided, also served as a form of tempering. Upon returning to his residence, Nezha resumed his cultivation. While practicing the water prohibition technique, he occasionally carved out moments to accumulate merit, alleviating his worries about potential future uncertainties. This time, he refrained from further practicing the water prohibition technique, having already comprehended its essence. Progressing further would not be an easy feat for his second divine ability. He chose the technique of mountain bearing. The ability to bear the weight of a mountain would bestow him with immense strength. If he could harness such power, he would possess boundless vigor. With a new objective in mind, Nezha embarked on a fresh journey of cultivation. However, unlike the water prohibition technique, he chose not to enter a meditative state for comprehension. Instead, he opted for a method of physical training, simultaneously honing his body while grasping the underlying principles. He began by drawing water, transporting it from the Ninebei River to his residence, and then distributing it to the households of the people in Chentang Pass, thus accumulating a modicum of merit. However, he soon discovered that while this approach yielded some results, they were minimal, and his physical strength was not significantly enhanced. Consequently, he sought out massive boulders along the banks of the Ninebei River. He started with 1 stone, then 2, 5, and eventually pushed over dozens, steadily increasing his strength and witnessing a gradual enhancement of his physique. After 10 days, he had mastered 3 parts of the mountain-bearing technique. Following this, he began to select new divine abilities, borrowing wind, shrouding in mist, riding fire, and submerging in water. In the blink of an eye, half a year had passed. Now, he was 3 years old. 3 years old. Upon returning home, Nezha noticed a maidservant who had come to summon him. "Third young master, the lady has prepared a birthday feast for you." The maidservant gazed curiously at Nezha. Over the past 6 months, he had seldom been in the residence. And even in Chentang Pass, no townsfolk had come to seek justice, which had intrigued many of the household servants. Thus, she could not help but steal a few glances at Nezha. Seeing that he did not seem angered by her scrutiny, the maidservant felt even more astonished. It appears that the third young master has indeed undergone a transformation. It is no wonder that the lady's spirits have notably improved during this period. The maidservant, filled with joy, exclaimed, "Let us proceed." Just then, Nezha's thoughts were interrupted, and he moved ahead with purpose. Simultaneously, he found himself reminiscing about a previous simulation. During an act of kindness, he was mistakenly accused by a sea demon, leading Li Jing to demand his life. In his defiance, he inadvertently worsened his fate. Now, at the tender age of 3, how would events unfold? Contemplating this, Nezha shook his head subtly, feeling a twinge of confusion. Over the past 6 months, he had diligently studied the rudiments of the earthly fiend technique, managing to grasp several aspects, though he still had a considerable distance to cover. Despite his progress, the ominous voice warning him of impending changes had yet to manifest. This suggested that the moment of true transformation might closely align with the incident involving the sea demon. When would that be? Nezha instinctively glanced at the maidservant. Have there been any recent rumors of monsters in Guangzhou? The maidservant, puzzled, pondered for a moment before shaking her head slightly. In recent years, Guangzhou has enjoyed bountiful weather, and the populace has thrived under the protection of the elders. There have been no reports of demons roaming about. Even if there were, they would likely have been dealt with before causing any harm. Why did the third young master suddenly inquire about such matters? Nezha shook his head slightly. It's nothing. The maidservant couldn't help but chuckle. These days, it is said that the third young master performs acts of kindness daily, no longer the wicked young master of yore. However, the trivial matters of common folk are not worth mentioning. Should you rid the land of demons, that would indeed be a significant achievement. Nezha regarded her thoughtfully. The maidservant paused, realizing her misstep, and quickly lowered her head. Please forgive me, third young master. The hour grows late, Nezha remarked, casting a glance at the sky. Observing this, the maidservant hastily stepped forward to lead the way, secretly relieved that the third young master had transformed from his former self. Soon, they arrived at their destination. Though it was merely a celebration for his 3rd birthday, Lady Li had adorned the courtyard with festive decorations, creating a lively atmosphere. "Third brother, prepare yourself." Suddenly, a wooden sword lunged toward Nezha. Instinctively, he sidestepped, raising his hand to deflect the sword. Zhenren gasped in disbelief. "Third brother, you possess remarkable skill. I heard that you have been practicing lately, but I did not expect such rapid progress." Nezha replied nonchalantly, "I still fall short of elder brother." In that fleeting moment, Nezha felt a sense of comparison stir within him. Despite his modest words, he couldn't help but feel a measure of delight. He was confident that Zhenren was no longer his match, and the gap between them was indeed vast, especially since they were engaging in a physical contest without the aid of supernatural powers. Zhenren embraced Nezha warmly. "Tomorrow, I shall speak to father and request that you accompany us to Guangzhou. The East Sea has been rather tumultuous of late. You are now more capable than both me and my second brother, and with your changed disposition, father will undoubtedly consent." Chapter 9. The Sea Demon. An unexpected turn of events. Nezha was somewhat taken aback. However, his astonishment did not stem from the latter part of Zhenren's remarks, but rather from the initial statement. Prior to their meeting, The maidservant had mentioned that no news had reached them. Was the East Sea in turmoil? Jinjai surveyed his surroundings before nodding and whispering. In recent days, the sea demons have been frequently venturing ashore, causing unrest among the military. Fortunately, with father and several capable uncles present, those sea demons find it difficult to wreak havoc. Your abilities have flourished, presenting an excellent opportunity for you to achieve merit in the military. Father would never agree to let me go. Nezha shook his head, yet his confusion deepened. He was well aware of Li Jing and his comrades' prowess. It was nearly impossible for ordinary sea demons to infiltrate the fortress undetected. Unless, perhaps, the events described in the simulated life had not transpired within the fortress, or there were other underlying reasons that eluded him. Jinjai shook his head. I will speak to father shortly. What will you say? Li Jing had appeared behind them, his expression indifferent as he directed his gaze at Jinjai rather than Nezha. Scratching his head with a smile, Jinjai replied, Father, I merely wish for third brother to accompany us to the military. Li Jing frowned. What utter nonsense. He then cast a sidelong glance at Nezha, snorting derisively. Nezha remained composed. Had this been before, he would have been enraged and caused a scene with Li Jing. Yet now, he was unfazed, exhibiting no emotional turbulence whatsoever. However, Jinjai persisted. Father, the sea demons along the East Sea are quite restless. Third brother's skills surpass both mine and second brother's, and he would be of great assistance. Moreover, he has changed significantly from his past self, exhibiting commendable character and earning much praise among the people of the fortress. Jinjai, do not speak to your father in such a manner. Lady Li had arrived unbeknownst to them. She gently reprimanded him and moved to Nezha's side, adjusting his garments. My dear, your father only wishes what is best for you. You are but 3 years old today, even if you are inherently different from other children. You are still just a child. Before Nezha could respond, Li Jing spoke again. If you truly wish to go. Nezha paused momentarily. I will permit you to join the military, but you shall serve only as a common soldier. Your standing will depend on your merits. Should you err, you will be subject to military law. Darling, Lady Li interjected, displeased. Li Jing, however, remained silent, taking a seat at the table. If you are willing, report to the military tomorrow. If not, stay quietly at home and do not cause me trouble. Nezha gazed at Li Jing, taking some time to withdraw his gaze. The sudden agreement to this matter felt rather abrupt. Although he was merely 3 years old, his training over the past 6 months had matured his mind significantly. Madam Li, feeling a twinge of concern, remarked, do not mind your father. He possesses a stubborn and unreasonable temperament. Nezha chuckled and replied, Mother, I understand. Jinjai then approached. Gazing at Nezha, third brother, father has already consented. Will you go or not? Nezha shook his head. Let us discuss it tomorrow. Observing this, Madam Li sighed softly, casting a reproachful glance at Jinjai. My child, are you not afraid of endangering your brother? After speaking, Madam Li gently urged Nezha to take a seat. Today is your birthday. Let us not speak of such matters. I have specially prepared a feast of your favorite dishes. At this moment, Musa also arrived and seated himself beside them. It was a rare occasion for the family to be gathered together. However, Nezha appeared preoccupied, and as soon as the banquet concluded, he departed. Nevertheless, he had reached a resolution regarding Jinjai's suggestion. During the previous 2 simulations, Li Jing had not wavered in his intent to slay him. With no unforeseen circumstances arising, it was likely that Li Jing still harbored murderous thoughts. The sea demon was the key, and it had been frequently appearing along the shores of the Eastern Sea. Perhaps the turning point lay therein. Of course, Nezha was also aware that he had a second option, spending the year in the manor to cultivate until he turned 3, when everything would naturally change. Yet, that was not the path he desired. He wished to ascertain whether all of this was indeed connected to Li Jing. If so, when he eventually encountered the sea demon, he would have a strategy to confront it. On the following morning, Nezha made his way directly to the military camp at Chentang Pass. Although Li Jing was absent, upon learning of Nezha's arrival, he ordered that a task be assigned to him, patrolling the Eastern Sea. While this might seem a leisurely task, it was, in fact, fraught with peril. Should the sea demon appear, those on patrol would be the first to face its wrath. Third young master, the sea demons have been rampant lately. It is wise to exercise caution, a soldier accompanying him remarked as they walked. It is of no concern. The sea demons cannot harm me. Nezha replied with a slight shrug. At that moment, the sea lay calm and tranquil, with no signs of the sea demons. When do the sea demons typically appear? The soldier pondered before answering. The timing is uncertain. They may appear at dawn or during the night, without any specific pattern. Do ordinary people come here often? Nezha inquired further. The soldier nodded, saying, Indeed. Although the Lord has imposed a ban on fishing expeditions, Our patrols maintain peace in the area, and there have yet to be any incidents of the sea demons harming common folk. Naturally, people will still venture here. As he spoke, he pointed to a group of children not far away. Nezha glanced over, and the information from his previous life simulations flashed in his mind. Sea demons and children. It seemed the connection was unmistakable. Perhaps even if he had not come to this military post to undertake this duty, he would have arrived here for some unknown reason, the specifics of which remained unclear to him, as they had not been elucidated in the previous life simulation. Subsequently, Nezha continued to patrol the vicinity, encountering no sea monsters, until nightfall when the rotating soldiers returned to the barracks. In the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed. Throughout these days, the eastern sea remained calm, as if the sea monsters had suddenly settled down, making no further appearances. The patrol shifts had changed from pairs to solitary watchmen. However, the few children who often played around had grown quite familiar with Nezha. On this particular day, Nezha arrived at the shore for his usual inspection. The children, having awaited his arrival for quite some time, eagerly surrounded him. Third young master, could you perform that water-stopping and fog-creating spell for us again? Nezha chuckled. Do not hinder my duties. Simultaneously, he raised his hand to cast a spell upon the adjacent waters, commanding, halt. Instantly, a portion of the sea ceased its flow. Yet, before Nezha could cast another spell, a cloud of mist emerged. Nezha was momentarily taken aback. This mist was not of his conjuring. Upon seeing the figure within, he could not help but smile. A sea monster? In the previous simulation, he had not yet mastered half of the earthly fiend technique, which might have led to unforeseen complications when encountering a sea monster, but now the circumstances were different. Before the sea monster could fully reveal itself, Nezha swiftly shielded the children behind him, employing the wind to disperse the mist, while directly throwing out his Qiankun circle. Before the sea monster could react, it was struck down to the ground, lifeless. Is this all it could do? Nezha felt a twinge of disappointment. At that moment, a familiar voice re-emerged. It appears that your future has encountered new variables. Would you like to investigate? Chapter 10. Entering the Dragon Palace at 4 years old? It seems that my previous self was indeed too weak. Gazing at the lifeless sea monster, Nezha reflected. According to the simulation of his life, this sea monster would have posed significant troubles, potentially rendering his future years exceedingly troublesome, yet now it had been dispatched with such ease. He wondered what transformations this new life would bring. Nezha's expression grew inscrutable, and regrettably, he had not gleaned any clues to ascertain whether this matter was related to Li Jing. Reflecting on the past few days, Nezha found no signs of anything amiss. Everything appeared quite normal. Perhaps this simulation would ultimately provide me with the answers I seek. With this thought, he dragged the sea monster, which appeared to be a transformed sea serpent, from the shore. The children were utterly astonished. Initially fearful, they began to clap in unison upon realizing the sea monster was lifeless. Third young master is truly remarkable. He has slain a sea monster. My father said that sea monsters can devour people. Come and see, third young master has killed a sea monster. A child suddenly cried out, quickly drawing a crowd of onlookers, along with soldiers from the guard of Chentang Pass. Where's the sea demon? One soldier inquired urgently. However, upon seeing Nezha, they paused in surprise until they noticed the slain sea demon in his hand, exclaiming, the third young master has indeed vanquished this sea creature. Nezha casually tossed the demon aside, remarking, it was merely an ordinary sea creature, lacking any formidable skills. A child danced with glee, exclaiming, the third young master stirs the waters and swiftly eradicated the sea demon. How impressive. The soldiers' expressions reflected a growing astonishment. Third young master, your elimination of this sea demon is a commendable feat. Nezha dismissed their praise, saying, it was but a trivial matter. With this sea demon dealt with, there should be no further disturbances for the time being. I have other matters to attend to. The third young master has expended considerable energy and surely needs to rest. We shall take care of things here. A soldier quickly understood, smiling in acknowledgement. Then I leave it in your capable hands. Nezha nodded, choosing not to elaborate further. With recent changes afoot, it was time to simulate once more. Soon, Nezha departed from the shores of the East Sea, returning to the military camp. Ensuring he was alone, he summoned the simulator's luminous screen, which displayed information still flickering before him. Nezha felt a surge of anticipation. During his first attempt, he had received a reward, mastering the Qiankun circle to the extent that he could invoke its transformations without the need for incantations. The second attempt, however, had not unfolded favorably, resulting in no reward. What would this third attempt yield? Commence simulation. Nezha silently commanded. After several trials, he had become quite adept at this process. Although he had not deliberately accumulated merit over the past 6 months, he had garnered several thousand, sufficient for his current needs. At age 3, under the suggestion of your elder brother, Nezha, you entered the military camp, becoming an ordinary soldier assigned to patrol the shores of the East Sea. One day, you encountered a sea demon. Without allowing it to wreak havoc, you effortlessly eliminated it, earning considerable merit and becoming a hero in the eyes of the people. Yet, Li Jing seemed displeased and did not reward you for this. Instead, he continued to assign you the task of patrolling the coastline. Upon seeing this, Nezha furrowed his brow slightly. The outcome at age 3 had finally shifted. This time, Li Jing no longer harbored thoughts of harming him. This appeared to be a positive development. However, what could be the reason for Li Jing's discontent regarding the sea demon? Was there a hidden secret at play? Nezha pondered for a moment, unable to arrive at a conclusion, and turned his gaze back to the flickering screen. At age 4, you remain an ordinary soldier within the ranks of the Chentang Pass military, yet over the past year, you have slain numerous invading sea demons, earning significant respect among both your comrades and the populace. However, the good times were fleeting. Unbeknownst to you, the sea demon you believed to have vanquished harbored resentment, and the Dragon King's son, Ao Bing, became aware of your deeds. He secretly dispatched a yaksha to seek you out, only for you to slay the creature. Upon Ao Bing's arrival, you extracted his dragon sinew. Yet, your dissatisfaction lingered, prompting you to storm into the Eastern Sea Dragon Palace in search of the Dragon King. In the midst of your tumultuous rampage, the information on the luminous screen abruptly ceased. The simulation concluded, indicating that due to excessive variables, you were temporarily unable to glimpse the unfolding of your life ahead. Nezha felt a surge of frustration. Had it truly ended so abruptly? This simulation concluded even more swiftly than the last. He was certain he had accrued considerable merit. Nezha glared intently at the luminous screen, yearning to witness the continuation of his existence. His encounter with Ao Bing had occurred prematurely, and he had even ventured into the Dragon Palace. But what transpired once he entered? Yet, Nezha soon relinquished that thought, acutely aware that this device could only be utilized, not altered. After a moment of silence, he redirected his gaze towards the information. The conflict with the Dragon Palace, which should have arisen at the age of 7, had now materialized 3 years earlier. Nezha stroked his chin thoughtfully. Given the outcome, his entrance into the Dragon Palace did not seem to bode well. There lay but one possibility. At that time, his abilities were insufficient to confront the Dragon King. Thus, the premature conflict with the Dragon Palace was not a fortuitous turn of events. Contemplating this, Nezha felt a pang of dissatisfaction. After exerting himself to procure half a scroll of the earthly fiend technique from the old man, was he still unable to provoke the Dragon Palace? Shaking his head, Nezha mused that this was not the resolution he sought, though reluctant to admit it. Before his powers were fully realized, harboring enmity with the Dragon Palace was ill-advised, unless he could master the entirety of that half-scroll of the earthly fiend technique. The advancement of variables had rendered a 1-year time frame nearly impossible. Nezha felt a sense of unwillingness. Must he truly retreat? At that moment, the mechanical voice resonated once more. You have eradicated the sea demon, earning the respect of the populace. You have acquired 1,000 merit points. Nezha paused momentarily. The prior life simulation had mentioned his acquisition of merit points post the sea demon's demise, yet he had paid it little heed, never expecting it to be announced now. But what use were 1,000 merit points? They could not enhance his strength, rendering him still powerless in the face of the Dragon Palace. Could it be that Nezha truly had to avoid the Dragon Palace for now, if he were still to confront them at the age of 7? He had confidence in turning the palace upside down. However, at this moment, the familiar voice sounded again. Nezha felt some discontent. Could the device not relay all reminders at once? Yet soon, his eyes brightened with renewed hope. Due to numerous variables in this simulation, significant changes have occurred in your life. You may choose 2 rewards from the following options. First, insights into the use of the mystic heavenly silk. Second, the cultivation insights from the sea demon. Third, the complete comprehension of the half-scroll of the earthly fiend technique. Chapter 11, Rewards. The decision made by Taiyi indeed brought forth a reward, and even more choices than before. The sea demon could easily be vanquished, its cultivation insights proving of little significance. However, the complete understanding of the half-scroll of earthly fiend techniques was precisely what I required at this moment. Nezha felt a surge of delight, and, without a hint of hesitation, chose the first and third options. Selection complete, rewards being dispensed. Simultaneously, Nezha sensed an influx of knowledge in his mind. He summoned the universal silk, wielding it for a moment, and felt as though he had mastered its usage effortlessly, akin to the prior mastery of the Qiankun circle. Subsequently, Nezha returned to the shores of the Eastern Sea. He gazed out at the waters. Halt. With a nascent grasp of the water restriction technique. The newfound complete comprehension of the half-scroll of earthly fiend techniques meant he had effectively mastered all 36 divine techniques contained within it. As anticipated, with the incantation of Nezha's spell, the once tumultuous waves of the Eastern Sea calmed instantaneously, not even a ripple disturbing its surface. Nezha observed in astonishment as this water restriction could halt the flow of the Eastern Sea's waters across a span of several miles. This was true divine mastery. Elated, Nezha proceeded to employ other techniques, each as effortlessly executed as the water restriction. Even venturing into the Dragon Palace no longer seemed daunting. If only the old man could lift the seal on my innate divine ability of the 3 heads and 8 arms, Nezha mused with anticipation. Yet, for the past 6 months, the old man had appeared less frequently in his dreams. Perhaps he believed that mastering the half-scroll of earthly fiend techniques would require a significant duration of practice. Contemplating this, Nezha raised an eyebrow, a smile gracing his face. What would the old man think if he knew that within merely 6 months, I had fully mastered the half-scroll of earthly fiend techniques? At that moment, Nezha heard someone calling out, "Third young master." Turning to see a guard from Li Jing's retinue, he inquired, "What is it?" The guard replied with a smile, "The master has heard of your slaying of a sea demon and has sent me to summon you. It is highly likely that a reward awaits you." Nezha nodded slightly, acknowledging the message. Understood. The guard, looking at Nezha, responded, "I shall inform the master that you will arrive shortly." Nezha replied nonchalantly, "I will go on my own." The guard complied and departed, yet the respect in his gaze for Nezha had noticeably increased. Observing the guard's retreating figure, Nezha's brow furrowed slightly. According to the simulations, Li Jing had not rewarded him for this, so this summons might be rife with sarcasm. However, he had grown accustomed to such treatment. Li Jing's lack of regard for him no longer stirred his concern. That father-son bond had long since dissipated in the lives he had witnessed through those simulations. Moreover, Li Jing had never truly regarded him as a son. Approaching Li Jing's quarters, Nezha walked forward, and the 2 guards flanking the entrance parted to allow him passage. Nezha swiftly caught the scent of a sea demon. Upon entering the tent, he found the corpse of the demon lying within, with Li Jing silently gazing at it. Noticing Nezha's arrival, Li Jing turned his attention to him. "You have performed admirably this time," he remarked. Nezha maintained a calm demeanor and did not respond. Li Jing, unfazed, rose and stated, "According to military custom, you should be rewarded for this. However, given your youth, there are no suitable positions for you within the army, and other rewards would be of little use. After much contemplation, I have decided to temporarily appoint you as the chief coastal guardian, responsible for the safety along the Eastern Sea. Do you accept?" Nezha narrowed his eyes slightly. This title of chief coastal guardian sounded grand, yet in essence, it was merely a position for an ordinary soldier patrolling the Eastern Sea, lacking any true significance. Though he had anticipated this outcome, it still left him somewhat dissatisfied. Had it been in the past, he would have acted out in anger by now. After a moment, he replied coolly, "I defer to my father's arrangements." Li Jing, upon hearing this, coldly retorted, "In the future, within the military, there must be decorum. Do not address me as such again." Nezha was momentarily taken aback. "Yes, sir." This term of father was one he had little desire to use, and now it seemed fortuitous. Seeing this, Li Jing waved his hand dismissively. "If there is nothing else, you may leave." Indeed, he seemed eager to be rid of him. A cold smile crept across Nezha's face. Nevertheless, he preferred to keep his distance from Li Jing and turned to exit. Just outside the military tent, Zhenren appeared unexpectedly. "Third brother, I knew you would be here." Zhenren's face radiated with joy. Nezha nodded. "The Lord summoned me." Zhenren looked puzzled. "The Lord? That is our father." Nezha smiled, but offered no reply. Zhenren, not wishing to press further, placed an arm around Nezha's shoulders with a look of envy. "You've already achieved merit upon your arrival. Father must have rewarded you. Come, tell me what he granted you." Nezha shrugged lightly. "The Lord said rewards are of no use to me and appointed me as chief coastal guardian." Zhenren was taken aback. "Chief coastal guardian? What sort of position is that?" Nezha explained. "It entails patrolling the Eastern Sea and safeguarding the populace." Zhenren's brow furrowed. "Isn't that merely the role of an ordinary patrol soldier? What difference does it make for you now? In the military, merit should be recognized. You single-handedly vanquished the sea demon and protected the people. You deserve a reward. I shall speak to father." Zhenren started toward Li Jing's tent. Nezha stopped him. "This reward is quite sufficient. Slaying demons and protecting the innocent is our duty. No reward is necessary." Zhenren, astonished, looked at Nezha. Well, third brother. You've developed such a perspective? Indeed, vanquishing demons is our responsibility. Since you feel this way, I shall not interfere with this matter. Golden Light Cave. Taiyi Zhenren sat cross-legged, with magical artifacts reflecting every movement of Nezha. A look of satisfaction graced Taiyi Zhenren's face. It was evident that Nezha's disposition had transformed, gradually nurturing thoughts of benefiting the world and bringing peace to the people. Taiyi Zhenren sighed, marveling at the fact that in just half a year, Nezha had already mastered many techniques from the half-scroll of the earthly fiend's art, a feat truly astonishing. He pondered how many abilities Nezha had acquired by now, a thought that made him hesitate to imagine. Over the past 6 months, he had witnessed Nezha's profound progress in cultivating his heart. Initially, he was already impressive, having grasped a portion of the water restriction technique within a fortnight, and over the subsequent months, he diligently practiced other techniques, steadily advancing. Just moments ago, he had observed Nezha employing the water restriction, wind borrowing, and fog dispersion techniques, which were now nearly on par with his own. If Nezha had mastered even a third of them, he could indeed bring him into this cave for further training, regardless of whether Li Jing was willing. Taiyi Zhenren appeared to have made a resolution. He rose and waved his dust whisk, causing the magical artifact's reflections to vanish. He stepped out of the Golden Light Cave and, in an instant, disappeared without a trace. It was time to see this child again. Chapter 12. The Third Prince of the Dragon. Ao Bing. At the entrance of the East Sea, the palace of the Third Prince of the Dragon, Ao Bing. Ao Bing sat upon a glazed throne, propping his chin with one hand, gazing at the Yiksha before him. Are you saying that the scouts we dispatched have perished yet again? The Yiksha knelt on the ground, trembling, his voice tinged with anxiety. Indeed, Your Highness. I personally witnessed a child, seemingly around 3 years old, suddenly appear from nowhere. This child possessed remarkable abilities. Not only could he harness the power of the wind, but he also wielded a formidable magical artifact. In a mere instant, he took the life of that scout. Ao Bing's brow furrowed in disbelief. A 3-year-old child? Do you take me for a fool? The Yiksha repeatedly bowed his head, stating, I swear it is true. I would never dare to fabricate anything. However, on my way back, I overheard someone calling that child Third Young Master. Third Young Master? Ao Bing scoffed. I am the Third Prince of the East Sea. How dare that child presume to address you as such? The Yiksha cautiously suggested. Perhaps he is the son of General Li Jing from Chentang Pass. Ao Bing rose, his displeasure evident. What a fine Li Jing. Over the years, he has slain countless members of my sea tribe. Recently, he has repeatedly opposed me. Now even his son dares to disregard my dragon palace. The Yiksha hesitated, then reminded. Your Majesty once mentioned that Li Jing has powerful backing. We should not sever ties with him just yet. Ao Bing cast a cold glance at the Yiksha. The Yiksha shivered and quickly lowered his head, afraid to meet Ao Bing's gaze. Observing this, Ao Bing resumed his seat. Then tell me, what should we do? The skills of my elder brothers are indeed remarkable, yet I, a member of the sea tribe, find myself unable to ascend to the land. Relying solely on the essence of the sun and moon, along with the vital energies of heaven and earth, I struggle to make any progress in my cultivation. If I cannot acquire some rare treasures of heaven and earth, as well as the vital essence of humanity, how shall I ever lift my head before my father? Upon hearing this, the Yiksha hastily responded, I have already ascertained that there is but one soldier patrolling the shores of the East Sea. If we do not encounter the Third Young Master, we might seize this opportunity to send some of our sea brethren forth. As long as we do not create a disturbance, we can surely remain concealed. In that case, Li Jing will find it exceedingly difficult to thwart our plans. A glimmer of excitement sparked in Ao Bing's eyes. Very well, I entrust this matter to you. The Yiksha quickly bowed his head and vowed. I shall ensure this task is accomplished. At the edge of the East Sea, Nezha's tent had been established. The soldiers originally assigned to patrol had been withdrawn, leaving Nezha alone to guard the area. This was what Li Jing referred to as the chief guardian of the sea. However, Nezha remained unconcerned. He stepped out of the tent, seated himself upon a rocky outcrop, and gazed out at the East Sea. His current objective was quite simple, await the return of the old man. Then, he would slay any sea demon he encountered. Of course, this was a decision he had only recently come to. Before fully comprehending the half-scroll of the earthly fiend technique, the simulations of life had indicated, albeit indirectly, that he lacked the capability to cause an uproar in the Dragon Palace. But now, the situation had changed. Not only was he adept at wielding the universe circle and the mysterious heavenly silk, but he had also thoroughly grasped the half-scroll of the earthly fiend technique. The old man had previously stated that if one could master it, even the golden immortals would be no match. How could one not create chaos within a dragon palace? Thus, slaying sea demons was a matter of course. Just then, a thick fog enveloped the area. Nezha, somewhat astonished, noted the arrival of yet another sea demon, and not just one. He wondered why these sea demons were so eager to venture ashore. Rising to his feet, he leapt directly into the midst of the fog, where the sea demon gradually took shape. Upon seeing Nezha, a glimmer of greed flickered in its eyes. It seemed thrilled to encounter such a youthful figure. It licked its lips in anticipation. However, before it could act, the universe circle had already appeared above its head and came crashing down. The sea demon, unable to comprehend the situation, stared in disbelief at Nezha before collapsing heavily to the ground, transforming into a mere fish. You have slain a sea demon and gained a measure of merit. Nezha paid no heed to it, listening intently to the sounds around him. He then squinted at the other sea demons that had now taken form. There were 3 in total. This amounted to 3,000 points of merit, far more rewarding than performing small tasks for the common folk. These 3 demons were positioned at a distance. Had it been any other soldier patrolling here instead of Nezha, they would likely have allowed the demons to enter Chentang Pass and wreak havoc upon its denizens. Upon witnessing Nezha's effortless slaying of one of their own, the remaining demons instinctively sought to flee. Yet, Nezha would not grant them any opportunity. With a flourish of the chaos silk, in the blink of an eye, he ensnared the 3 sea demons with the universe ring and brought them before him. "Oh, esteemed master, please show mercy. We have not harmed anyone." Nezha regarded them coldly. "Though you have not caused harm, your intent to venture ashore from the sea betrays your true nature. How could I allow your presence to persist?" As his words fell, before the 3 sea demons could utter a defense, the universe ring claimed their lives, revealing their true forms. "You have slain the sea demon, earning 1,000 merits." "You have slain." Now, Nezha had amassed quite a number of merits, though he pondered their potential utility. Observing the true forms of the sea demons beside him, he hesitated momentarily before lifting them and casting them into the tent, then returned to his perch upon the rocky outcrop. Not far away, the Yiksha watched this scene with trepidation, his greenish face tinged with fear. It was indeed him. How could he still be here? The thought of Nezha effortlessly dispatching his subordinates sent shivers through the Yiksha. Had he not been cautious, he too might have perished on the spot. What should he do now? The Yiksha's expression darkened. If the prince were to learn of this, my life would be in jeopardy. Yet this child is exceedingly formidable. After a moment of contemplation, the Yiksha stomped his foot in frustration. Enough. I refuse to believe this child possesses such prowess that he would remain here indefinitely. If it comes to that, I shall send up another 20 or 30, and he shall undoubtedly fall before them. Resolute in his decision, the Yiksha slipped beneath the waves. Nezha remained unaware of these developments, finding the situation somewhat dull. Should nothing change, he would stay here indefinitely, until the arrival of Ao Bing at the age of 4. Nezha cast his gaze upon the corpses of the sea demons, and suddenly his eyes sparkled with inspiration. Now that my half-completed earthly fiend technique is perfected, the Dragon Palace poses no threat. Why wait any longer? Why not directly assault the Dragon Palace? In truth, no animosity yet existed between him and the Dragon Palace. However, in multiple life simulations, the Dragon Palace had always emerged as his arch-nemesis, presenting a potential future threat. It would be wiser to take the initiative. Contemplating this, Nezha rose, directing his gaze towards the East Sea, yet he hesitated once more. What unforeseen variables might arise from such an action? Chapter 13, the Taiyi Dao Canon. Very well. I shall wait a little longer. Ultimately, Nezha dismissed this thought for the time being. It was not fear that held him back, but rather the consideration that risking the uncertainties of the future for a mere dragon palace was not worth it. He would spare the old Dragon King for now. Nezha withdrew his gaze, crossing his legs as he leaned back against the rock. With his current abilities, there was no need for vigilant patrols. The area within several miles lay within his sight, and any movement within the East Sea would be detected by him at the earliest opportunity. After a long wait with no sign of the sea demon, Nezha decided to devote himself to his cultivation. Time passed, and suddenly Nezha awoke, instinctively summoning the universe ring. "Who goes there?" he inquired. The smiling figure of Taiyi Zhenren appeared beside him. Upon seeing him, Nezha quickly rose and said, "Disciple pays respects to master. It has been quite a while since I last saw you. What brings you here today?" Taiyi Zhenren nodded slightly. "Half a year has passed. To what extent have you mastered the half-volume of the earthly fiend technique?" Nezha raised an eyebrow, boasting, "I have fully comprehended it." He did not conceal this, as it served no purpose, and he understood that to acquire greater mystical arts, the elder must be aware of his progress with the earthly fiend technique. Taiyi Zhenren's eyes widened with astonishment. Although the earthly fiend technique was merely a half-volume, it encompassed 36 mystical arts. How could he have mastered them all in just 6 months? He had initially thought that if Nezha could learn 10 or so arts in that time, it would be remarkable, and he had far exceeded that expectation. To think he had grasped them all. If true, Taiyi Zhenren inhaled sharply. Nezha, filled with pride, proclaimed, "Though the earthly fiend technique is rich in arts, its comprehension is not overly difficult. If you doubt me, Master, I can demonstrate each one for you." Taiyi Zhenren shook his head, sighing lightly, "No need." Looking at Nezha, he felt an increasing fondness. Such talent truly befits the reincarnation of the spirit pearl, a celestial being. I believe in you. However, it is a pity that this earthly fiend technique is only a half volume. If it were complete, the benefits to you would be immeasurable. Nezha, puzzled, asked, "Where's the other half?" Taiyi Zhenren replied, "In my early years, I happened upon this half volume of the earthly fiend technique by chance. Although it is not a precious inheritance, many esteemed founders of great schools treasure it. Acquiring the complete 72 earthly fiend arts would be quite troublesome." Nezha felt a tinge of disappointment. He had already mastered the half volume, yet he found himself at an impasse, without new mystical arts or techniques. How could he grow stronger? Noticing his discontent, Taiyi Zhenren smiled and said, "Are you feeling somewhat disheartened?" Nezha pondered for a moment and replied, "Now that I have perfected the half volume of the earthly fiend technique, I find no further paths for cultivation. Moreover, Chentang Pass is currently unstable, often plagued by sea demons. While I can handle them for now, what if one day, a sea demon overwhelms me?" Taiyi Zhenren regarded Nezha, seemingly perceiving his thoughts, and said, "From the moment of your birth, you have possessed the body of a celestial being, your strength akin to that of a heavenly immortal. Now, with the cultivation of the half volume of the earthly fiend technique, you have already attained the realm of the profound immortal. Coupled with your mystical arts and treasures, you are more than sufficient to confront ordinary golden immortals. How could mere sea demons pose a threat?" Nezha shook his head, stating, "The sea demons are under the dominion of the East Sea Dragon Palace, which has frequently attacked in recent years. Should the palace's master launch a large-scale assault, I would undoubtedly be at a disadvantage." Taiyi Zhenren was left speechless. He gazed at Nezha, his heart brimming with satisfaction. At this moment, he felt that Nezha had indeed begun to care for the people of this realm, and his nature had genuinely transformed. The ruler of the Dragon Palace, the Dragon King of the East Sea, was merely an ordinary Taiyi golden immortal. Although he might be formidable, Nezha could still manage to contend with him. However, should he wish to learn other divine arts, he certainly could. Besides the previous illusion technique and the secret spells, I possess another method. This method emphasizes the cultivation of the way, known as the Taiyi Dao Canon. The Taiyi Dao Canon? Nezha inquired, perplexed. The Taiyi True Man continued. The Taiyi Dao Canon is a profound insight I gained while cultivating under your Grandmaster, the primordial heavenly sovereign. This canon encompasses myriad paths, and each individual extracts a unique understanding from it. If you can comprehend its essence, it may accompany you throughout your lifetime of practice. Yet, this is a cultivation path, not a divine art, and it is exceedingly arduous to fathom. The Taiyi True Man regarded Nezha with anticipation. If you cannot grasp it, you may find yourself confined to the realm of an ordinary golden immortal for your entire life. Do you still wish to learn? What is the significance of being a golden immortal? Nezha pondered silently for a moment before asking. The Taiyi True Man chuckled. There exists a hierarchy among immortals. First, the ordinary earth immortal, followed by the celestial immortal, the true immortal, the mysterious immortal, and finally, the golden immortal. The golden immortal itself has multiple tiers: the golden immortal, the Taiyi golden immortal, the great Luo golden immortal, and the primordial golden immortal of the sage realm. The golden immortal is merely mid-tier among these. The Taiyi True Man observed Nezha, his eyes filled with hope. Nezha fell into contemplation. It seemed evident that the risk of practicing the Taiyi Dao Canon was indeed substantial. However, the greater the challenge, the stronger the potential. With this thought, Nezha made his decision. Disciple wishes to learn. Upon hearing this, the Taiyi True Man erupted in laughter. You do not regret this? I do not regret, Nezha replied earnestly. The Taiyi True Man's expression of joy became even more pronounced. In that case, I shall impart this canon to you. Yet, once you have learned this canon, you will bear a karmic connection with your master. Are you truly unrepentant? He inquired once more. Nezha, maintaining a serious demeanor, responded, If my master wishes to impart it to me, why should I regret? The Taiyi True Man, satisfied, ceased further inquiries and raised his hand to directly touch Nezha's brow. Perceive it with your heart. The way is formless, and this canon does not possess a fixed method of cultivation. What you must do is, through this canon, discern the path that belongs to you. After a brief moment, Nezha knelt in reverence. Thank you, Master, for your benevolence. The Taiyi true man helped him rise. This canon is intricately linked to me. It must not be carelessly shared with others. Disciple understands. Nezha nodded, though his mind was already captivated. At this moment, his mind was filled with the information of the Taiyi Dao canon, complex and obscure, yet seemingly imbued with truth. Nezha did not fully comprehend it yet, but he felt as if he had rediscovered his direction. What would his path be? As Nezha seemed to begin his introspection, Taiyi Zhenren could not help but display a look of astonishment. Before long, Nezha found himself involuntarily sitting cross-legged, entering a state of deep meditation. Observing this, Taiyi Zhenren chose not to disturb him. Instead, he calculated with his fingers and cast his gaze towards the eastern sea. Moments later, with a flick of his dust brush, he ascended into the air. One last glance at Nezha revealed a hint of complexity in his expression. In the next instant, his figure vanished without a trace. After a considerable time, a yiksha emerged from the waters, peering at Nezha. Upon noticing that Nezha was in meditation, a glimmer of delight crossed its countenance. This was indeed an opportunity. Chapter 14. The Way. Cursed Child. As night fell upon the rocky shore, Nezha opened his eyes. A tinge of disappointment etched upon his face. The Taiyi Dao canon was exceedingly obscure and difficult to comprehend. Glancing around, he realized the old man had indeed departed, and he let out a faint sigh. After half a day's contemplation, he felt as if he were climbing an insurmountable peak. Only now did he grasp why the old man had repeatedly confirmed his desire to learn. The Taiyi Dao canon was undeniably challenging to comprehend. However, it greatly benefited his current cultivation. He could distinctly sense an improvement in his abilities over this half-day. Yet, what, precisely, was the so-called Dao? Nezha shook his head, unable to fathom it. The Taiyi Dao canon spoke of three kinds of Dao: the pre-heavenly Dao, the post-heavenly Dao, and the left and right Dao. Each interconnected and mutually influential. Beyond this, there was little elaboration on the Dao. Only one point had been deliberately emphasized by the old man: the Dao heart. But what, then, was the Dao heart? Nezha rubbed his temples, unwilling to dwell on such matters, which only served to give him a headache. It appeared that patience was indeed required. With a soft sigh, Nezha soon found solace. Cultivation itself cannot be rushed, a truth he had come to understand over the past 6 months. Moreover, he had already far exceeded the original pace of his life, rendering any sense of urgency unnecessary. Reflecting on this, he felt a significant lift in his spirits. Yet, when he turned his gaze towards the eastern sea, irritation resurfaced. The Dragon Palace was not a place he could visit. For the Dragon King of the Eastern Sea was at the Taiyi Golden Immortal level, 2 realms above his own. Although the half-scroll of the Earthly Fiend technique equipped him with some fighting prowess, rashly storming into the Dragon Palace would be an unwise gamble. He was no longer the reckless fool who would risk everything for a mere Dragon Palace. Furthermore, there was the enigmatic Li Jing to consider. When would the Taiyi Dao canon imparted to him assist in his ascension to the Golden Immortal realm? Nezha withdrew his gaze, anticipation stirring within him. Just then, the sea surged with waves, shrouding the vicinity in mist. Did it still not give up? Nezha gazed in astonishment. Having just vanquished several sea demons during the day, he was taken aback by their sudden reappearance. However, he did not hasten to act. Instead, he stood upon the rocky outcrop, his gaze piercing through the mist, a hint of mockery gracing his features. It turned out to be the yiksha. Although the yiksha sought to conceal itself on the surface of the sea, it was no match for Nezha's keen sight. In previous simulations of life, this yiksha had been mentioned. During the first simulation, it had met its demise at his hands for demanding young boys and girls. Its presence had been noted in subsequent simulations as well. The yiksha was likely in league with the third prince, Aobing. What was his purpose in frequently sending sea demons ashore? Nezha stroked his chin, suddenly intrigued. Meanwhile, the yiksha, upon seeing Nezha awaken so abruptly, was seized by panic. Damn it! Why did this child have to wake up at this moment? Just wait, just wait. The yiksha hurriedly issued commands to the sea demons poised to come ashore. Yet, those sea demons, unable to contain their impatience, transformed before the yiksha's orders could reach them. Moreover, before Nezha could make a move, the commotion had already attracted the attention of a dozen guards stationed nearby. The soldiers, upon witnessing the sudden appearance of so many sea demons, were visibly alarmed. Quickly inform the Lord. One shouted. No need. Nezha leaped forward, landing directly before the soldiers. Third young master, there are so many sea demons. One soldier began, but before he could finish, Nezha was already harnessing the wind, gazing toward the East Sea. After casting a glance at the yiksha, he summoned the Qiankun circle and the Hunyuan silk simultaneously. Damn. The yiksha's expression shifted drastically. It had realized it was discovered. These fools, Let them meet their own fate. After exchanging a glance with Nezha, the Yiksha dared not linger and plunged into the depths of the sea. Nezha paid it no mind. Killing the Yiksha would inevitably draw Ao Bing's attention, and now was not the time to confront him. Moreover, keeping the Yiksha around would ensure that his days here remained entertaining. Third young master? The soldiers were filled with astonishment. They knew of Nezha's formidable reputation, but had never witnessed his prowess firsthand. Now, witnessing it, they were left in awe, with the Qiankun circles soaring from Nezha's hand. Followed closely by the Hunyuan silk, sea demons fell lifelessly as the events unfolded in the blink of an eye. This place is under my guard, and it is not for you insignificant sea demons to behave so recklessly. Nezha sneered, feeling a surge of satisfaction. The frustration stemming from his inability to reach the Dragon Palace and his struggles to comprehend the Taiyi Dao canon was swiftly dissipated. As he wielded his magic, a sense of exhilaration filled him. In the distance, Li Jing and Jinjia Muzha had arrived, their presence unnoticed until now. Li Jing observed the scene with an indifferent expression, lost in thought. Jinjia and Muzha also wore looks of surprise. Jinjia sighed. My younger brother has become truly formidable. Though those sea demons were merely ordinary aquatic creatures, they had grown formidable enough to claim the life of even the third brother with ease. Muzha expressed his envy, remarking that the third brother must have already received teachings from the esteemed Taiyi Zhenren. I wonder when I shall attain such prowess. Come, let us assist our brother. Upon uttering these words, Jinjia made to intervene. However, Li Jing interjected, stating, this is his duty, let him handle it. There is no need for your interference. Jinjia halted, and Muzha appeared equally perplexed, both gazing at Li Jing. With an indifferent expression, Li Jing added, have him see me afterward. With that, he turned and departed. Jinjia and Muzha exchanged glances, bewildered. Muzha questioned, why does father seem displeased? Despite the third brother's achievements? Jinjia shook his head. Father has always harbored bias against the third brother. Perhaps he fears that such prowess will lead to further calamities in the future. Muzha shrugged. I believe that vanquishing demons is simply that. There is no distinction between merciful and merciless. Were I endowed with such abilities, I would eliminate these insignificant sea demons without hesitation. Hush! Jinjia gestured for silence. We mustn't let father hear that. At that moment, Nezha had already dispatched all the sea demons. He flung their corpses before the soldiers, and without waiting for their response, pointed towards the tents. There are 4 more over there. You should deal with them as well. The soldiers were taken aback. There are still more? They were astonished that the sea demons had previously infiltrated without detection. The thought sent a shiver down their spines. In recent days, the sea demons had been scarce, which had led to their complacency. Had it not been for the previous commotion, they would not have rushed to the scene. Now, hearing Nezha's words, they broke into a cold sweat, their gazes towards him filled with newfound respect and gratitude. They understood that although Nezha was tasked with guarding this area alone, the consequences of his absence would have been dire. At that moment, Jinjia and Muzha approached. They circled Nezha before Jinjia exclaimed with admiration, Third brother, you are truly impressive. They were merely ordinary sea demons. Hardly worth mentioning, Nezha replied nonchalantly. Young master, do not belittle yourself. Were it not for you, these demons would have certainly breached the defenses, leading to unimaginable consequences. The leading soldier at the gate lamented, I shall inform the lord of this matter. Your contribution is indeed significant. Upon hearing this, Jinjia waved his hand dismissively. No need. Father is already aware of the situation. After a moment of hesitation, he turned to Nezha. Father wishes to see you. Chapter 15, Li Jing's attitude. Ao Bing takes action. Inside Li Jing's military tent, he drummed his fingers against the table, his expression inscrutable, betraying neither joy nor anger, while Nezha stood before him. Composed. Might I inquire why you summoned me, my lord? Nezha inquired calmly. Li Jing paused his actions, slowly rising to gaze at Nezha, his eyes sharp as swords, seemingly attempting to see through him. In merely 6 months, it was as though Nezha had transformed into an entirely different being. At 3 years old, his intellect rivaled that of an adult. Now he had mastered celestial arts. Nezha looked at Li Jing. What would you like to convey, my lord? You frequently refer to me as a demon child. If I am indeed a demon child, I am naturally unlike ordinary folk. From the moment I was born, I could articulate speech, setting me apart from mere mortals. With a master to guide me in the arts of divine techniques, what issue could there possibly be? Li Jing's eyes narrowed slightly. At this moment, Nezha appeared more unfamiliar to him. Previously, he held disdain for Nezha, but back then, although Nezha was notoriously mischievous, he did not dare to meet Li Jing's gaze with such audacity. Yet now, Nezha coldly asserted, I have slain sea demons and protected Chentang Pass. My lord summoned me merely to question me about these matters? Li Jing fell silent. After a moment, he returned to his chair and spoke calmly. Discussing these matters with you is merely a fatherly attempt at guidance. You have now acquired substantial abilities. If, Nezha interrupted with a laugh, finding Li Jing rather amusing at that moment. My lord, you have previously mentioned that within the army, we are not father and son. Nezha, refusing to be polite, had discerned Li Jing's intentions for summoning him. It was simply to exert authority over him. He was not swayed by such tactics. Upon hearing this, Li Jing's eyes narrowed further as he regarded Nezha anew. For a moment, he was at a loss for words. Feeling that the Nezha before him was no longer a stranger but indeed a transformed individual, even instilling a sense of fear within him. After a prolonged silence, Li Jing took a deep breath and coldly remarked, "Though you speak thus, you must still comprehend the underlying principles." Nezha, dismissive, replied, "I understand perfectly. If this is merely what my lord wishes to convey, then I shall take my leave." With that, Nezha turned to depart. Li Jing interjected, "You have slain numerous invading sea demons, which is indeed a remarkable achievement. You deserve a reward." He contemplated for a moment, then looked at Nezha as if arriving at a decision. "Currently, Chentang Pass is in need of a guard commander. You shall assume that position." Nezha was momentarily taken aback, furrowing his brow. The Eastern Sea is not at peace. The sea demons have been rampant these past few days. Your soldiers can handle a few sea demons. But if they were to launch a large-scale attack, Li Jing waved his hand, interrupting Nezha with impatience. "That is not for you to worry about. This matter is settled. You may leave now." Seeing that Li Jing had no intention of elaborating further, Nezha chose not to prolong the conversation. Upon exiting Li Jing's tent, he narrowed his eyes slightly. Had it been before, he might not have understood. But now, it struck him instantly. Li Jing was apprehensive about him establishing a reputation within the military. He had just slain those sea demons when Li Jing eagerly summoned him, directly assigning him to the Chentang Pass. Although this promotion elevated his military rank, it relegated him to the role of a mere garrison commander, stripping him of further opportunities for distinction. Should the soldiers stationed at the Eastern Sea manage to eliminate any encroaching sea demons, his stature among the military and the common folk would inevitably diminish. Gradually, he would fade into obscurity. Perhaps before long, in the eyes of others, he would revert to being the detested troublemaker he once was. Though the reasoning behind Li Jing's actions eluded him, Nezha couldn't help but admire the cunning strategy at play. Casting a backward glance at Li Jing's tent, Nezha exhaled heavily. Moments later, a smile broke across his face. He paid little heed to Li Jing's attitude. His focus was solely on executing his own duties with excellence. Should Li Jing ever seek to harm him again, he could simply return the scant familial affection that remained. With this resolution in his heart, Nezha felt a chilling detachment. He had not anticipated that after all he had done, Li Jing would still refuse to treat him sincerely. His elder and second brothers could address him as father, while he was relegated to addressing them as lord. How absurd. Now, without further delay, Nezha made his way to Chentang Pass. He had no belongings left in the Eastern Sea camp, so returning was unnecessary. Just then, a familiar voice echoed once more. "Your future has undergone a slight alteration. Would you like to examine it?" The prompt arrived with surprising swiftness. Nezha was taken aback. The last time he encountered a change, he had waited a full 6 months, during which he had accomplished considerable feats to instigate that shift. Now, merely being reassigned by Li Jing had precipitated a change? What could it entail? Nezha's eyes sparkled with intrigue. However, the term slight in the notification left him somewhat disheartened. The previous alteration had occurred when he killed his first sea demon, and at that time, the notification had not indicated any mere slight change. The ensuing life simulation had indeed unveiled numerous shifts in his future, and he had been rewarded handsomely for it. The word slight suggested either a meager reward or none at all. Nevertheless, any alteration was a positive development. Nezha's eyes brightened, and his spirits lifted significantly. Without further hesitation, he hastily exited the military camp, seeking a secluded spot. Examine. A luminous screen materialized, and the information began to pulse with vitality. At age 3, while patrolling the Eastern Sea, you killed a sea demon. Thus, Li Jing appointed you as the chief sea guardian responsible for the safety of the Eastern Sea shores. The third prince of the Eastern Sea Dragon Palace, Ao Bing, learned of your slaying of the sea demon through the Yiksha. Aware of your existence, but wary of the forces behind Li Jing, he refrained from taking action, instead instructing the Yiksha to continue dispatching sea demons ashore. After vanquishing the marauding sea demons once more, you found yourself reassigned by Li Jing, becoming the guardian of Chentang Pass, leading you to harbor speculations regarding his disposition towards you. Ao Bing, aware of your numerous slayings of the sea demons. Resolved to personally eliminate you to prevent any future threats. One fateful day, Aobing made his move. The waves of the East Sea surged violently, overwhelming ordinary soldiers. Even Li Jing, alongside Jin Jia and Mu Jia, found it difficult to impede him. Aobing pressed Li Jing to surrender you, threatening to wreak havoc upon Chentang Pass otherwise. Upon learning of this, Nezha was taken aback. He had not anticipated that after merely dispatching a dozen or so sea demons, Aobing would lose his composure and create such turmoil at Chentang Pass. If I am not seeking you out, why do you come knocking at my door? He mused with a chuckle, unfazed by the situation, and continued reading. Chapter 16. A pleasant surprise. Can Aobing be left alive? Upon receiving this information, you took decisive action, easily defeating Aobing. However, just as you were poised to end Aobing's life, Li Jing intervened. Yet, you paid no heed and swiftly extracted Aobing's dragon tendons, extinguishing his life. It was only fitting, Nezha thought, reveling in the satisfaction of the act. Had he not learned from the old man's words that the East Sea Dragon King was still beyond his capabilities? His temper would have driven him to storm the Dragon Palace long before now, thereby avoiding the ensuing complications. Now, however, it appeared that since Aobing had lost his composure first, there was no need for courtesy. Killing him was justified. As for the East Sea Dragon King, despite being deemed formidable, he was not necessarily insurmountable. With these thoughts, Nezha continued to read on. Upon learning of Aobing's demise, the East Sea Dragon King, in a fit of rage, dispatched thousands of sea creatures overnight to inundate Chentang Pass. Countless innocents perished, leaving the populace in utter despair, and you transformed from a hero into a villain. In a bid to quell the Dragon King's wrath, Li Jing chose to surrender you, and your mother, desperate to save you, was locked in a woodshed by Li Jing. Under the resentful gazes of the townsfolk, you were delivered to the East Sea Dragon King. Though disheartened, you refused to capitulate and instead chose to confront him. You battled the East Sea Dragon King for 3 days and nights, during which Chentang Pass was completely submerged, displacing countless citizens. In a fit of fury, Taiyi Zhenren intervened, halting your conflict with the East Sea Dragon King, subsequently stripping you of your magical powers and bringing you back to Jingguang Cave. Upon reading this, Nezha instinctively rubbed his eyes. The twists and turns were numerous. Why were they merely referred to as slight? While he was not surprised by the East Sea Dragon King's retaliation after Aobing's death, the subsequent events had hastened the occurrences originally destined for the age of 7, and they appeared to be far more severe. Chentang Pass had been utterly submerged. The people were left destitute, and he had become a pariah in their eyes, even having his powers stripped away. Nezha stroked his chin. This was not what he had envisioned. It seemed imperative to take the initiative when confronting the East Sea Dragon King. Such events must not unfold at Chentang Pass, lest they spell disaster. Upon this reflection, Nezha could not help but exhale deeply. The outcome weighed heavily upon him, casting a shadow of discomfort. Gazing at the information before him, he was engulfed by an indescribable sensation. Who would have thought that a mere dragon palace could bind him so tightly? Was it possible that he could not eliminate Aobing? Nezha, feeling quite vexed, could not resist casting another glance at the luminous screen, ensuring he was not mistaken, and thus began to ponder. It seemed that there were only 2 paths to alter this result. The sea demon had already met its demise, an irreversible fact. In no time, Aobing would receive word of this, and inevitably, he would stir up trouble. Nezha contemplated preemptively seeking out Aobing to eliminate him before he could cause any disturbance, and then proceed to the Dragon Palace to confront the East Sea Dragon King. He stroked his chin thoughtfully. However, this approach bore considerable risk, since the elder had asserted that he was not yet a match for the East Sea Dragon King. This could not be a mere fabrication. Thus, should he pursue this course, the likelihood of jeopardizing his own life was alarmingly high. Consequently, Nezha furrowed his brow in frustration. The alternative was clear: refrain from slaying Aobing, but instead, defeat him and subsequently release him. Yet, this was hardly in line with his temperament. At that moment, Nezha suddenly felt as though this entity, capable of revealing the uncertainties of his future, had rendered him somewhat constrained. Although undoubtedly a boon, it stirred a sense of dissatisfaction within him. No, this simply would not do. He dismissed that thought with resolve. To be unable to act freely was indeed disheartening. Just then, a familiar voice echoed. Though this turn of events has significantly impacted your future, it has not wrought substantial changes. You will no longer receive a choice reward. The absence of the reward only deepened Nezha's despondency. Due to your current merit reaching 20,000, you may additionally receive a reward. This reward consists of the 12 techniques of the earthly fiends. Nezha's brow arched, and his eyes gleamed with newfound brightness. The 12 techniques of the earthly fiends. Such fortune. In the next moment, he felt a surge of information flood his mind. Indeed, it was the remaining techniques of the earthly fiends. Although merely a dozen of the 72 divine arts, it was an unexpected delight. As he assimilated the knowledge within his mind, a smile graced Nezha's countenance. Initially believing that rewards had ceased, he was pleasantly surprised to find that his accumulated merits had yielded further benefits, particularly in the form of the techniques he so desired. Each sea demon accounted for 1,000 merits, and with 20,000 merits, a reward was bestowed. If he were to vanquish more sea demons, could he not gather the complete set of the 72 techniques of the earthly fiends? Nezha found himself intrigued. He resumed his contemplation. It appeared that sparing Ao Bing was not entirely out of the question. If his instincts were correct, Ao Bing's temperament would likely prevent him from remaining calm after being released, inevitably leading to further disturbances, and perhaps even additional gains. Unbeknownst to him, his intellect had already surpassed its previous limits. Li Jing's sense of unfamiliarity with the situation was not without reason. With a new plan in mind, Nezha wore a smile as he glanced at the sky and headed directly back to Chentang Pass. As expected, his orders had already arrived. Upon his return, a soldier approached him. "Third young master, your orders have been delivered. From today onward, you shall serve as the deputy commander of the Chentang Pass Guard." "Deputy commander?" Nezha inquired with a hint of surprise. The soldier nodded and replied, "It is the will of the Lord." "And who is the commander?" Nezha asked. The soldier responded, "There is no commander. Until now, everything has been overseen by the Lord." Nezha paused for a moment, then smiled and said, "I understand." He accepted the orders, and the soldier led the way. This deputy commander position seemed, at first glance, to be merely a nominal title. The authority, as anticipated, remained firmly in Li Jing's hands. Nezha quickly grasped the reality of the situation. His previous suspicions were confirmed. However, he was unconcerned. Whatever Li Jing intended to do was of little relevance to him. What truly occupied his thoughts was when Ao Bing would arrive. If he was not mistaken, Ao Bing's appearance would herald the next twist of fate. And that moment was drawing near. Before long, Nezha followed the soldier to what was referred to as the commander's residence, which appeared quite humble, likely newly constructed. "Third young master, this is your abode. Should you require anything, do not hesitate to command." Nezha nodded slightly, acknowledging, "I see. You may go now." The soldier, recognizing his dismissal, promptly withdrew. Here, it was indeed peaceful. Nezha surveyed his surroundings. It would be quite pleasant to cultivate here until Ao Bing's arrival. He pondered. How many days would it take? With a sense of anticipation, he awaited the impending event. Meanwhile, beneath the eastern sea, in Ao Bing's palace, the Yaksha knelt before the palace, trembling and cursing under his breath. "Cursed child, once again, you have thwarted my plans." Not long after, Ao Bing emerged from the palace with a dark expression, kicking the Yaksha to the ground. "You worthless fool." Simultaneously, Ao Bing summoned his trident, ready to take the Yaksha's life. The Yaksha's face paled in horror, and he repeatedly bowed his head in supplication. "Your Highness, this is not my fault. That child is relentless in his pursuit against me." The Yaksha was on the verge of tears, harboring intense hatred for Nezha. Yet the mere thought of Nezha's seemingly boundless abilities sent chills down his spine. That child truly possesses remarkable talents. If I had not fled swiftly, I might never have seen you again. You must intercede on my behalf. Ao Bing scoffed, retracting his trident. "Very well, considering your loyalty thus far, I shall spare you this time. Gather the nearby sea tribes at once. This time, I shall personally take action to teach Li Jing and his family a lesson." As the demonic creature felt a sudden twitch in its eyelid, it hastily declared, "Li Jing is merely a mortal. What does it matter if he has someone backing him? If I continue to endure the repeated affronts to my dignity, how can I bear the title of the third prince of the East Sea?" With that, Ao Bing surged forth from the East Sea. The demonic creature, momentarily taken aback, quickly followed suit, as the nearby sea folk under Ao Bing's dominion rose with the waves. Concurrently, the winds roared and clouds swirled at the edges of the East Sea, as fog enveloped the waters, creating tumultuous waves. Countless sea demons rushed forth, their forms swiftly spreading across the coastline, all with a singular objective, the Chentang Pass. The soldiers stationed there gathered at once, their eyes wide with terror at the sheer number of sea demons. So many sea demons. "Quickly, alert the Lord. The Lord has arrived. The Lord is already here." Li Jing glanced at the soldiers, ultimately furrowing his brow as he gazed out over the East Sea. Why is there such commotion when Chentang Pass and the East Sea have always maintained a peaceful coexistence? Ao Bing emerged, brandishing a trident in the air. "Li Jing, you have repeatedly wronged me, and you have slain countless sea folk under my command. What claim do you have to speak of peaceful coexistence? Li Jing replied coldly. It is your sea folk who have repeatedly trespassed against Chentang Pass. Ao Bing, growing impatient, retorted, I have no interest in discussing such matters with you. At that moment, the demonic creature issued a command, and the sea demons, who had long been restless, surged forth from the East Sea, charging towards Chentang Pass. Li Jing's expression shifted dramatically. Stop them. Jinjia Mujia. Here. Jinjia and Mujia stepped forward, their faces grave. Simultaneously, Li Jing drew his sword, pointing it directly at Ao Bing. Ao Bing, with a disdainful smile, hurled his trident at Li Jing. Let us see what you are capable of. The trident soared towards Li Jing, resembling a dragon in flight. Jinjia and Mujia, disregarding the sea demons, rushed forward to intercept it. But their efforts merely delayed the trident momentarily. When it collided with Li Jing's sword, it shattered the blade. The trident halted before Li Jing, as Ao Bing regarded him with a smirk. I have heard much of your third son's prowess. He has slain many of my subordinates. If you surrender him to me, I shall spare your life. Otherwise, I will not only take your lives today, but I will also flood Chentang Pass. Li Jing's eyes narrowed. Nezha. At the same time, Li Jing surveyed his surroundings. The soldiers were still engaged in battle with the sea demons, with casualties already arising. And some sea demons had begun to infiltrate Chentang Pass. Anger simmered within him. Ao Bing smiled faintly. How about this deal? Li Jing, maintaining a stoic expression, replied. Do you speak with integrity? Ao Bing scoffed. I never break my word. Very well, Li Jing nodded. I entrust the person to you. Upon hearing this, Ao Bing erupted into laughter. Splendid. This prince grants you half an hour. Should you fail to surrender the individual within that time, Ao Bing retrieved his trident, his eyes brimming with menace. Li Jing nodded slightly, turning his gaze toward Jinjia and Mujia. Go and bring Nezha here. Both Jinjia and Mujia hesitated. Father, are we truly to hand over our third brother? Li Jing replied coldly. This is all his own doing. Jinjia, perplexed, countered. But third brother killed those sea monsters for everyone's sake. Silence. Li Jing shot a glance at Jinjia. Are we to sacrifice the citizens of Chentang Pass for his folly? Yet, just as Jinjia wished to voice further objections, Li Jing abruptly interrupted him. This is a military order. Not far away, Nezha observed the scene, his heart growing cold. Even though he was aware that Li Jing had never favored him, not even wishing to regard him as a son, he had not anticipated such decisiveness from Li Jing. With merely a slight threat from Ao Bing, Li Jing was ready to hand him over without hesitation. It was utterly absurd. Nezha glanced at Li Jing, took a deep breath, and summoned his powers, instantly appearing before Ao Bing. Though his form resembled that of a mere 3-year-old child, he stood in the air as if he were a towering giant. He did not glance at Li Jing again, but focused on Ao Bing. You seek me? He mocked Ao Bing with a playful gaze. Ao Bing, taken aback, stared at Nezha. You are the child who has slain many of my subordinates? Nezha appeared even smaller than he had imagined. He cast a sidelong glance at the Yiksha. The Yiksha hastily affirmed, Your Highness, it is indeed him. With the Yiksha's confirmation, Ao Bing pointed his trident directly at Nezha, declaring, Today, this prince shall take your life to quell the hatred in my heart. Are you willing? Nezha regarded Ao Bing as if he were a simpleton. Come and try. We shall see if you possess the ability. Arrogant. Incensed by Nezha's apparent disregard for him, Ao Bing furiously charged at Nezha. Today, I shall discover what prowess you possess. Child. Nezha easily dodged Ao Bing's strike, swiftly appearing behind him, delivering a kick that sent Ao Bing plummeting to the ground. Is this all you are capable of? Though it was anticipated, Nezha felt a pang of disappointment. Ao Bing was truly feeble. In this moment, he found that he need not even employ the Rui Jingu Bang or the Wind and Thunder Silk. He could vanquish Ao Bing with sheer physical strength alone. Ao Bing crashed heavily to the ground, and upon hearing Nezha's words, his expression twisted into madness. As the third prince of the Dragon Palace in the East Sea, how had he ever endured such humiliation? With a roar, Ao Bing transformed into a white dragon and soared into the sky. He circled above, fixing his gaze upon Nezha. You seek death. The colossal dragon claw struck towards Nezha, while the dragon's body writhed as if capable of summoning wind and rain. In an instant, the waves surged fiercely, and the sea appeared poised to inundate Chentang Pass. Nezha's eyes widened, and the Qiankun circle was summoned in a flash to intercept Ao Bing's dragon claw. Simultaneously, he leaped onto Ao Bing's dragon form, and the misting silk appeared, swiftly ensnaring Ao Bing. You slippery eel, do you truly not know your place? With such meager skills, you dare to be arrogant before me? Chapter 18, Wherein Lies My Guilt. Furious, Ao Bing roared and struggled to free himself. But the misting silk had already ensnared his dragon body, rendering him nearly immobile. Release this prince. Nezha stood atop Ao Bing's head, chuckling. Did you not seek to take my life? Since you lack the ability, I shall not hold back. Qiankun circle. With a commanding call, the Qiankun circle soared forth, swiftly enveloping Ao Bing's dragon head. Ao Bing's eyes brimmed with rage. He could hardly believe that this 3-year-old child possessed such formidable prowess. He found himself unable to resist, easily subdued, which filled him with disbelief and dread. Yet, his pride as the third prince of the East Sea Dragon Palace forbade him from bowing his head. I am the third prince of the East Sea Dragon Palace. How dare you humiliate me so? Nezha grasped the Qiankun circle in one hand while tugging at Ao Bing's dragon whiskers with the other. You slippery eel. You were the one who sought trouble with me first, yet now you accuse me of humiliation? How unreasonable can you be? Nezha feigned a kick, striking Ao Bing's dragon head. Ao Bing winced in pain and glanced towards his aquatic kin below. East Sea aquatic kin, drown this Chentang pass for this prince. Are you seeking death? Nezha's eyes narrowed. I am still inclined to spare your life, yet you truly wish for demise? By humiliating this prince. Even if I were to perish today, I shall ensure Chentang pass accompanies me in death. Ao Bing appeared almost frenzied, his eyes filled with hatred. As his voice echoed, the aquatic kin, who had momentarily halted, surged once more towards Chentang Pass. Amidst the cacophony of cries, the sea began to encroach upon Chentang Pass. Li Jing's expression changed drastically as he looked up at Nezha. Nezha, are you truly willing to disregard the lives of the people of Chentang Pass? At Li Jing's words, Nezha turned to him, his face devoid of emotion. Li Jing's voice turned cold again. Will you not release him? Nezha remained silent, feeling a chill deepen within him. The bond of father and son felt as fragile as paper. Ignoring Li Jing, he exerted force beneath his feet and smashed Ao Bing down heavily, causing Ao Bing's dragon form to crash to the ground. Then, without further concern for Ao Bing, Nezha's figure flickered and appeared before the towering waves that threatened to engulf Chentang Pass. Halt! With the command of his water control magic, the waves stilled. Retreat! Nezha's decree resounded once more. The waves receded in an instant, yet the ordeal was far from over. Nezha's figure flickered once more as he harnessed the wind, summoning a tempest that surged forth to engulf the sea demons. In the next heartbeat, all the sea demons were drawn into the whirlwind by an invisible force, unable to escape, and moments later, they were mercilessly crushed within the storm, losing their lives. The seawater was stained crimson in an instant. Ao Bing's weary dragon eyes were filled with despair. The soldiers stationed at the gate stood frozen in place, exchanging glances, and soon, in unison, their gazes shifted towards Nezha, who had soared to Ao Bing's side. It was the third young master. The third young master saved us. He single-handedly vanquished so many sea demons. The third young master is our hero. The soldiers' faces brightened with hope, while the common folk wept tears of joy, their eyes brimming with respect for Nezha. After all, it was he who instigated this calamity. At that moment, Li Jing spoke solemnly. Had he not provoked the incident, would such events have transpired? A hero? Li Jing scoffed disdainfully. How could he bear the title of hero? Upon hearing Li Jing's words, a profound silence enveloped the crowd. Their gazes towards Nezha shifted, becoming intricate and layered. Nezha observed this change with indifference, merely casting a glance at Li Jing before disregarding him entirely and lifting the barely conscious Ao Bing. What do you intend to do? Ao Bing's voice was faint. Nezha's foot, heavy as a mountain, nearly fractured his spine. Nezha smirked. Naturally, I intend to kill you. You dare to slay the crown prince? My father will not let you off. Ao Bing's voice instinctively rose in pitch, fear creeping into his tone. He was terrified that Nezha might truly end his life. My father is the Dragon King of the East Sea. If that comes to pass, the entire Chentang Pass will be your burial ground. I detest being threatened, Nezha retorted, yanking one of Ao Bing's dragon horns clean off. Nezha, at that moment, Li Jing interjected again, release him. Nezha turned his gaze to Li Jing. This loathsome creature has trespassed upon Chentang Pass, nearly endangering our lives. Why should I set him free? Li Jing replied coldly. Had you not provoked him first, would this calamity have occurred? If you take his life, you will incite the wrath of the East Sea Dragon King. Can you bear the consequences? Spare his life, and I shall overlook today's events. Nezha looked at Li Jing, his heart sinking to the depths of despair. He yearned to argue, but ultimately restrained himself. After multiple simulations of life, he should have understood by now that the bond between father and son was not merely flimsy. It was as insubstantial as water, hardly worth mentioning. Li Jing cared not for him. In Li Jing's eyes, he was merely a demon. No matter his deeds, they would not alter Li Jing's deeply ingrained perception. Since the elder had spoken thus, Nezha had no choice but to comply. He cast a glance at Li Jing, taking a deep breath. Had it been 6 months prior, witnessing such a multitude of variables, he would have been unable to contain himself. However, at this moment, he had other plans. Upon hearing Nezha's words, Li Jing's expression softened slightly. Nezha then gently set Ao Bing down and removed the universe circle and the mystic ribbon. Li Jing approached Ao Bing, saying, "I apologize for any offense today. I hope your highness can forgive me." Ao Bing shook his dragon head, casting a wary glance at Nezha, and refrained from further comment as he leapt into the East Sea. Moments later, his voice echoed from beneath the waves, "I shall remember this grudge. In the future, you shall pay in blood for blood." Hearing this, Li Jing took a deep breath and replied, "I will certainly seek forgiveness from the Dragon King for today's events." He then turned to Nezha. "Do you acknowledge your transgressions?" "What transgressions?" Nezha narrowed his eyes. Why was Li Jing so eager to find fault with him? Li Jing coldly asserted, "You have brought calamity upon us and have forged a bitter enmity with the Dragon Palace of the East Sea. Do you acknowledge this?" Nezha found this utterly ridiculous. He remained silent, merely observing Li Jing. Seeing Nezha's silence, Li Jing pressed on, "If you do not face punishment today, there will surely be great calamity for Chentang Pass in the future. Someone, imprison Nezha and await further orders." Nezha suddenly raised his head. "Li Jing, I do not accept this accusation. I have slain the invading sea monsters. What crime is that? Just because the third prince harbors resentment against me for vanquishing his sea demons, you lay blame upon me? If I, Nezha, am guilty, then why do you still entrust me with the leadership role? Moreover, I have banished that third prince and slain countless sea monsters, safeguarding Chentang Pass. Wherein lies my guilt?" Chapter 19. Imprisoned. Following one's heart, wherein lies Nezha's guilt? It seemed no one could provide an answer, save for Li Jing. At that moment, all eyes turned to Li Jing, filled with confusion. They did not agree with Li Jing's assertions. What Nezha stated resonated as truth in their eyes. If vanquishing demons is a crime, then what remains untainted? Yet, in the face of Nezha's counterargument, Li Jing's expression remained unchanged as he calmly stated, "The East Sea Dragon Palace comes as a result of your actions. That is your sin." Upon hearing this, Nezha could not help but laugh heartily. Clutching the universe circle, he pointed directly at Li Jing. Nezha, witnessing this, approached Li Jing and implored, "Father, I do not believe my third brother is at fault." "Indeed. What crime has the third prince committed?" Another added, "The East Sea Dragon Prince has repeatedly sent sea monsters to invade, even before the arrival of the third prince. We had already vanquished some sea demons. How can one claim the third prince is guilty? Furthermore, it was indeed thanks to the third prince that we prevailed this time." "Sir, we do not believe enough," Li Jing reprimanded. "If he is innocent, how shall we defend Chentang Pass when the East Sea Dragon clan returns? Imprison him." Hearing Li Jing's command, everyone fell silent. Indeed, while the third prince was formidable, how could he possibly withstand the wrath of the entire East Sea Dragon Palace? They could not help but glance at Nezha, their gazes laden with a tinge of regret. Nezha remained still, merely observing Li Jing. He grasped the universe ring and directed his attention towards the others. With just a few words from Li Jing, their sentiments shifted. A self-deprecating smile escaped him. Despite his mere 3-year-old physique, he now seemed somewhat solitary. "Li Jing," Nezha declared, raising the universe ring to point directly at him, his eyes reflecting a newfound coldness. At that moment, however, Taiyi Zhenren suddenly appeared, standing before Nezha, his gaze gentle as he regarded the young one. The surroundings fell silent as he spoke. "Nezha, master," Nezha inquired, looking at Taiyi Zhenren. "Do you also believe that your disciple is at fault?" Had it not been for Taiyi Zhenren's unexpected arrival, he would have already acted. He could not bear the thought of being imprisoned by Li Jing under such accusations, nor did he wish for it. Taiyi Zhenren shook his head with a smile. As the general of Chentang Pass, Li Jing's actions were not without justification. Justification? Nezha's face hardened slightly. His rationale was merely one of cowardice. He believed that the return of the Dragon Palace from the East Sea would spell disaster for all of Chentang Pass. In his view, since the third prince was pursuing him, he could be easily forsaken to quell the wrath of the Dragon Palace. "What do you propose to do?" Taiyi Zhenren asked softly. Without much contemplation, Nezha replied, "Since Li Jing is heartless, there is no point in me remaining at Chentang Pass." He had endured repeatedly. Yet Li Jing continued to press him. In days gone by, he would have raised a great uproar. "Is this truly how you feel?" Taiyi Zhenren inquired further. Nezha looked at him in confusion. Taiyi Zhenren smiled faintly. "Escaping is indeed a viable option. However, even if you leave Chentang Pass, the matter remains unresolved. Should the Dragon Palace from the East Sea invade in the future, the blame will inevitably fall upon you. Nezha paused, taken aback. If I have departed, what relation do future events have to me? Taiyi Zhenren gazed towards the East Sea. Now that the third prince harbors animosity towards you, he will undoubtedly seek revenge in the future. If you are absent when that time comes, it will spell calamity for Chentang Pass. The eternal blame will naturally rest upon your shoulders. Nezha's brow furrowed slightly. Are they truly so unreasonable? Taiyi Zhenren withdrew his gaze and replied calmly. It is merely the principle of cause and effect. What should I do then? Nezha still did not comprehend. Follow your true heart. Follow my true heart. Nezha frowned, but when he looked up again, Taiyi Zhenren had vanished from sight. Instinctively, he turned to find himself locked in a cold stare with Li Jing. Seize him. Li Jing commanded expressionlessly once more. Take him to the dungeon. In the next moment, two soldiers approached Nezha, swiftly apprehending him. This time, Nezha remained still. Suddenly, he began to grasp the meaning behind the old man's words, to follow one's true heart. What was his true heart? From the very beginning, he understood that Li Jing did not care for him. Thus, why should he concern himself with Li Jing's actions? What mattered was that he knew what he desired. And that desire was remarkably simple, to grow stronger. This was his true heart. Moreover, as long as he wished. How could the small prison of Chentang Pass possibly confine him? Therefore, Li Jing's actions were of no consequence to him. His current focus should be on strengthening himself, to the extent that when the Dragon King of the East Sea arrived, he could sever his dragon head. Before long, Nezha was taken to the cell. The two soldiers looked at him with expressions of regret, saying, "Third young master, we apologize." After speaking, they turned and left. At that moment, a familiar voice echoed in Nezha's mind once more. Your future has undergone a change. Would you like to check? Nezha's eyes instantly brightened. Simultaneously, he couldn't help but recall the previous simulations of his life. His current situation was merely a return to another previous life. He had been imprisoned for several years until the Dragon King of the East Sea made his appearance. The difference this time was that the old man had not stripped him of his cultivation. This implied that the old man did not believe he was in the wrong. So what would this change entail? He decided to check without hesitation. Age 3. You have slain numerous sea demons, which has garnered the resentment of Ao Bing, the third prince of the East Sea Dragon Palace. Ao Bing leads the sea demons to wreak havoc at Chentang Pass, forcing Li Jing to hand you over. You observe for a while, and before Li Jing can seek you out, you appear first, easily defeating Ao Bing and killing all the invading sea demons. However, Li Jing prevents you from killing Ao Bing. For some reason, you ultimately let Ao Bing go. After Ao Bing escapes, Li Jing places the blame for the chaos at Chentang Pass upon you, intending to imprison you to quell the Dragon King's wrath in the future. Feeling indignant, you are about to resist when your master, Taiyi Zhenren, suddenly appears. You receive enlightenment from Taiyi Zhenren, understanding your true heart, and ultimately allow Li Jing to imprison you. As you are confined to the cell, Chentang Pass returns to tranquility. You seize this opportunity to continue comprehending the Taiyi Dao canon, and your cultivation gradually improves. A year later, you seem to understand what your path is. Age 4. You remain imprisoned in the cell. One day, upon learning that Ao Bing was harmed by you at Chentang Pass, the East Sea Dragon King, in a fit of rage, ceases to bring rain to Chentang Pass, resulting in a great drought. In order to save the people of Chentang Pass, Li Jing decides to offer you to the East Sea Dragon King. Chapter 20. My path as Nezha requires no dependence on others indeed. Upon reading this, Nezha was not surprised. Li Jing had imprisoned him for this very moment. At this moment, he had grown accustomed to Li Jing's ruthlessness and no longer cared. Yet, what was the truth he had come to understand? Nezha's eyes glimmered with contemplation as he continued to read on. Upon learning that Li Jing intended to offer you up, the Dragon King of the East Sea personally brought Ao Bing to Chentang Pass. You were released from the prison, and Li Jing forcefully presented you before the Dragon King. The Dragon King commanded Ao Bing to take your life, yet before the Dragon King's very eyes, you directly slew Ao Bing. The Dragon King, enraged, summoned the waters of the East Sea, intending to drown Chentang Pass. You struck again. At this point, you had grasped the essence of the Taiyi Dao canon, and your cultivation had significantly advanced. You battled the Dragon King for 3 days and nights, ultimately defeating him, but you could not end his life, and he escaped back to the East Sea. Upon reading this, Nezha felt an immense sense of satisfaction. Previously, he had spared Ao Bing solely to accrue merit, not out of loyalty to Li Jing. Otherwise, Ao Bing would never have left. Now, being imprisoned by Li Jing had hindered his plans. Nevertheless, Ao Bing's arrival allowed him to slay numerous sea demons, earning considerable merit, though he was uncertain of what rewards might follow. It was somewhat regrettable that the Dragon King of the East Sea had managed to flee. However, it remained unspoken what truth he had comprehended. It was certain that within this year, his cultivation would at least reach the golden immortal realm. Otherwise, he would not have triumphed over a Dragon King with the cultivation of a Taiyi golden immortal, despite possessing numerous divine abilities of the earthly fiends. Nezha continued to read on. This time, the variables seemed to multiply considerably. The information on the luminous screen continued to pulse. After the Dragon King of the East Sea fled, the waters of the East Sea completely submerged Chentang Pass, causing heavy casualties among the populace. You attempted to save them, but to no avail, forced to watch Chentang Pass vanish, with your family nearly all perishing, leaving only Li Jing standing atop Chentang Pass, glaring at you. For the first time, you felt utterly powerless. In your moment of despair, the true man of Taiyi appeared, reversing the tides and causing the waters of the East Sea to flow backward. However, you incurred the wrath of the surviving citizens. The true man of Taiyi took you to the Golden Light Cave, where you confined yourself within its depths. Yet, a month later, the escaped Dragon King of the East Sea reappeared, accompanied by 3 other assisting Dragon Kings. The waters of the East Sea surged once more towards the already devastated Chentang Pass. The 4 Dragon Kings simultaneously pressured Li Jing to surrender you, intent on claiming your life. From afar in the Golden Light Cave, you learned of this and chose to depart. The true man of Taiyi did not impede your exit, silently following in your wake. The luminous screen's information ceased its pulsation. Nezha fell into silence. What began as a feeling of exhilaration suddenly turned to a shade of gloom. Since acquiring this knowledge, he had been incessantly altering his destiny. Yet, after all the twists and turns, he found himself back at this juncture. It seemed that his abilities were still insufficient. Had he been able to slay that Dragon King and establish his might across the seas, would the subsequent events have transpired? Although the subsequent variables were not simulated, it is not difficult to surmise that, barring any unforeseen circumstances, I shall inevitably be driven to take my own life, rendering my existence no different from what it once was. This is not the life I desire. Nezha shook his head slightly. He had endured repeatedly, even willingly allowing himself to be imprisoned by Li Jing, but not for a life such as this. How could I, Nezha, allow the trivial Dragon Palace to coerce me so? Yet, what course should I chart? While this time's future variables may not be entirely favorable, there have been significant changes, and opportunities for further alteration remain. Thus, you may choose 2 of the following rewards. 1. The complete technique of the 72 earthly fiends. 2. Insights from the Taiyi real person's Taiyi Dao Canon. 3. Insights from A.O. Bing's cultivation. 4. Advancement to the ordinary golden immortal realm. Nezha paused for a moment. Among these 4 rewards, all but A.O. Bing's cultivation insights could be deemed substantial. The complete earthly fiend technique is precisely what he currently requires. Furthermore, the old man's insights into the Taiyi Dao Canon represent a commendable reward, although the old man has imparted the canon to him. He has yet to glean any understanding from it. The simulation of life has indicated that he will eventually comprehend his own path. But that is a matter for the future. If he could draw upon some reference, it might facilitate a more effortless realization. Moreover, the insights that have the potential to elevate his cultivation to the ordinary golden immortal realm are exceedingly precious. With an enhancement in cultivation, combined with the complete 72 earthly fiends techniques, what would his strength become? Without the complete earthly fiend technique, he could already defeat the Dragon King of the Eastern Sea. What would be the outcome if he possessed it? He could only select 2 options. Nezha stroked his chin, feeling somewhat hesitant. Apart from A.O. Bing's cultivation insights, the other 3 were all essential for him. What should he choose? The complete earthly fiend technique was undoubtedly a necessity. After all, even the old man did not possess it. The last time, he was rewarded with merely 12 techniques, and there were still gaps. If he did not seize this opportunity, who could say when he might obtain it again? Thus, for the remaining choice, Nezha oscillated between the 2nd and 4th rewards, ultimately fixing his gaze upon the latter. The old man's insights into the Taiyi Dao Canon are not inherently mine. If they were truly beneficial, the old man would have imparted them to me long ago, rather than leaving me to fathom them myself. Moreover, my path should be sought by my own endeavors, not reliant upon others. An enhancement in cultivation, however, poses no detriment. Rather, it may save some time. Therefore, I shall select the 1st and 4th rewards. Choice completed, rewards dispensed. As expected, information surged into his mind, and Nezha quickly acclimated to the influx. Not only that, but he felt a noticeable enhancement in his power. Is this the golden immortal realm? Yet, this shall be the sole occasion. Such a rash elevation appears somewhat unstable. Nezha shook his head. Ultimately, this cultivation was not attained through his own efforts, and he was not yet fully accustomed to it. At that moment, however, a voice resonated once more. Due to the excessive merits obtained from slaying the sea monster, one can only accumulate a maximum of 50,000 merits this time. Any excess will be converted into additional rewards, which are hidden and will be granted under specific circumstances. In the future, killing sea monsters will no longer yield merits. Nezha was somewhat taken aback by the mention of hidden rewards. Yet he was left pondering what these concealed rewards might entail. It was surprising that the merits derived from the sea monster were indeed limited. He regretted not having directly slain Ao Bing and extracted his dragon sinews. Shaking his head, Nezha decided not to dwell further on it. With the earthly fiend technique now complete, and his cultivation reaching the golden immortal realm, his next task was to comprehend the Taoist canon of Taiyi. Having relinquished the elder's insights regarding the canon, he knew he could not afford to be complacent. The confines of this prison actually provided an opportune moment for contemplation. In the general's headquarters, Li Jing surveyed those below him. Has Nezha secured himself? Has there been any commotion? Reporting to you, my lord. The third young master has been meditating since his entry. However, the madam has been waiting for you outside for quite some time, replied an attendant. Li Jing nodded slightly, furrowing his brow as he gestured for them to leave. Dismissed. There is no need to concern ourselves with her. After the soldiers withdrew, the true man of Taiyi appeared. Seeing the arrival of the true man, Li Jing felt a slight tightening in his chest, fully aware of the reason for his visit. What brings you here? Esteemed true man? With a smile, the true man replied, Naturally, I have come for Nezha. Li Jing maintained a calm demeanor, feeling no surprise. After all, Nezha was a disciple of the true man, and it was only natural for him to seek Li Jing after Nezha had been imprisoned. After a moment of silence, Li Jing inquired, Do you wish to intercede on Nezha's behalf? The true man shook his head slightly. As Nezha's father, this matter is your prerogative. I shall not interfere. Upon hearing this, Li Jing's expression revealed a hint of confusion. If you are not here to plead for Nezha, then what is the purpose of your visit? The true man gazed at Li Jing. I merely wish to understand your stance on the matter. In the prison of Chentang Pass, Nezha immersed himself in the Taoist canon of Taiyi. After ascending to the golden immortal realm, the canon seemed to have shed its previous obscurity. Though it remained challenging to fully comprehend, he had begun to discern a clearer direction. Coupled with the earlier guidance from the elder, he found himself less bewildered. The elder's earlier advice to follow one's heart was, in essence, a manifestation of the Tao, or perhaps a guiding principle. Understanding what he truly desired, what actions he ought to take, and what he sought to pursue constituted his personal path. Progressing along this path was both the realization of the Tao and the essence of cultivation. Yet, to act in complete accordance with one's heart is no simple feat. Attaining the Tao is even more arduous. But what is it that I truly desire? Nezha pondered introspectively. Since acquiring that object, I have persistently endeavored to alter the trajectory of my future life, yet it appears that I have remained ensnared in the same circumstances, leading me to confront outcomes that seem unchanged from the very beginning. I have always believed that my desire was to become stronger, yet it seems that is not entirely the case. Now, I possess sufficient strength, having attained the realm of a golden immortal. Even if I were to disturb the Dragon Palace now, I could likely retreat unscathed. Should I take a step further, beheading the Dragon King would not pose much difficulty. But then what? Is it because of that monkey? Reflecting on this, Nezha opened his eyes and instinctively shook his head. My life, as Nezha, should not be swayed by the actions of others. But if that is not the case, then what is it that I am pursuing? What is my direction? What is my true heart? Nezha pondered. He sensed that when he comprehended his desires and aspirations, he would also grasp the essence of his path. Nezha closed his eyes once more and began to contemplate. Simultaneously, the aura surrounding him grew increasingly dense. The form of a mere 3-year-old child now emanated a hint of the sacred. In the blink of an eye, a month had passed. Chentang Pass had returned to its former tranquility, as if everyone had forgotten about Nezha, imprisoned in a dungeon, save for Lady Li, who remained in the residence. Weeping inconsolably, yet failing to sway Li Jing's heart. Ao Bing had not returned, and the Dragon Palace of the East Sea showed no signs of response. It seemed that everything had come to an end. On this day, Li Jing once again approached the shores of the East Sea, gazing intently at the waters. His brow furrowed. Throughout this month, he had endeavored to reach out to the Dragon Palace, but to no avail. Still no news? Li Jing turned to the soldiers beside him. The soldier nodded slightly, saying, Over the past month, we have exhausted all means, yet the Dragon Palace remains unresponsive. My lord, perhaps they do not care about this matter. After all, That third Prince Li Jing shook his head slightly. He remained silent for a moment, then sighed, retracting his gaze, and inquired, "What of Nezha?" The soldier pondered before responding. "The third young master has been immersed in his cultivation this past month. Has he done nothing else?" Li Jing asked. The soldier affirmed, "Indeed." Li Jing's brow furrowed further. After a brief moment, he turned and walked towards Chentang Pass, commanding that vigilance be maintained and that any developments be reported promptly. Simultaneously, he glanced at the sky, the oppressive heat filling him with an ominous premonition. Meanwhile, within the confines of the cell, Taiyi Zhenren reappeared before Nezha. He did not disturb Nezha, but merely observed the aura enveloping him, a smile gracing his face. "It seems the time has come." He raised his hand and pointed at Nezha. Nezha, who had been deep in contemplation, instinctively opened his eyes. "Master, what brings you here?" Taiyi Zhenren chuckled. "In the realm of the golden immortal, you have already begun to grasp the essence of the Taoist scriptures. Nezha, you surpass my expectations." Nezha rose, somewhat disheartened, and replied, "Disciple is foolish. I have yet to comprehend the Taiyi Dao Jing." Taiyi Zhenren laughed heartily. "Understanding the Tao cannot be rushed. You have already caught a glimpse of the path, which is quite remarkable. You have been confined here for a month. Do you wish to leave with me?" Nezha paused for a moment, astonished. "You wish to take me away?" Taiyi Zhenren nodded. "You have now attained the golden immortal stage. Remaining here offers you little opportunity for growth. Would you accompany me to the cave for further cultivation?" Nezha's eyes brightened. "Of course, I would be willing. However," he sighed softly, looking somewhat troubled, "but Li Jing has imprisoned me here. Although I could easily escape, I have come to realize that if I leave now, the Dragon King of the East Sea may cause trouble again, and the people of Chentang Pass would suffer because of me, while Li Jing may disregard our familial bond. I cannot neglect the welfare of the citizens of Chentang Pass. Regardless of right or wrong, this matter should be resolved by me personally." Upon hearing this, Taiyi Zhenren smiled, his face radiating satisfaction as he looked at Nezha. "Your thoughts reflect that I have not misjudged you. This matter indeed concerns you and must be settled by you. However, the Dragon King of the East Sea is currently absent, and he will not return for over a year. You may first cultivate with me and address this matter later. Are you willing?" "Really?" Nezha asked, surprised. "Certainly," Taiyi Zhenren replied, stroking his beard with a jovial expression. Nezha, feeling reassured, no longer hesitated. "But what about Li Jing?" Taiyi Zhenren replied nonchalantly. "Wherever I choose to take my disciple, not even Li Jing, despite his status as your father, can impede us." With that, Taiyi Zhenren waved his hand, and the door of the cell swung open. He took Nezha's hand, and in an instant, they appeared outside the prison, accompanied by the sound of a crane's call as a white crane gracefully arrived. At that moment, the guards surrounding the cell rushed over, their faces filled with astonishment. "Zhenren, the third young master has been imprisoned here by the order of the Lord. You." Taiyi Zhenren did not respond, leading Nezha onto the back of the white crane. The next moment, the crane soared into the sky. "Inform Li Jing, I have my own plans." Chapter 22, Golden Light Cave. Budding Lotus Jingguang Cave in Qiankun Mountain, though the domain of Taiyi Zhenren appeared quite desolate except for a few celestial cranes fluttering about. Nezha was taken aback. The old man possesses considerable abilities, yet there isn't even a single attendant? He leapt down from the celestial crane, surveying the surroundings. Although the place seemed lonely, it brought him a sense of tranquility. Nezha turned to Taiyi Zhenren and asked, "Will I cultivate here from now on?" Taiyi Zhenren nodded slightly. "You shall remain here for the next few days. I have other arrangements to attend to afterward. The area to your left is your cave dwelling, where I have prepared the necessary items for your cultivation. Feel free to utilize them at your leisure." Nezha, perplexed, inquired, "Are you leaving?" Taiyi Zhenren chuckled. "I have a few trivial matters to address, but I shall return in a few days. Though this place may seem rudimentary, rest assured, it is free from disturbances, allowing you to focus on your practice." "I understand," Nezha replied with a nod. Taiyi Zhenren inclined his head slightly and departed, appearing to indeed have pressing matters to attend to. Nezha refrained from probing further, and, once Taiyi Zhenren had vanished from sight, he proceeded toward the cave dwelling. Inside, the cave was equally modest, featuring only a stone table, stone chairs, 3 mats, and a stone bed. However, the table was adorned with numerous gourds. Nezha approached and opened one of the gourds, discovering it filled with elixirs. It seemed the elder had indeed made ample preparations. These potions would greatly benefit me. Yet, I wonder what urgent matter prompted his hasty departure. Contemplating for a moment and unable to ascertain the reason, he glanced around and, finding nothing else of interest in the cave, stepped outside. Being new to this place, his curiosity was piqued. Before long, Nezha arrived at a pool of water, crystal clear yet devoid of fish, save for a solitary bud at its center. What is this? Nezha mused, observing the bud, which instilled in him a sense of familiarity. Meanwhile, several miles away from Jingguang Cave, Taiyi Zhenren traversed the clouds, his expression marked by a hint of inscrutability. He calculated with his fingers, his eyes narrowing slightly. It seems a bit premature. By bringing him to Jingguang Cave ahead of time, his future has become enriched with an element of uncertainty. Nevertheless, his destined tribulations remain largely unchanged. Pondering deeply, Taiyi Zhenren eventually arrived at a resolution, and in the blink of an eye, he vanished without a trace. Back in Jingguang Cave, Nezha continued to gaze at the flower bud in the pool. Is this a lotus? He wondered, circling the pool with curiosity. He reached out to touch the bud, but his cultivation level resulted in an immediate rebuff, sending him back. This formation can even repel me? It seems this bud indeed harbors some mystery. But why does this bud evoke such a sense of familiarity? Nezha stroked his chin, suddenly recalling the information from his first simulated life. In that initial simulation, at the tender age of 7, he had been forced by the Dragon King to self-mutilate at Chentang Pass, only to have his soul safeguarded by the elder, who ultimately assisted him in reconstructing his physical form through a lotus flower, thus enabling his resurrection. Could it be that this bud is the very lotus? Nezha narrowed his eyes slightly. At that moment, the familiar voice echoed once more in his mind. Your future seems to have encountered new variables. Would you like to explore? Has another variable emerged? Nezha expressed surprise, yet upon reflection, it was hardly unexpected. The old man's sudden decision to bring him here was, in itself, a deviation from the norm. According to previous simulations, his arrival at the Golden Light Cave was not anticipated at this moment. This unexpected visit by the old man must have occurred much earlier than anticipated. Let us take a look. The luminous screen manifested, and information began to dance before his eyes. At the age of 3, you were imprisoned by Li Jing due to the incident involving Ao Bing, the third prince of the East Sea, causing chaos at Chentang Pass. During your imprisonment, your cultivation broke through, and you gained some insights into the Taiyi Tao Classic. Taiyi Zhenren was quite pleased with your progress and decided to bring you to the Golden Light Cave for training ahead of schedule. Upon being brought to the Golden Light Cave by Taiyi Zhenren, you discovered a pool within the cave, where a lotus bud blossomed. Sensing a connection between the lotus bud and yourself, you resolved to inquire about it when Taiyi Zhenren returned. It seems the old man brought me here upon sensing my cultivation's advancement and my understanding of the Taiyi Tao Classic. He must have been observing me all along. Nezha comprehended this and continued to read further. You began your training in the cave, and after 7 days, Taiyi Zhenren returned, accompanied by a young disciple. Upon inquiry, you learned that he was Taiyi Zhenren's newly accepted disciple, your junior brother, Jinxia. You and Jinxia commenced your training under Taiyi Zhenren, and your cultivation steadily improved. One day, you noticed that Taiyi Zhenren appeared to be preoccupied with some concerns. The information on the luminous screen abruptly ceased here. Nezha felt a tinge of disappointment. The current variable did not present many changes, suggesting that the forthcoming events would likely remain consistent, requiring no alterations. However, the hasty departure of the old man was likely concerning Jinxia. The bonds of kinship at Chentang Pass felt as fragile as parchment during my imprisonment. Not a single visitor came to see me. While it may have been Li Jing's interference, it was nonetheless disheartening. Now, arriving here with an additional junior brother. What might that entail? Contemplating this, Nezha instinctively shook his head, unwilling to harbor excessive hopes. He then glanced at the final statement. The old man is troubled? Previous simulations had never concluded as abruptly as this one. Perhaps the old man's concerns could indeed represent a new variable. If so, it would be worth paying attention to. This current variable does not significantly alter your future. You shall not receive a reward. The voice echoed once more. No reward. Nezha returned to his senses, feeling unsurprised. If every variable resulted in generous rewards, there would be no need for personal cultivation. Moreover, this particular variable indeed seemed limited. With the sole information deriving from the old man, it was clear that he needed to await the old man's return. For now, he resolved to diligently cultivate here for the next few days. Nezha surveyed his surroundings. Ultimately, he did not venture elsewhere but cast a glance at the flower bud in the pond. If his intuition did not fail him, that bud was prepared for him by the old man. Yet, he pondered whether, in the future, the resolution of that cause and effect would still necessitate this lotus flower. Nezha mumbled to himself and proceeded toward the cave dwelling. Upon confirming the presence of the bud, a myriad of complex emotions welled up within him. He abruptly realized that the old man seemed to harbor numerous secrets, seemingly possessing an uncanny foresight regarding his future. This sensation left him feeling rather uneasy. Chapter 23. The Art of Transformation, Confusion day and night alternated. In the blink of an eye, Nezha had spent 4 days in the Golden Light Cave. During this span, he often found himself seated before the tranquil pond, observing the lotus bud, which showed no signs of blooming. Besides that, he devoted his time to quiet cultivation within the cave, contemplating the Taiyi Dao canon, seeking the path of enlightenment. Coupled with the elixirs left by the old man, his cultivation in the golden immortal realm gradually solidified. Moreover, the complete mastery of the 72 earthly fiends techniques was thoroughly absorbed, now fully integrated into his being. Remarkably, even within just 4 days, his gains were considerable. On this particular day, as was his custom, Nezha emerged from the cave and approached the lotus pond. After being thwarted by the magical formation on his initial attempt, he had abandoned the idea of touching the bud. He visited merely to relish the serene atmosphere of the Golden Light Cave and to feel a connection to the bud, which was intertwined with his destiny. Gazing at the bud, Nezha propped his chin on his hand and mused, "According to the original course of my life, once you bloom, you shall become my physical form. However, my existence has undergone significant alterations. Will I still reach that point?" The old man appeared to be far more formidable than he had anticipated. Yet, he remained silent. "If you were indeed prepared for me, did he foresee that I would encounter such a tribulation?" Nezha observed the flower bud, which remained still, only faintly radiating a glimmer of light, devoid of any other response. He had grown accustomed to this. Over the past few days, he had come here to pose such questions, not truly expecting answers from the bud. Rather, these inquiries were directed toward himself. With a soft sigh, after lingering for a while, Nezha returned to his cave dwelling. He seated himself in a meditative posture, but this time he did not delve into the Taiyi Dao canon. Instead, he focused his thoughts on the 72 earthly fiends techniques. From the prison in Chentang Pass to his arrival here, he had been contemplating this. And although he had gained some direction, progress remained limited. Yet now, he understood that to discern his true path, mere contemplation would yield little. What I must do now is not merely to seek enlightenment. Remaining here in quietude holds little significance. The old man brought me out from Chentang Pass, and it was precisely for this reason. Had I remained in that cave, engaged in silent contemplation, my efforts to comprehend the mysteries would have been no different from staying at Chentang Pass. It would be far more beneficial to seize this opportunity to elevate my skills. With this resolution came a sense of direction. The earthly fiend art is now complete. However, apart from the initial half-scroll of the 36 arts bestowed by the old man, the remaining arts, although I had grasped them upon acquisition, were not yet familiar to me. The illusory form technique, the transformation technique. Soon, 2 of these divine arts captured my attention. Previously, I had merely mastered them without practical application, and aside from the abrupt acquisition, I had lacked the opportunity to employ them. Now, upon further inspection, the latter 36 arts revealed numerous surprises. The illusory form technique is a technique of transformation, capable of infinite variations. A mere thought enables one to change at will. The transformation technique is equally remarkable. To manifest something, one need only blow breath toward the object, and a duplicate will appear. As I stroked my chin, curiosity piqued within me. Let me first experiment with the illusory form technique. I stepped out of the cave, and with a flicker of thought, I transformed into a celestial crane. Instinctively, I called out to the sky, but the sound that emerged was not the cry of a crane, but rather that of a bird. This illusory form technique is indeed fascinating. While I have grasped it, I am still not proficient. If I could master it completely, I could transform time and all things. With another thought, I reverted to my original form. Though this initial transformation was not entirely successful, it brought me considerable delight. With this divine art at my disposal, it would not be difficult to perform acts of deception. I shall try again. I glanced around, and then transformed directly into a stone table. Again, this time, I morphed into a fish, though its scales were missing half. I attempted to leap into the lotus pond, only to be halted by the magic barrier. Almost there. Another day passed. I had nearly mastered the illusory form technique. Now, with a mere thought, I could transform completely. However, I had also uncovered a flaw. Although the illusory form technique allows for endless transformations when becoming a living being, it only replicates the outward appearance, while the essence remains unchanged. Earlier, I had tried to become the old man, and later, gold and Nezha, but they were mere facsimiles, easily discernible. The myriad changes of this divine art, while revealing significant vulnerabilities, are nonetheless quite practical. I stored away the divine art and returned to my original form. Were it not for my ability to directly grasp it, comprehending the underlying principles of this transformation would likely be exceedingly difficult. I felt a sense of relief. Next, I would engage in the transformation technique. This technique is similar to the illusory form technique, yet while the latter involves changes to oneself, the transformation technique conjures something from nothing. I surveyed my surroundings, deciding to start with something simple. Fixing my gaze upon the stone bench before me, I concentrated my thoughts and raised my hand to blow a breath outward. In the next moment, a new stone bench appeared before him, albeit one that bore a slight difference from the existing one. Nezha reached out to touch it. It was soft and yielding, akin to tofu. It seemed that although he could directly manipulate it, truly mastering the skill would require more than a fleeting effort. Practice was essential. With this thought in mind, Nezha endeavored once more. After several attempts, while he had not achieved complete success, he became increasingly adept, progressing from the initial tofu-like quality to a resemblance of 8 or 9 parts out of 10. However, Nezha remained unperturbed. He had essentially grasped the technique. Familiarity was merely a matter of time. After a few more tries, he decided to pause. Glancing at the sky, he noted that another day had passed. According to the timeline, the old man should be returning soon. The elder was unaware of his remaining earthly fiend techniques, and it was best not to reveal them before him just yet. These abilities would serve as his support in the future. He could explore other mystical arts during his leisure. It was now time to await the elder's return. Nezha exited the cave and made his way back to the lotus pond. However, he did not engage in self-talk as before. Instead, he sat cross-legged beside it. Since he first laid eyes on the lotus bud, a perplexity had settled in his heart. He gazed at the bud, then closed his eyes, swiftly entering a meditative state. In the remaining time, he resolved to wait for the elder's return. His confusion could only be unraveled by the elder himself. Chapter 24. Unraveling Confusion. Arrival of Jinxia Master. Is this the golden light cave on Qiankun Mountain? Above the clouds, Taiyi Zhenren stood beside a young boy clad in red. The child appeared to be no more than 7 or 8 years old and gazed curiously in the direction of Qiankun Mountain. Taiyi Zhenren nodded with a smile, saying, "This is indeed Qiankun Mountain, and that is the golden light cave. Your senior brother is currently there as well." "Senior brother?" the boy inquired, somewhat astonished. Taiyi Zhenren affirmed, "Before you, I had another disciple named Nezha, who is your senior brother. In the future, you two should support one another." The child nodded earnestly, replying, "Disciple understands." At that moment, within the golden light cave, Nezha opened his eyes and lifted his gaze toward the horizon. He has returned. Moments later, the figures of Taiyi Zhenren and the boy in red gracefully descended. Nezha rose to his feet. Taiyi Zhenren cast a glance at the flower bud, revealing a hint of inscrutable emotion in his eyes, though it quickly faded as he turned his attention to Nezha. "Nezha, this is your junior brother, Jinxia." Taiyi Zhenren beckoned him over. Nezha approached, assessing the child before him. He had long been aware of Jinxia's existence, so he was not taken aback. "Junior brother." Jinxia approached enthusiastically, exclaiming, "Greetings, senior brother." Taiyi Zhenren observed the two with a smile, saying, "Jinxia, although Nezha is a few years your junior, his cultivation is formidable, and his abilities are substantial. In the future, you should learn more from your senior brother. The disciple understands." Jinxia nodded with a smile. "Your cave is on the right side. You may proceed there first. If I require your presence, I shall summon you." Taiyi Zhenren gestured towards a vacant cave on the right. Nezha glanced over as well, noting that it was even more modest than his own dwelling. "Thank you, master." Observing this, Jinxia's face brightened with joy, and she hurriedly made her way over. Once Jinxia departed, Taiyi Zhenren turned his gaze towards Nezha, seeming to sense that he had something to discuss. "Do you have any inquiries for your master?" Nezha nodded slightly, then looked towards the lotus bud. Disciple often visits here and felt a certain affinity upon first seeing this lotus bud. Taiyi Zhenren narrowed his eyes, a hint of surprise crossing his face. "What sort of affinity do you feel?" Nezha regarded Taiyi Zhenren, noting his inscrutable expression, and continued, "It seems as though it was born for me." Taiyi Zhenren's surprise shifted to astonishment. He glanced at Nezha, then at the lotus bud in the pond. He had cultivated this lotus for over 1,000 years without any signs of blooming, yet now it appeared to show some signs of promise. He fell silent, and after a moment of calculation, he looked back at Nezha. "Besides that, do you have any other sensations?" Throughout the conversation, Nezha maintained his gaze on Taiyi Zhenren. However, judging by Taiyi Zhenren's reaction, Nezha felt a twinge of disappointment. "Perhaps I was mistaken? Just a coincidence?" Nezha sighed inwardly, then shook his head. "Not at all." Upon hearing this, Taiyi Zhenren smiled as he looked at the bud. "This lotus has been cultivated by me for a millennium. It indeed seems to share a significant connection with you. However, this is not necessarily a negative thing. It may prove to be quite beneficial for you in the future." Nezha nodded slightly, contemplating before asking, "Master, I often see you calculating with your fingers. Can one discern future changes from such practices? Taiyi Zhenren shook his head. The future is unpredictable, shrouded in heavenly mysteries. I can only calculate a few superficial aspects to seek possible directions for response. Can you foresee my future? Nezha inquired again. Taiyi Zhenren paused, seemingly perplexed by Nezha's sudden question. Noticing this, Nezha added, I am merely curious. Taiyi Zhenren, hearing this, did not press further, merely nodding. I can only forecast the auspicious and adverse changes in your future. Beyond that, I cannot unravel other matters. Your future is filled with infinite variables. I do not possess that ability yet. However, bringing you to this golden light cave does indeed reflect some of my intentions. Is it because of the Dragon Palace in the East Sea? Nezha queried. Taiyi Zhenren appeared somewhat surprised. You are quite astute. The Dragon Palace in the East Sea is indeed one of your tribulations. Bringing you here is also to prepare for this challenge. However, whether you can overcome it depends on yourself. Nezha felt a sense of relief within his heart. As he gazed upon Master Taiyi, an unexpected wave of regret washed over him. When he first beheld the lotus bud, he had experienced a flicker of displeasure, but in retrospect, it appeared he had misjudged the situation. Now that the confusion had dissipated, his spirits soared with newfound ease. The disciple had come to understand. At that moment, Xia stepped forward, prompting Master Taiyi to speak once more. Nezha, your junior brother has just arrived and is unfamiliar with this place. You should take him around. He continued, although your junior brother's cultivation is modest, being of mortal origin, he possesses considerable intelligence, and you may find some topics worthy of discussion with him. Upon hearing Master Taiyi's praise, Xia's cheeks flushed with embarrassment as he scratched his head and replied, Master, your kind words make me feel quite bashful. My senior brother is even younger than I, yet he possesses extraordinary skills. I find myself lacking in comparison. Nezha regarded Xia with a sense of amusement. He had been worried, for aside from the old man, familial ties had been severed by Li Jing. Xia then turned to Nezha, expressing, I am grateful for your guidance, senior brother. Nezha chuckled, having arrived a few days earlier, it is only fitting that I assist you in these matters. Now that you are aware of the location of the cave, let us explore other areas together. During this time, he had nearly become familiar with the vicinity of Qiankun Mountain, and he was well acquainted with everything in the Golden Light Cave, save for the areas restricted by enchantments. Observing the scene, Master Taiyi retreated to his own cave, seemingly occupied with other matters. Xia followed closely behind Nezha. Qiankun Mountain was vast, and the Golden Light Cave was similarly expansive. Nezha first guided Xia to the dwelling place of the celestial cranes, which Master Taiyi had nurtured. Nezha had often visited this place in recent days. Is this what Master referred to as celestial cranes? Xia marveled at the sight of the birds, his face alight with wonder at their beauty. I must ensure they are well cared for in the future. Nezha replied, Master usually tends to their feeding. Xia scratched his head, saying, What you may not know, senior brother, is that although Master has taken me as a disciple, I am not a direct apprentice like you. I am merely a close attendant, responsible for Master's daily needs and the various affairs of the cave. Nezha was somewhat taken aback. Xia continued, I am but a mortal child who fortuitously encountered Master. He had not intended to take me as a disciple, but I implored him to do so. Now, being able to cultivate alongside him here is a stroke of fortune, and performing menial tasks is only proper. Nezha nodded in understanding, refraining from further inquiries. However, he found himself quite fond of Xia's character. Yet, for reasons unknown, he harbored a peculiar feeling that Xia had been brought to him by the old man. This thought struck him as odd. Let us explore other areas, Nezha suggested. In the following moments, Nezha showed Xia the alchemy room, the library, and various other places. Through their interactions, Nezha and Xia grew increasingly familiar with one another. This junior brother is indeed quite astute and eloquent. Despite being younger, he addresses me as senior brother with such earnestness that it brings him great comfort. After all, while Nezha has reached a level of maturity akin to that of an adult in many respects, he remains, at heart, a child. Upon returning to the cave, Master Taiyi happened to emerge just as they arrived, and upon seeing them, he beckoned, Come here, both of you, with a wave of his hand. 3 cushions appeared before them, with him settling onto the central one, while the remaining 2 landed in front of Nezha and Xia, respectively. Master, what is this? Nezha inquired. Puzzled, yet he took a seat alongside Xia. Master Taiyi then spoke, It has been 3 years since I accepted you as my disciple. Yet I have not truly imparted any teachings. Today, with no pressing matters at hand, and having accepted this junior brother, I shall share some insights with you both. At this, Master Taiyi turned his gaze to Nezha. Though you have attained the status of a golden immortal, Your time spent in cultivation is, in truth, quite brief. With that, a character for stillness materialized before Nezha and Jinxia. Do you comprehend the meaning of this character? Nezha furrowed his brow slightly. After a moment's contemplation, he replied, Disciple has now become capable of entering a state of meditation at will, cultivating a tranquil heart. Is this character indicative of serenity? Master Taiyi shook his head. Serenity is but one aspect. Nevertheless, your understanding of this is, in fact, a bit ahead of my expectations. Nezha paused, feeling a twinge of dissatisfaction, not from discontent, but rather from the realization that he had not fully grasped the meaning. What other implications might this character of stillness hold? At that moment, Master Taiyi turned his attention to Jinxia. Jinxia, do you understand? Jinxia scratched her head and said, Disciple is unsure if this is correct, but I shall speak nonetheless. Master Taiyi smiled and glanced at Nezha. Jinxia continued, Before encountering Master, my mother often told me that in times of great importance, one must maintain a calm demeanor, approaching matters with a tranquil heart, avoiding arrogance and impatience. Only by clearing the mind of distractions can one resolve issues. I believe this character can be encapsulated in 4 words, unwavering focus. Master Taiyi nodded with satisfaction. A still heart allows for unwavering focus. The path of cultivation is indeed akin to this. He then looked back at Nezha. I have previously told you that one must always adhere to one's true heart. Do you comprehend this? Nezha nodded. Disciple believes that one's true heart is what resides within one's thoughts. But how does this relate to the character of stillness? Master Taiyi stroked his white beard and smiled. Stillness is also purity. As he spoke, another character for purity appeared before Nezha and Jinxia. To truly achieve unwavering focus, one must learn to quiet the heart, enabling one to contemplate what they truly desire and which path they wish to follow, undisturbed by others and unperturbed by external influences. This is purity. Do you understand now? Nezha's brow furrowed slightly, gazing at the 2 characters before him. A moment later, a flicker of brightness illuminated his eyes. The disciple understood. The old man was imparting wisdom. Nezha instantly comprehended. Previously, while contemplating the Taiyi Dao canon, he had always felt something was amiss. Now it seemed that his eagerness for achievement had hindered his genuine understanding. The tranquility and purity the old man spoke of were, in fact, the principles enshrined in the canon. To fathom the essence of one's own path, one must first grasp the meanings of these 2 words. Understanding is sufficient. The Supreme One regarded Nezha with a hint of satisfaction in his gaze before shifting his attention to Jinxia. However, Jinxia furrowed her brow, seemingly deep in thought. After a moment, she looked at the Supreme One with a face full of disappointment. Master, your disciple is dull-witted. The Supreme One, seemingly unperturbed, merely replied with a smile. It is entirely normal for you, as a novice in cultivation, to lack understanding. There is no need for haste. In due time, you shall slowly comprehend. Your disciple will bear this in mind. Jinxia nodded. The Supreme One did not elaborate further, waving his hand once more, causing the original 2 characters to vanish, replaced by a single character, Wu, understanding. You have grasped the essence of Jing, stillness. Now let us discuss this character Wu. Unlike Jing, which connects with the heart, the essence of Wu lies in the spirit. The Supreme One again looked at Nezha, who wore a more serious expression. Nezha, in merely half a year, you have comprehended half of the earthly fiend technique, which is a testament to your extraordinary insight and intelligence. Do you understand the meaning of Wu? Nezha shook his head, for he indeed did not comprehend. Moreover, mastering the earthly fiend technique in half a year had little to do with him. He was well aware of this. The Supreme One was not surprised. Noticing Jinxia's similar look of confusion, he continued, the character Wu is not difficult to grasp. It is linked with the spirit, signifying your connection with something. When you learn a particular technique or observe something, in an instant, you understand, that is Wu. The importance of this character is not in its meaning, but rather in the context of your future cultivation. The path of cultivation is fraught with challenges, and how far one can go is intrinsically related to innate talent and insight. Thus, there is no need to rush for immediate results. The Supreme One turned his gaze to Nezha. You have been cultivating for merely 3 years. You must not be impatient. Nezha felt a jolt in his heart. Realizing this was also a reminder from the old man. This transmission of wisdom, although directed at him and Jinxia, was primarily for his benefit. A wave of emotion surged within Nezha. Your disciple understands. The Supreme One nodded slightly, and with another wave of his hand, the character Wu vanished as well. Then, the Supreme One rose, prompting Nezha and Jinxia to stand as well. Yet before they could speak, the Supreme One had already turned and returned to his cave dwelling. Today, I shall say no more. Whether you grasp the underlying truths rests upon your own discernment. reflect deeply upon it. As they watched the esteemed Master Taiyi depart, the two exchanged bittersweet smiles. Brother, do you think Master believes me to be rather foolish? Jin Xia scratched his head, a look of concern etched on his face. Fear not. You are already quite clever, reassured Nezha. Master would never cast me aside, would he? Jin Xia inquired again. Nezha shook his head. Certainly not. You need not worry. I hope that is indeed the case, Jin Xia sighed. I must attend to the various matters within the cave, so I shall take my leave and not trouble you further. With that, Jin Xia hurriedly departed. Nezha, witnessing this, felt a sense of helplessness. In that case, I too must return to my cultivation. He glanced back toward Master Taiyi's dwelling, pondering the old man's unspoken concerns. This might be the pivotal moment not to be overlooked. Chapter 26. Enlightenment. The essence of the sage, however, Nezha was not in haste. The old man appeared to be burdened with thoughts, though he had yet to reveal them. Nezha could only speculate, having hurried back to the cave after the old man's teachings. After some reflection, Nezha returned to his own quarters. Previously, when the old man and Jin Xia were absent, he occupied his time with various tasks, but now with Jin Xia's presence, he found himself free to devote his attention to his practice. This time, Nezha chose not to delve into the 72 techniques of earthly fiends, but rather to immerse himself once more in the classic of Taiyi. He sensed a burgeoning understanding within him, albeit still merely a sensation. In the blink of an eye, half a month had slipped by. During this period, the Golden Light Cave had become considerably more vibrant compared to when Nezha first arrived. The return of Master Taiyi and Jin Xia infused the cave with newfound energy. Master Taiyi would occasionally impart his wisdom, whether intentionally or not. Nezha consistently gleaned insights from these teachings. Moreover, Nezha's comprehension of the classic of Taiyi deepened, seemingly elevating his golden immortal cultivation slightly. Additionally, he frequently engaged in philosophical discussions with Jin Xia. Though she was new to the path of cultivation, her intellect surpassed that of many, often surprising Nezha with her insights during their exchanges. One day, with the old man away, Nezha concluded his training and sought out Jin Xia as usual. He found her seated beneath a tree, engrossed in a game of chess. Over the past few days, she had often played chess with Master Taiyi. While Nezha did not understand the game, he occasionally found it amusing to watch. Jin Xia, with Master absent, how can you play chess by yourself? This was the first time Nezha had witnessed her playing alone. Jin Xia chuckled, scratching her head. These past few days, I have been unable to win against Master. So now that he is away, I thought to take the opportunity to learn a few more moves. Nezha teased, so you wish to best Master and bring him shame? Jin Xia quickly shook her head. Brother, I would not dare to do such a thing. Nor do I possess the skill. The Master often remarks that this game of chess mirrors life, imbued with profound truths. Yet, Jin Xia remains oblivious, preoccupied with the desire to prolong their matches, which frequently leaves the Master disappointed. Nezha, puzzled, inquires why the Master feels let down if Jin Xia does not wish to dampen his spirits. After a moment's contemplation, Jin Xia responds that she does not know. The Master frequently asks her what she has gleaned from the game. Nezha then poses the question, what have you understood? Jin Xia places a piece down, only to lift another. She believes that doing her utmost is sufficient. The notions of success and failure hold little significance. Nezha squints slightly, taken aback. After a brief pause, he turns his gaze to Jin Xia, realizing why the Master chose her as his disciple. What do you mean by that, senior brother? Jin Xia asks, confused. Nezha, with a smile, refrains from answering, merely gesturing to the chessboard, urging her to continue while he retreats to his cave for meditation. Before Jin Xia can utter another word, Nezha hastens back to his abode. He has come to a realization, having pondered what he lacked in comprehending his own path. Consequently, he has been contemplating his desires and aspirations, trapped in a cyclical quandary. Without the enlightenment from others, he might have remained ensnared in this state, unable to grasp the deeper truths. Yet, Jin Xia's succinct words have illuminated his understanding. It turns out he need not overthink. What he yearns for is inconsequential, as is what he wishes to achieve. To follow one's true nature is, in essence, to act in accordance with one's heart. The outcome is of little importance. My path, Nezha reflects, is quite simple, to pursue what I wish to do. When confronted by Li Jing at Chentang Pass, I felt compelled to resist. Thus, I must resist. When Ao Bing provoked me, I felt the urge to strike. Therefore, I must strike. When Li Jing imprisoned me, I yearned for freedom. Hence, I must escape. I need not burden myself with excessive considerations, as long as I do not tread the path of malevolence. Nezha's eyes shined ever brighter. The Master's repeated observations of my disposition were indeed for my benefit. Perhaps he has always known the path I am destined to tread, wishing to prevent me from straying. At last, I have come to understand. I, Nezha, the reincarnation of the spirit pearl, am meant to be unrestrained, impervious to the influence of others. Chentang Pass cannot confine me, nor Qinli Jing, nor the Dragon Palace of the East Sea. This is my path. Nezha gently closes his eyes. Simultaneously, golden light begins to swirl around him, enveloping him as if he were bathed in the essence of the Great Way, bestowing upon him a semblance of sanctity. Furthermore, Nezha feels as though shackles within his heart have suddenly been released. His three-headed, eight-armed divine powers seem to have suddenly shed their restraints. At that very moment, atop Qiankun Mountain, the recently returned Taiyi Zhenren narrowed his eyes slightly. He gazed in the direction of Nezha's cave dwelling, first taken aback. But soon a look of joy blossomed on his face. He had actually attained enlightenment. Had even the restrictions on the three-headed, eight-armed form been lifted? He hurried back to the golden light cave, but chose not to disturb Nezha. Instead, he set up a formation before Nezha's cave. Jinxiao, remain here. Do not allow your senior brother to be disturbed. Upon hearing Taiyi Zhenren's words, Jinxiao set down the chess piece in her hand and swiftly approached Nezha's cave. She looked at Taiyi Zhenren in confusion. What is happening with senior brother? Taiyi Zhenren squinted his eyes, stroking his beard with a smile. Your senior brother has comprehended his own path. Should he manage to survive the tribulation, he is destined for sainthood. Jinxiao's face registered surprise. As expected of senior brother, Taiyi Zhenren laughed heartily and made his way back to his own cave. You shall guard this place. Disciple obeys. Jinxiao's expression turned solemn as she sat cross-legged before Nezha's cave. Meanwhile, Taiyi Zhenren returned to his cave, raised his hand, and a chessboard appeared before him. Without further contemplation, he placed a white piece upon it. The Fengshen tribulation can indeed be resolved. As soon as he spoke, the chessboard vanished, and Taiyi Zhenren raised his left hand to deduce once more. After a considerable time, a thoughtful look emerged in his eyes. The causality was complex, yet it was no longer a negative situation. At least, as Taiyi Zhenren's deductions deepened, his eyes grew increasingly bright. After a long while, his complexion had paled somewhat, yet a smile graced his lips. Although he still could not fully penetrate the mystery, he had discerned a trace to follow. With a flick of his hand, several magical artifacts appeared before him. Now that the three-headed, eight-armed form had been liberated, it was time to bestow these items upon him. Chapter 27. Three-headed, eight-armed. Taiyi bestows treasures. Nezha was unaware of how much time had passed. Throughout, he remained immersed in his own world, no longer merely contemplating the Taiyi Dao canon. He was now absorbed in the Dao itself. His understanding of the Dao had deepened significantly. It turned out that the innate Dao, the acquired Dao, and the left and right paths were all interconnected. Once the direction of the Dao was found, one could begin to grasp the laws. The laws were extensions of the Dao, embodying the left and right paths. However, I still have a long way to go to reach this point, at least for now. I am not capable of it. Nezha sighed softly in his heart. At that moment, he gradually opened his eyes. He had attained enlightenment. Although his cultivation had not elevated, his strength had completely surpassed his previous self. Even his physical form seemed to have grown significantly stronger. Was this the essence of the three-headed, eight-armed form? Let me give it a try. With a thought, Nezha's body suddenly transformed. The stature of a mere 3-year-old child surged upward, morphing into that of a youthful figure. Moreover, on either side of his head, 2 additional heads manifested in an instant, while his body sprouted 6 arms, culminating in a total of 8. As the form of the three-headed, eight-armed being emerged, Nezha underwent a profound transformation, both in temperament and presence. However, his green face and red hair bore a hint of ferocity. He burst forth from his cave, summoning the universe ring and the chaos silk, soaring to Qiankun Mountain, surveying his surroundings with exuberance. This was truly the Nezha I know. A surge of joy welled up within him as he contemplated testing his newfound strength. Just as he was about to cast a spell, the Master Taiyi appeared before him, scrutinizing Nezha with a smile that radiated satisfaction. Nezha, my disciple, this Qiankun Mountain cannot withstand your antics, he remarked. Nezha chuckled awkwardly and replied, Master, my three-headed, eight-armed form was unexpectedly unleashed, and I became somewhat overexcited. I hope you can forgive me, but please do not seal away my powers again. Master Taiyi shook his head gently, maintaining his smile. Your current understanding of the Dao indicates that your disposition has matured sufficiently to fully control this three-headed, eight-armed form. Thus, I have unsealed it. Rest assured, I shall not impose any further restrictions. However, while this form is indeed your innate divine ability, its usage is immensely taxing. It should not be wielded recklessly. Nezha felt a sense of relief wash over him, as he had indeed harbored some concern that the elder might impose a seal on his three-headed, eight-armed prowess. He was aware that with just the initial manifestation, he felt his strength had at least doubled. With further mastery, especially combined with the 72 earthly fiends techniques, he would only grow stronger. This sensation filled him with exhilaration. Master Taiyi, observing his disciple's reaction, nodded and said, "It is good that you understand. Come with me back to the cave. I have something for you." "Is it a treasure?" Nezha's eyes sparkled with excitement. Master Taiyi chuckled with mild exasperation, not glancing at Nezha, and in an instant, they returned to the golden light cave. Nezha followed him inside. Upon seeing the three-headed, eight-armed Nezha, Jinxia was initially startled, but then her expression shifted to one of intrigue. "Senior brother, how did you suddenly transform into this?" Nezha beamed with pride. "Isn't it impressive? This divine ability is called the three-headed, eight-armed form. It was previously sealed by Master, but has just now been released." Jinxia's eyes sparkled with envy. "I see. Master previously mentioned that you possess the potential of a sage. It appears you truly surpass me by a considerable margin." With a slight sigh, she added, "I wonder when I might attain such prowess as you." Feeling elated, Nezha patted Jinxia on the shoulder. "You are far more intelligent than I. Given some time, you will surely achieve it." He then glanced towards Master Taiyi's cave and made his way over. At this moment, Taiyi Zhenren had already settled into a meditative posture. Upon noticing Nezha's entrance, he cast a spell, establishing a barrier within the cave. Nezha, slightly taken aback, nevertheless seated himself before Taiyi Zhenren. Without further ado, Taiyi Zhenren waved his hand, and several magical artifacts materialized before them. These included a golden brick, 2 fire-pointed spears, a 9-dragon flame shield, and a pair of yin-yang swords. "You have now unlocked the powers of your 3 heads and 8 arms. However, the artifacts you possess, the universe circle and the heavenly silk, are insufficient. You may utilize these artifacts," he stated. Nezha's face instantly brightened with joy. "Are these truly for me, Master?" Taiyi Zhenren nodded with a smile. "Indeed. They have been prepared for you." Overwhelmed with delight, Nezha did not hesitate to grasp the artifacts. With the addition of the heavenly silk and the universe circle, he now possessed the necessary tools for his 8 arms. However, after holding them for a moment, Nezha felt somewhat uncomfortable. "Master, there are too many artifacts. Even with my 8 arms, it would be challenging to wield them all simultaneously," he remarked, looking expectantly at Taiyi Zhenren. He was aware that the elder held another technique, known as the Spirit Talisman Secret Art, which had previously been deemed suitable for his 3-headed, 8-armed abilities. Taiyi Zhenren cast another amused glance at Nezha. "Ah, you," he said, as he lightly touched Nezha's forehead with his whisk. "I intended to impart this Spirit Talisman Secret Art to you long ago. It is time for you to learn it now. This art will enable you to control unsupervised treasures of the world, summoning and dismissing them at will. Perfectly suited for you." Receiving the Spirit Talisman Secret Art, Nezha felt a profound sense of satisfaction. This acquisition was indeed substantial. However, mastering it would require some time. With this in mind, Nezha stored the artifacts away, and with a thought, his 3 heads and 8 arms vanished, reverting him to his youthful form. Taiyi Zhenren observed Nezha with increasing contentment, though his expression bore a hint of complexity, as if he were pondering something. After a brief moment, he closed his eyes, no longer gazing at Nezha. "Though you have now comprehended your own principles, you must continue to practice diligently. If there is nothing else, you may return." Nezha remained still, studying Taiyi Zhenren. After a moment of contemplation, he inquired, "Master, do you have something on your mind?" Initially, he had no intention of asking, for although hints had been provided in the life simulation, they lacked detail. Yet, he had clearly sensed that the elder seemed to harbor some thoughts. Upon hearing Nezha's question, Taiyi Zhenren opened his eyes, surprised. "Why do you ask?" Nezha scratched his head. "I noticed that you appeared to have something you wished to convey. I thought to inquire. If you prefer not to share, I shall not press further." Taiyi Zhenren chuckled softly at this. "There is no harm in revealing this matter to you now." Chapter 28. The variables and the speculation of the Master's teaching. Upon returning to his cave abode, Nezha stroked his chin, his mind swirling with uncertainty. Was the old man's concern truly about the Master imparting his teachings? Logically, this should be a fortuitous event. Why, then, did the old man appear so hesitant? Nezha furrowed his brow. Could it be that this was not a favorable development, or perhaps not advantageous for me? Otherwise, the elder would not exhibit such indecision. Nezha felt perplexed, yet the elder had not intended to elaborate further, merely advising him to prepare early for the journey to the Master at Kunlun Mountain's Yushu Palace. So be it, whether it was a blessing or a curse would be revealed in time. Dismissing further contemplation, Nezha settled into a meditative posture, ready to delve into the secrets of the Spirit Talisman mystique. At that moment, a familiar voice echoed in his mind. Your future has undergone slight alterations. Would you like to review it? Nezha's eyes sparkled with intrigue. It seemed the elder's concerns indeed lay within the realm of uncertainty. Let us see what this change entails. Meanwhile, within the cave of Taiyi Zhenren, the venerable master stood, his expression a tapestry of complexity. The master's teachings should be a joyous occasion. Should Nezha be able to attend, he would undoubtedly receive immense benefits. Yet, Taiyi Zhenren sighed softly. For no one understood Nezha's origins better than he did. The notion of the reincarnation of the spirit pearl referred to the primordial treasure pearl, which belonged to his own master, the Yuan Shi Tianzun. However, with the impending calamity of the Fengshen, even his master faced numerous adversaries lurking in the shadows. Nezha had already exhibited the potential of a saint. Should word of this spread, it could lead to dire consequences. Taiyi Zhenren's eyes narrowed with concern. So be it. He would seek his master's counsel when the time came. Simultaneously, within Nezha's cave, he was intently scrutinizing the information displayed on the luminous screen before him. At age 3, you were taken from the prison of Chentang Pass by Taiyi Zhenren to the Golden Light Cave on Qiankun Mountain, where your cultivation commenced. One day, Taiyi Zhenren returned with a child named Jinxia. You and Jinxia shared a profound affinity, cultivating together under Taiyi Zhenren's guidance. Day after day, you engaged in philosophical discussions, and eventually, through a serendipitous conversation with Jinxia, you realized your own path and embarked on the journey towards sainthood, thereby breaking the seal Taiyi Zhenren had placed upon you. You acquired the divine ability of 3 heads and 8 arms, elevating your power. Taiyi Zhenren was greatly pleased by this development and imparted several magical artifacts and the spirit talisman mystique. As you prepared to depart, you sensed the elder's preoccupation and inquired, learning that the master, Yuan Shi Tianzun, was soon to impart teachings, and Taiyi Zhenren wished to take you along. Half a month later, you and Taiyi Zhenren journeyed to the Yushu Palace on Kunlun Mountain. Upon arrival, you parted ways with Taiyi Zhenren and encountered numerous uncles and fellow disciples, yet you remained unfamiliar with them and did not engage extensively. For reasons unbeknownst to you, a sense of discomfort envelopes you within the confines of the Jade Void Palace. You seek your master, Taiyi Zhenren, yet he eludes your grasp. In this state of unease, you manifest the form of the 3-headed, 8-armed deity, only to be unexpectedly confronted by your uncle, Shang, who swiftly subdues you. Upon hearing the news, Taiyi Zhenren rushes to your aid, liberating you and providing a modicum of relief to your troubled spirit. However, as night descends, you sense an intangible force guiding you from the shadows. Upon arriving at the Jade Void Palace, you encounter an elderly figure. Is this the conclusion? Nezha muses while stroking his chin. It appears that little has altered. Could it be that my experiences at the Jade Void Palace will influence the uncertainties surrounding my eventual return to Chentang Pass? As Nezha ponders, he contemplates Shengongbao. As my uncle, how could he have chosen to suppress me? It seems there must exist some underlying enmity between them. Nezha silently commits the name Shengongbao to memory, vowing to exercise caution in his presence. Turning his gaze to the depths of the Jade Void Palace, he speculates that the elderly figure must be a person of considerable significance. Yet, who could it be? Nezha shakes his head slightly, unable to discern an answer in that moment. After all, with so many individuals present, anyone could hold such a position. Nevertheless, it is evident that the Jade Void Palace is entwined with his fate, for otherwise, he would not feel such discomfort and unease, nor would he sense this guiding influence. This, he surmises, is likely the reason the old man hesitated to divulge information earlier. It would be prudent to prepare in advance. With a sigh, Nezha reflects on his current abilities, noting that he was easily subdued, which suggests that many formidable entities reside within the Jade Void Palace, likely including others of the old man's caliber. He acknowledges his own weaknesses. This simulation has concluded. Your future has experienced slight variances. Yet whether these changes will alter your destiny remains uncertain. You are presented with 2 rewards to choose from. First, the insights gained from Jinxia Tongzi's cultivation. Second, the practical knowledge of talismanic techniques. Only 2 options. There is little deliberation necessary. Gazing at the rewards, Nezha feels no disappointment, for such rewards are inherently fortuitous, and having them is always beneficial. Moreover, the offerings are rather commendable, while the insights of Jinxia's cultivation are noteworthy. The knowledge of talismanic techniques is precisely what he currently requires, promising to save him considerable time. You truly understand me, recognizing my needs, Nezha muses internally, decisively making his choice. Before long, the wisdom of the talismanic techniques resonates within him. He once again transforms into the 3-headed, 8-armed form, retrieving all his implements and wielding them with newfound ease. markedly different from the initial struggle. After a brief period, Nezha withdraws his divine powers and glances at the luminous screen, only to find it devoid of activity. If his intuition serves him correctly, the next wave of change will likely stem from that elderly figure. Yet, what sort of change might that be? It is uncertain whether this is a blessing or a curse. Prior to this, I ought to enhance my cultivation. Should I ascend further within the realm of the golden immortals, I would gain additional security. Furthermore, there are certain divine abilities among the 72 techniques of the earthly fiends that merit further exploration. However, I must endeavor to keep this hidden from the old man. Contemplating this, Nezha's thoughts returned to the 72 techniques of the earthly fiends. Previously, I had mastered the techniques of transformation and vaporization, both of which are quite practical. I pondered whether there were other abilities to explore. Soon, all 72 divine techniques appeared in Nezha's mind. With a sense of confidence, he focused on two specific techniques: cloning and immobilization. The technique of cloning allows me to create an avatar indistinguishable from my true self. Meanwhile, the technique of immobilization can control the actions of others. While seemingly simple, it is indeed quite useful. Thus, I shall pursue these two techniques. Chapter 29. The Jade Void Palace, Shingongbao, Chentang Pass. Li Jing stood atop the city wall, his brow furrowed in concern. In recent days, Chentang Pass had become increasingly arid, and the citizens persistently reported the drying up of well water, which heightened Li Jing's unease. Proximate to the Eastern Sea, Chentang Pass had historically enjoyed the blessings of the Dragon King, resulting in years of favorable weather and never before experiencing the depletion of well water. Yet now such occurrences were rampant. My lord, at that moment, a soldier hurriedly approached Li Jing. More citizens have reported that their wells can no longer yield water. My subordinates have dispatched personnel to investigate, and nearby rivers are nearly dry. Not only are the people suffering from a lack of water, but crops are also adversely affected. If this continues, this year we may face a total harvest failure. Li Jing waved his hand, his voice tinged with fatigue. I understand. Instruct more personnel to seek out distant water sources. Yes, my lord. The soldier hesitated for a moment before retreating. Li Jing continued to gaze towards the Eastern Sea, fully aware that all of this must be connected to the Dragon Palace. Meanwhile, in the palace of Ao Bing, his injuries had substantially healed, yet his complexion remained pallid. Leaning against a crystal seat, he was met with a look of smug satisfaction from the Yaksha below. Your Highness, in just a few days, Chentang Pass will be utterly devoid of water. At that time, Li Jing will undoubtedly come to seek our assistance. Ao Bing scoffed. Those who dare to offend the Dragon Palace of the Eastern Sea must pay the price. But what of Nezha? Has there been any news of him? After a moment of contemplation, Ao Bing confirmed Nezha's name as the only piece of information he had acquired lately. The Yaksha, somewhat apprehensive, shook his head. I previously heard that Nezha was imprisoned by Li Jing, and later that he was taken away by an immortal. I cannot ascertain the truth of these rumors. However, rest assured, Your Highness, once we cut off the water supply to Chentang Pass, Li Jing will inevitably come to us for help. Now, His Majesty is already aware of the previous events and has tacitly accepted the situation. With His Majesty backing us, even if that Nezha possesses formidable abilities, his life may soon be in jeopardy. This, of course, is well understood by the Crown Prince. However, at this moment, Ao Bing furrowed his brow, displaying a hint of displeasure on his face. The Crown Prince has already lost face in front of the king, and in the future, he shall undoubtedly be ridiculed by his other brothers. If Nezha's life is not taken, the Crown Prince's resentment shall persist. Time in the mountains is not measured in years. A month has swiftly passed. During this time, Nezha has remained immersed in the cultivation of his divine powers, making the passage of time feel fleeting. In the blink of an eye, it is already time to embark on the journey to Yushu Cave. Outside of Jingguang Cave, Taiyi Zhenren stands alongside Nezha. While Jin Xia bows respectfully nearby, Taiyi Zhenren addresses Jin Xia, saying, Jin Xia, this time, your senior brother and I will be venturing out. I entrust Jingguang Cave to your care. Do not neglect your own cultivation. Jin Xia nods in understanding, though her gaze towards Nezha reveals a hint of envy. Nezha responds with a smile. Junior brother, when I return, I shall bring you some delightful treasures. Only then does Jin Xia break into a smile. Remember this, junior brother. She adds. Taiyi Zhenren, wearing a gentle smile, says no more, and with Nezha, they soar into the clouds, swiftly arriving outside of Qiankun Mountain. Nezha, during your visit to Yushu Palace, you must exercise caution in your speech and actions, and refrain from displaying your powers excessively in front of others. Do you understand? Nezha nods and replies, Disciple understands. The prior life simulation has already provided him with a warning. This journey to Yushu Palace is far more complex than it appears. Thus, he comprehends the old man's advice. The month he spent delving into divine powers was meant to ensure greater security for this trip to Yushu Palace. Satisfied by Nezha's nod, Taiyi Zhenren accelerates their flight. In just a day, the two arrive near Kunlun Mountain. Upon reaching this location, Taiyi Zhenren slows his pace. Here lies Kunlun Mountain, where your ancestral master's Yushu Palace resides at its summit. Once we enter Yushu Palace, I must attend to other matters. Master, you will not accompany me? Nezha inquires, glancing at Taiyi Zhenren. Although he was already aware that they would part ways upon arriving here, curiosity still tugs at him. Taiyi Zhenren nods, saying, I have other tasks to attend to this time. I shall seek you out later. Do you remember what I told you before? Nezha affirms, Disciple will certainly not cause you any trouble. Just then, a streak of light approaches from a distance, halting before the two. It is the senior brother, a middle-aged Taoist dressed in black with 2 wisps of facial hair, who smiles at Taiyi Zhenren. A flicker of displeasure crosses Taiyi Zhenren's eyes. Yet he forces a smile and responds, So, junior brother has also come this time? With the master imparting teachings, as a disciple, I naturally cannot miss it. The middle-aged Taoist replies with a shrug, his gaze falling upon Nezha. Is this child truly Nezha? Before Taiyi Zhenren could respond, the middle-aged Taoist had already appeared before Nezha in a flash. Instinctively, Nezha took a step back, simultaneously preparing to summon the Qiankun circle, but Taiyi Zhenren swiftly shielded him. The middle-aged Taoist scrutinized Nezha before chuckling. I am your uncle, Shengongbao. There is no need for you to be anxious. At such a young age, you have already attained the cultivation of a golden immortal. My dear brother, what great fortune you possess. With that, he turned away and departed without casting another glance at Nezha. Taiyi Zhenren let out a cold snort, his brow furrowing slightly. He had not anticipated Shengongbao's arrival, which only heightened his unease. After a moment, he turned his gaze to Nezha. Nezha, upon entering the Yushu Palace, be particularly cautious of this individual. I have always been at odds with him, and as my disciple, you may find yourself in a bit of trouble should you encounter him. Nezha nodded slightly, etching Shengongbao's likeness deeply into his memory as he watched the figure fade into the distance. Taiyi Zhenren said nothing further and led Nezha to the summit of Kunlun Mountain, where soon, Nezha beheld a magnificent palace. Pavilions and towers adorned the landscape. Ethereal melodies floated through the air, and celestial cranes occasionally took flight amidst the resplendent glow of dawn. In comparison, the Golden Light Cave seemed rather shabby. Even Nezha found himself momentarily speechless. Unable to contain himself, Nezha exclaimed, Master, when will your Golden Light Cave ever resemble this? Taiyi Zhenren replied with a wry smile. I lack such capability. As they conversed, a young attendant from Yushu Palace approached and, upon recognizing Taiyi Zhenren, displayed a demeanor of increased reverence. I have met the true one and my elder brother Nezha. The attendant offered a slight bow to both Taiyi Zhenren and Nezha. Nezha was taken aback, somewhat astonished that the attendant recognized him. Taiyi Zhenren chuckled, explaining, This attendant was crafted by your ancestral master, hence he is aware of your identity. Not human. Nezha was even more surprised. Taiyi Zhenren nodded slightly, and then turned to the attendant. Is the master present? The attendant confirmed, the celestial sovereign is currently in the palace. Upon hearing this, Taiyi Zhenren's expression grew serious. He looked at Nezha once more, reiterating, Remember what I have said. I will remember, master. Nezha nodded again, feeling a tightening in his chest, for the elder seemed genuinely anxious. As he raised his head, however, the elder had vanished from sight. The attendant then beckoned to Nezha. Please follow me. Chapter 30. Portraits and Precious Orbs. Nezha accompanied the attendant into Yushu Palace. The deeper they ventured, the more astonished Nezha became. His curiosity piqued. What extraordinary abilities must his ancestral master possess to have established such a magnificent palace? As Nezha traversed his path, he encountered numerous individuals, each accompanied by a youth who bore an uncanny resemblance to the others. Many of these figures appeared to be elderly, and each imparted upon Nezha an ineffable sense of depth and mystery. I am still too weak, Nezha could not help but lament. The earlier encounter with Shengongbao had already instilled a sense of threat within him. Now, as he progressed, he found that nearly every senior figure he came across was remarkably formidable. Master, what level of cultivation do you possess? Nezha inquired of the youth with curiosity. The youth's expression remained indifferent. The celestial venerable is one of the few innate saints in existence. Such matters should not be discussed lightly. Nezha merely shrugged, refraining from further questioning. Innate saint? He pondered internally. Is that akin to the realm of the Hunyuan Daoyujingxian, or even more powerful? Contemplating this, Nezha felt a tightening in his chest. Though unafraid, he was once again reminded of his own insignificance. Shortly thereafter, Nezha followed the youth to a royal palace. This shall be your residence during your stay. 7 days hence, the celestial venerable shall impart teachings. Do not miss this opportunity. Another 7 days? Nezha thought, feeling exasperated. Upon regaining his focus, he noticed that the youth had already departed. He shrugged and surveyed his surroundings. According to his life simulation, he should have felt discomfort and unease upon arriving here, yet he felt none of those sensations, which perplexed him. After a moment of contemplation, he found no satisfactory explanation, so he stepped directly into the palace. At that moment, his brow furrowed slightly as he sensed an unusual feeling. In the depths of the Yushu Palace, a grand hall awaited. Taiyi Zhenren stood respectfully before the hall. Disciple Taiyi, here to pay my respects. Enter. The voice echoed, causing Taiyi Zhenren to tense slightly. He gazed at the open door, took a deep breath, and proceeded inside. The hall was empty, yet Taiyi Zhenren maintained an expression of reverence as he slowly knelt down. As he did so, the doors of the hall closed once more. What brings you here? Taiyi Zhenren replied respectfully. I have come concerning my disciple, Nezha. I have previously divined that, despite the trials he faces, he shall ultimately attain enlightenment. However, with the variables now increasing and at merely 3 years of age, he already possesses the potential of a saint and has gained profound understanding. I am concerned that other unforeseen circumstances may arise. All is predetermined by heaven, came the voice, devoid of discernible emotion. The calamities are imminent. Taiyi Zhenren remained undeterred. The voice resonated again, seemingly contemplative. What do you wish to propose? After a moment of silence, Taiyi Zhenren responded, I beseech my master to impart teachings to Nezha. At that moment, a figure appeared before Taiyi Zhenren, gazing intently at him and sighing softly. Nezha is indeed the reincarnation of the Hunyuan Baozhu, intrinsically linked to my essence. If you do not bring him to the Jade Void Palace after 7 days, this deity will sever the cause and effect, and he shall be safe and sound. The true man of Taiyi shook his head and replied, Disciple understands. However, now that Nezha possesses the potential of a sage, I find it difficult to bear. His figure sighed once more. Do you wish to create another sage? How can you withstand such cause and effect? The true man of Taiyi, seemingly resolute, declared, My master, on that day, entrusted the sentient primordial pearl to me precisely so that I could navigate through the tribulations to come. If Nezha's entire trajectory is under my control, I would not have come here, but the path to sagehood is fraught with challenges. If Nezha truly can reach that pinnacle, then my minor tribulation is hardly worth mentioning. The figure fell silent as he gazed upon the true man of Taiyi, who remained kneeling on the ground. After a long while, the figure finally spoke again, Very well. Since you have made up your mind, I shall grant you your wish. Yet, the path to becoming a sage is exceedingly arduous, with numerous causes and effects deepening. And in the future, you will no longer have the ability to intervene. Understood. The true man of Taiyi's expression was resolute. Leave your life essence behind. The figure sighed softly. A complexity emerged in the eyes of the true man of Taiyi. Thank you, master. At this moment, Nezha lingered within the palace. His brow furrowed as he surveyed the desolate surroundings. Upon entering this palace, he felt as though something had grasped his heart, leaving him quite uncomfortable. He attempted to leave, but the sensation persisted even outside, refusing to dissipate. I had prepared for this, yet I still feel this way? Nezha mused, somewhat vexed. According to his previous life simulations, if he remained in such a state, he would eventually be unable to restrain himself and would be subdued by Shingongbao, who harbored ill intentions. For the time being, it would be best to stay here and refrain from venturing out. However, 7 days felt rather lengthy. Nezha suppressed his discomfort, stroked his chin, and pondered for a moment before sitting cross-legged to attempt calming his mind. With his eyes closed, he soon fell into a trance, yet at the same time, a peculiar vision unfolded in his mind. He beheld Chentang pass, his mother, and Li Jing. Nezha wished to open his eyes, but found himself unable to do so. Moments later, he saw his master, the true man of Taiyi. What is this? Nezha wondered inwardly. He observed the old man standing atop the general's residence, holding a red pearl. As the old man performed his incantation, the red pearl transformed into a stream of light that surged into the general's residence, ultimately entering his mother's womb. Nezha's spirit trembled. The old man had mentioned, I am the reincarnation of the spiritual pearl. Could it be that the pearl was indeed that very jewel? And was my reincarnation facilitated by the old man? In that instant, Nezha abruptly opened his eyes, instinctively turning to gaze at a portrait behind him. Within the entire palace, apart from a few essentials for his existence, there was only this portrait, which he had previously overlooked. Nezha's gaze was fixed intently upon the image. Although the figure's features were indistinct, it clutched a crimson orb in its hand. If his eyes did not deceive him, the orb depicted in the painting was indeed the same as the one held by the old man. Nezha furrowed his brow. Perhaps it is this jade void palace that instills a sense of unease within me. But if I truly am the reincarnation of that orb, then who is he? Gazing at the portrait, Nezha fell into contemplation. The presence of this portrait in the jade void palace could only be attributed to the Grandmaster. Thus, what connection do I have with him? This disquiet may not stem from the jade void palace, but rather from him. Am I frightened? Chapter 31. The Elder of Flower Cultivation, invited by Shun Gongbao. The moment this thought emerged, Nezha swiftly dismissed it. Since his birth, he had feared neither heaven nor earth. How could he possibly be afraid now? This was merely an illusion. With his eyes slightly narrowed, Nezha abruptly stood up. He chose not to glance at the painting again. Yet the scene continued to flash in his mind, increasing his agitation. From whence does this unease arise? Why did such feelings manifest upon my arrival here? Could it be that someone wishes to harm me? Nezha suppressed his annoyance and pondered deeply. However, he soon rejected this notion. If someone truly intended to harm him, the old man would not have brought him here. One thing was certain. The old man must possess some knowledge regarding this matter. Otherwise, he would not have repeatedly cautioned him from the outset. Is it related to him? Nezha could not help but cast another glance at the portrait, eventually retracting his gaze after a prolonged moment. Enough of this. I shall vacate this cursed place and venture outside. Though discomfort may still linger in the open air, it cannot compare to the stifling atmosphere within these walls. Without further deliberation, Nezha exited the palace once more. As expected, the discomfort persisted, leaving him with a sense of unease. According to his life simulation, he would likely lose control in such circumstances. He had initially intended to avoid this through meditation. Yet that now seemed impossible. The moment he sought tranquility, the image would resurface, rendering a state of mental clarity unattainable. Nezha felt a wave of frustration wash over him. Is there truly no escape? Must I indeed be subdued by Shang Gongbao? Although the old man would come to my rescue, it would still be humiliating. With his head hung low, Nezha pondered his predicament. What shall I do now? At that moment, a voice interjected. Are you troubled, young friend? Nezha looked up to see an elderly man, scissors in hand, tending to the flowers and plants. Nezha was taken aback. He had no recollection of anyone being present here before. However, preoccupied with his own thoughts, he did not dwell on it further. You may not comprehend my words, Nezha remarked, gesturing dismissively, his gaze wandering aimlessly around him, uncertain of his next move. At that moment, the old man chuckled and said, Since there is naught to occupy your time, why not share your thoughts with me? Perhaps I can alleviate your burdens. Nezha scrutinized the elder, attempting to discern his true nature, yet found himself at a loss. After a brief hesitation, he replied, You are merely an old man tending to flowers. What wisdom could you possibly possess? With a pair of shears in hand, the elder responded with a smile. I often hear the disciples of the Yushu Palace engage in philosophical discourse. Thus, I have gleaned some understanding. Nezha approached, recalling the reminder from his life simulation that he would encounter an old man. Could this be him? Yet, according to the timeline, it seemed premature. His brow furrowed slightly. Nonetheless, being within the esteemed Yushu Palace, even if he were merely a gardener, he must possess some depth of character. Perhaps he could indeed offer me enlightenment, he pondered. With that thought in mind, Nezha confessed, Elder, I find myself troubled by certain matters. The old man paused his work and turned his attention to Nezha, who appeared distressed. However, I do not know where to begin, he admitted, reluctant to divulge his troubles. The elder chuckled softly and replied, If you are unsure where to start, why burden yourself with contemplation? It is merely unnecessary worry. Nezha was taken aback. The elder continued, gazing down at the neatly trimmed plants before him. Just as these plants shed their unnecessary branches, so too can one sever their worries. Sever? Nezha questioned, perplexed. Plants are plants. But how can one simply cut away their human troubles? If you cease to dwell on them, they will naturally fade away, the elder stated calmly. Cease to dwell? Nezha furrowed his brow, lost in thought. Moments later, when he finally regained his focus, the old man had vanished without a trace. This elder is indeed extraordinary. Was he truly the one? Nezha scanned the surroundings, but the old man's figure was nowhere to be found. With a soft sigh, he acknowledged his lingering confusion. Alas, it seems I must rely on myself. At that moment, Nezha's thoughts turned resolute. After a moment's hesitation, he returned to the palace, determined to seek tranquility within himself. A day passed, yet Nezha felt disheartened. The unrest within him intensified, even giving rise to an inexplicable resentment. He struggled to suppress this feeling. yet it left him feeling profoundly unsettled. He stepped out of the palace once more. To his surprise, the old man, the gardener, had returned. Nezha approached him and greeted him. "Elder, did we not just trim these yesterday?" The elder glanced at Nezha but did not respond. Instead, he smiled and inquired, "Have you come to a realization, my young friend?" Nezha shook his head, his heart heavy with frustration. "No, I cannot achieve that." The elder chuckled once more. "It appears you still do not comprehend." Nezha felt a wave of frustration wash over him. "Am I truly so foolish?" The elder shook his head. "You have merely forgotten your own path." "Path? What does this path have to do with anything?" Nezha inquired, his confusion evident. He wished to ask further, but, as expected, the elder vanished into thin air once again. Nezha scratched his head, hesitated for a moment, and then bowed in the direction where the elder had stood. The notion of a path lingered in his mind. After the bow, he plopped down onto the ground, resting his chin on his hands, deep in thought. My path has long been clear. Yet, just then, a figure floated towards him from the distance, interrupting his contemplation. It was the disciple from Yushu Palace. "Senior brother Nezha. Master Shingwobeo requests your presence for a discussion." Nezha furrowed his brow. "Shingwobeo has taken the initiative to seek me out? What does Master Shingwobeo wish to discuss?" The disciple replied nonchalantly, "You will know once you arrive." Nezha rose to his feet. Knowing that Shingwobeo had a contentious relationship with the elder, he could surmise that this visit was unlikely to bear good tidings. His mind was already troubled, and an uneasy feeling persisted within him. Given that Shingwobeo was a potential source of concern, it seemed ill-advised to meet with him now. Moreover, he sensed that Shingwobeo harbored ill intentions. "Inform Master Shingwobeo that I am at a critical juncture in my training and cannot attend." After speaking, Nezha strode directly into his palace, disregarding the disciple entirely. Moments later, the disciple arrived at Shingwobeo's palace. Upon seeing the solitary disciple, a flicker of displeasure crossed Shingwobeo's eyes. The disciple stated calmly, "Senior brother Nezha said that he is currently at a crucial stage of his training and is unable to come." Shingwobeo sneered. "Just as I suspected. He is cut from the same cloth as Taiyi. Go back and tell him that I have urgent matters to discuss with him." "Urgent matters?" Nezha regarded the disciple before him, increasingly convinced that Shingwobeo's motives were dubious. The disciple nodded, maintaining his composure. "That is precisely what Master Shingwobeo conveyed." Nezha contemplated for a moment and waved his hand again. "I am at a critical juncture in my training and cannot go." Chapter 32. Do you think you can teach me? After the disciple departed, Nezha furrowed his brow once more. It was not that he feared Shingwobeo. Before parting ways with the elder, he had been repeatedly cautioned, and in the life simulation, he had been suppressed by Shingwobeo once, making Shingwobeo's attitude toward him quite clear. He would not be foolish enough to walk into a trap willingly. Moments later, at Shingwobeo's location, he observed the disciple arriving alone once more, his displeasure growing. "I shall see for myself whether he is genuinely at a critical juncture in his training or simply unwilling to come." With that, Shingwobeo rose and, in an instant, transformed into a streak of light, vanishing from sight. In the blink of an eye, Shingongbao had appeared before Nezha's palace. Observing the tightly shut gates, he let out a cold laugh and proclaimed, "Nezha, my dear disciple, I have extended my invitations repeatedly, yet you persist in declining. Do you truly hold me, your esteemed uncle, in such low regard?" Inside the palace, Nezha opened his eyes, annoyance flickering within him. Just as he had begun to find a moment of tranquility, Shingongbao had the audacity to come knocking. "If you do not emerge, I shall have to enter." Shingongbao's voice echoed once more. Upon hearing this, Nezha hesitated no longer and charged out of the palace. Fixing his gaze upon Shingongbao, who floated in the air, he coldly inquired, "What business brings my uncle to seek me?" Shingongbao regarded Nezha with a smirk that lacked genuine warmth. "Since you are aware of my identity as your uncle, why do you repeatedly spurn my invitations?" Nezha responded nonchalantly, "I previously mentioned that a young disciple had visited, and I conveyed that I am in the midst of crucial training and cannot attend. Is your purpose here to hold me accountable for this?" Shingongbao scrutinized Nezha, stroking his beard in astonishment. Though Nezha was merely 3 years old, he exhibited the intellect of an adult. It seemed he was indeed the reincarnation of the Lingzhu, transformed from the Hunyuan Baozhu. "Let me test him further." Shingongbao sneered. "I merely wish to ascertain the depth of your cultivation. Moreover, since you refer to me as your uncle, is it not fitting for me to lend you a hand?" With that, Shingongbao unleashed a spell, summoning an immense net that descended upon Nezha, intent on ensnaring him. Nezha's eyelids twitched as he swiftly reacted, darting out of the net's path. He had not anticipated that Shingongbao would dare to take action. Merely an ordinary golden immortal, Shingongbao scoffed, yet he felt a twinge of surprise. How had Nezha cultivated to such an extent? Although a reincarnation of the Lingzhu would inherently possess an immortal body, achieving the golden immortal realm was no trivial feat. Did that old fellow Taiyi truly conceal his teachings so well? As the net loomed closer, Nezha concentrated, summoning his avatar in an instant. With two figures splitting off to the left and right. An avatar? Shen Gongbao's eyes narrowed. My senior brother is indeed generous. To have even imparted the earthly fiend technique to you. As the net descended, it ensnared one of the Nezha figures. Here I am, the other Nezha exclaimed. Hovering in the air, his gaze fixed upon Shen Gongbao, fury igniting within him. Clad in the Hunyuan silk and wielding the Qiankun circle, he struck before Shen Gongbao could react, while simultaneously ensnaring him with the Hunyuan silk. Shen Gongbao, however, erupted into laughter. How amusing! In the next moment, he transformed into a wisp of black smoke within the confines of the Hunyuan silk, reappearing behind Nezha. Reveal your true abilities. Let your uncle witness your prowess. Nezha's anger surged further, his thoughts racing through his mind. Although Sh and Jiangbo's abilities had not been fully comprehended, some understanding had been gleaned. In terms of realms, he undoubtedly surpassed him by a significant margin, being the senior disciple of the elder. Yet, it was evident to him that Sh and Jiangbo did not dare to take his life. It was merely a game for the moment. While this only added to his frustration, it also presented an opportunity. Let me show you once more. With a swift movement, NZH distanced himself from Sh and Jiangbo and summoned his avatars. Not just one, but several. These avatars simultaneously charged towards Sh and Jiangbo, while his original form transformed into a tiny flying insect, approaching the foe alongside the avatars. However, before he could draw near, Sh and Jiangbo seemed to have anticipated his actions, raising his hand to swat the insect form of Indich away, causing a tumultuous upheaval in his chest. His transformation technique was directly thwarted. This marked his inaugural attempt at using the technique in battle, yet he lacked experience. Should he resort to the 3 heads and 8 arms? In the simulation of life, it was precisely after employing the 3 heads and 8 arms that Sh and Jiangbo had subdued him. Although the timing was not quite right, Sh and Jiangbo's arrival had already introduced variables. Nevertheless, NZH fixed his gaze firmly on Sh and Jiangbo, a profound unease brewing within him. As he engaged with Sh and Jiangbo, his inability to restrain himself intensified, teetering on the brink of madness. It felt as though an inexplicable fire of rage had ignited within him, causing great discomfort. Yet, this state of passivity was utterly unsatisfactory. Although Sh and Jiangbo was no novice, and he was not yet his match, enduring this kind of frustration was simply not in NZH's nature. Thus, he resolved to fight once more. Did the esteemed Taiyi Shixiang teach you these lessons? Sh and Jiangbo disregarded NZH's glare, slowly approaching him. In that case, today, I shall instruct you on the importance of respecting one's teacher. Respecting one's teacher? NZH wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. In the next moment, his body began to transform. Simultaneously, a sudden realization struck him. The words spoken by the elder before now resonated with profound clarity. His path had long been established. All that remained was to follow his heart. As for the consequences, they would be determined in due course. He fixed his eyes on Sh and Jiangbo. You? Attempting to teach me? With that declaration, the winds shifted ominously. Even the Jade Void Palace was shrouded in a veil of gloom in an instant. Concurrently, NZH had assumed the form of the 3 heads and 8 arms. With numerous magical artifacts grasped firmly in his hands, he refrained from further words, charging directly at Sh and Jiangbo. Even at that moment, he sensed his will gradually slipping from his control. Furthermore, a distant voice seemed to call out to him. Yet, he could no longer afford to heed such distractions. His focus was solely on Sh and Jiangbo, with a singular thought consuming his mind: to kill, to slay Sh and Jiangbo. At this moment, Shen Gongbao had lost his previous nonchalance. Although his abilities far surpassed those of Nezha, the sight of Nezha's 3 heads and 8 arms sent a shiver down his spine. 3 heads and 6 arms. No, it was actually this formidable 3-headed, 8-armed manifestation. It appeared my conjecture was indeed correct. Shen Gongbao's expression grew more serious as he raised his hand again, revealing a pearl. Heaven-opening pearl, go! The pearl transformed into a stream of light, colliding directly with Nezha. Yet, given Nezha's 3-headed, 8-armed form and myriad magical artifacts, how could a single heaven-opening pearl possibly withstand him? I am curious to see just how formidable you truly are. Chapter 33. The protective Taiyi Zhenren. At that moment, a sharp voice rang out. Shen Gongbao, you have gone too far. Taiyi Zhenren, appearing unexpectedly, glared at Shun Gongbao, his feather duster striking down upon the golden light mark. Break! The golden light mark shattered with a resounding crash, causing Shun Gongbao to be hurled backward, his complexion turning pale as a sheet. Taiyi Shixiang possesses impressive combat skills. Regaining his footing, Shun Gongbao wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, glaring at Taiyi Zhenren, his eyes filled with trepidation. He was painfully aware that he was no match for Taiyi Zhenren. Without acknowledging Shun Gongbao, Taiyi Zhenren's gaze turned to Nezha, who, with reddened eyes, exhibited signs of losing control, igniting a spark of anger within him. Seeing Nezha about to charge at Shun Gongbao, Taiyi Zhenren directly intercepted him, placing his hand upon Nezha's forehead. Nezha's body froze, his gaze becoming vacant. In that instant, he finally regained his senses. Master, however, before Nezha could utter another word, he was engulfed by a wave of faintness. Rest well, leave the rest to me, Taiyi Zhenren declared, and Nezha's three-headed, eight-armed form dissipated, reverting to that of a child. Taiyi Zhenren cradled Nezha in his arms before turning his attention back to Shun Gongbao. Shun Gongbao, I regard you as a registered disciple of my master and do not wish to hold this against you. Yet, you dare to lay hands upon my disciple? Do you truly believe I, Taiyi, am so easily bullied? Though known for his good temper, Taiyi Zhenren was equally renowned for his protective nature. How could he tolerate Shun Gongbao taking advantage of his absence to bully his own kin? Shun Gongbao, with a fake smile, retorted, I was merely assisting Shixiang in educating his disciple. Besides, your disciple harbors a demonic form. Within the confines of Yushu Palace, Shun Gongbao's eyes gleamed with mockery. Further emphasizing his own status, Taiyi Zhenren narrowed his eyes slightly. He ceased to engage in idle chatter with Shun Gongbao and stepped forward, appearing directly before him. Today, I shall discipline you on behalf of our master. To dare target your own nephew in the presence of our master within Yushu Palace is an affront that cannot be overlooked. Subdue. Taiyi Zhenren formed a seal with his hands, his body enveloped in brilliant golden light, evidently preparing to return the favor with Shun Gongbao's own methods. As his magical seal descended, Shun Gongbao's complexion changed drastically. How dare you? What is there to fear? Taiyi Zhenren replied, his expression unwavering, as he once again struck down toward Shun Gongbao. Instantly, Shun Gongbao spat out a mouthful of blood, his face paling further under the weight of the spell. Taiyi, do you truly dare to kill me? Taiyi Zhenren replied coolly, you are merely a named disciple, yet you display such arrogance. Even if I do not slay you, I shall strip you of your cultivation. His discontent with Shun Gongbao had long been established. Were it not for the fact that Shun Gongbao was a recognized disciple of their master and could be considered his junior, he would have disposed of him long ago. Shun Gongbao, in a state of panic, cried out, Taiyi, I was wrong. I truly was wrong. I shall never dare again. At that moment, a voice emanated from deep within the Yushu Palace. Since your junior has acknowledged his mistake, there is no need for further hostility. As the voice faded, Taiyi Zhenren's magical seal dissipated. Shun Gongbao was instantly overjoyed. Thank you, master. Taiyi Zhenren gazed toward the depths of Yushu Palace, remaining silent. The voice spoke again, Shun Gongbao. Your disrespect towards your elders is intolerable. Leave Yushu Palace at once. Shun Gongbao's expression froze. Master, at that moment, two attendants flew in. Uncle Shun, please descend the mountain. Only then did Shun Gongbao cast a glance at Taiyi Zhenren, his eyes now filled with a hint of coldness. Taiyi Zhenren furrowed his brow slightly, but ultimately restrained himself. He then surveyed the surroundings, noticing that the eyes that had been watching from the shadows had all vanished at that moment. Yet, this only deepened his unease. It cannot be concealed any longer. Ignoring Shun Gongbao, Taiyi Zhenren turned his attention to the still sleeping Nezha in his arms, a touch of tenderness crossing his face. He sighed softly, and then carried Nezha into the palace. Once inside, Taiyi Zhenren cast a spell to establish a barrier before gently placing Nezha onto the bed. He swept his whisk over Nezha, ensuring there were no issues before finally feeling a slight sense of relief. Had I been any later, a wave of fear washed over Taiyi Zhenren. He had not anticipated Shun Gongbao would dare to act so boldly within Yushu Palace. But what had prompted such a sudden change? Taiyi Zhenren observed Nezha, recalling the fierce demeanor he had witnessed earlier, yet he could not fathom the reason. It seemed as if Nezha had been robbed of his senses. But now, nothing appeared amiss. Could it truly be due to the 3 heads and 8 arms? However, Taiyi Zhenren quickly dismissed this notion. The 3 heads and 8 arms were Nezha's innate divine abilities. While they did carry certain side effects, they would not directly render him senseless and uncontrollable. There was undoubtedly something amiss. At that moment, Nezha slowly opened his eyes. Upon seeing Taiyi Zhenren, a pang of guilt washed over him. Master, I have disappointed you. Disappointed? Whatever do you mean? Taiyi Zhenren replied, astonished. Nezha sat up, scratching his head, and said, before you departed, you repeatedly admonished your disciple, yet I still engaged in a duel with that Xinguang leopard. As he spoke, a surge of anger welled up within Nezha. The audacity of that Xinguang leopard was truly intolerable. Master Taiyi sighed upon hearing this, saying, this matter is of no consequence. You need not blame yourself. It is I who failed to consider the situation thoroughly, nearly leading to a grave error. Nezha, puzzled, inquired, how is that so? Master Taiyi chuckled, shaking his head. That event has passed. It is best not to dwell upon it. He then turned his gaze to Nezha. Do you experience any discomfort in your body? Nezha paused, instinctively falling silent. He hesitated, uncertain if he should confide in the elder. After all, the visions that haunted his mind were related to him. Although he had learned to disregard them, he still felt a surge of murderous intent arise within him when he unleashed his three-headed, eight-armed form. With this thought, Nezha finally looked up at Master Taiyi. Master, am I truly the reincarnation of the spirit pearl? Master Taiyi smiled in silent acknowledgement. Indeed. Is that not the essence of this object? Nezha pointed to the painting. Master Taiyi was momentarily taken aback, falling into silence. After a brief pause, he regarded Nezha and asked, what have you perceived? Nezha stood, expressing his complex feelings. Upon arriving here, I felt an unsettling anxiety that troubled me. In my attempts to calm my mind, I was plagued by the same dream, preventing me from achieving tranquility. That dream depicted you placing the spirit pearl within my mother. Nezha looked at Master Taiyi. After a moment of contemplation, Master Taiyi replied, since you are already aware, I shall not conceal the truth from you. It is indeed so. Nezha nodded slightly. Do you not wish to know the reasons behind this? Master Taiyi queried, somewhat surprised. Nezha shook his head, saying, I only seek the truth. Now that I am informed, further inquiry serves no purpose. Moreover, I trust that you would not harm me. With that, Nezha's expression grew resolute. I am naturally bound by fate, yet even if the future seems predetermined, I shall endeavor to alter it. This, too, is my path, following my heart and instincts. No one shall interfere. Chapter 34. Learning the powerful technique from the painting. Master Taiyi's eyes narrowed slightly. Observing Nezha's current demeanor, he eventually stroked his beard and smiled. With such thoughts in your heart, I can rest easy. In that case, today I shall bestow upon you another technique. This technique is called the method of concealment and manifestation. Though it may seem ordinary, it will greatly benefit your three-headed, eight-armed form. Nezha expressed his gratitude to Master Taiyi. Filled with surprise, without hesitation, Master Taiyi directly imparted this method to Nezha. After the transmission of teachings was completed, Taiyi Zhenren remarked, while your cultivation level is commendable, your proficiency in the application of divine arts remains somewhat lacking. You must diligently practice in the days to come. With your abilities, you should not have been so thoroughly overwhelmed by Shengongbao. Nezha, puzzled, inquired, what level of cultivation does Shengongbao possess? Taiyi Zhenren replied nonchalantly. His cultivation is not particularly high. He is merely a named disciple of your master. Today, I have already taught him a lesson on your behalf, and he has since been expelled from the Yushu Palace by your master. There is no need for you to be overly concerned. Understood, Nezha nodded lightly, though a slight furrow appeared on his brow, which he quickly concealed. Taiyi Zhenren, oblivious to this, continued, since you are unharmed, you may practice within the palace. In a few days, your master will impart further teachings, and I shall return to summon you. Nezha responded. This opportunity is perfect for me to delve into the art of concealment and revelation. Observing Nezha's determination, Taiyi Zhenren chose not to say more and exited the palace. Once the door closed, however, Nezha did not engage in practice. Instead, he approached the painting. The unsettling feeling that had plagued him had diminished significantly. Yet, moments ago, it seemed as if someone had called to him from within the artwork. Contemplating the painting, Nezha stroked his chin. According to the simulation of life, there appeared to be no issues. The only notable difference was the occurrence of events a few days earlier and the old man imparting another technique to him. It seemed that changes were indeed beginning to unfold. With this thought, Nezha reached out to touch the painting, but felt no other sensations. Could it be merely an illusion? He pondered. After a thorough examination and confirming the absence of that peculiar feeling, he decided to abandon the notion. If someone truly seeks me, they will surely manifest again. Retracting his gaze from the painting, Nezha found a quiet spot to sit cross-legged and commenced his practice of the concealment and revelation technique. In the blink of an eye, 2 days had swiftly passed. Thanks to Taiyi Zhenren's visit, no one had come to disturb Nezha during this time. He practiced quietly within the palace for 2 days, during which he had mastered the art of concealment and revelation. This technique was not particularly difficult, It served as an auxiliary method for his three-headed, eight-armed form, allowing him to wield it with greater ease while also helping to mitigate the impacts of its use. Presently, he felt confident in his mastery of the three-headed, eight-armed divine art. However, the old man's words rang true. His ability to contend in battles still required refinement. Although he had grasped various techniques, such as the earthly fiend technique, he had yet to apply them flexibly. Otherwise, he would not have found himself in such a precarious situation against Shingongbao. I must carve out some time for further training, Nezha resolved, standing and walking towards the painting. Over the past 2 nights, it had seemed to offer him guidance, beckoning him forth. If it were to appear again tonight, he would venture into it. With this determination in mind, he once again settled cross-legged, positioning himself directly before the painting. As of now, there remained 2 days until the impartation of teachings. Nightfall approached swiftly. Nezha slowly opened his eyes. Once again, a guiding force emerged from the depths of the void. He gazed at the painting before him, and without hesitation, placed his hand upon it. In the next moment, a door materialized before him, and he stepped through it with resolve. Meanwhile, in the palace of Taiyi Zhenren, the venerable sage gazed intently in the direction of Nezha's abode. For the past 2 days, he had refrained from disturbing Nezha, yet he remained steadfast in his protective watch over him. Master, my resolve is unwavering. I humbly seek your support, he whispered inwardly as Taiyi Zhenren gradually closed his eyes. Simultaneously, Nezha found himself outside the palace, surveying his surroundings with a heart full of trepidation. Everything had unfolded sooner than anticipated. Would the old man still appear? A flurry of thoughts raced through his mind. Suddenly, he halted, recognizing a familiar figure, the old man who had previously tended to the flowers. Old man, what brings you here? Nezha inquired. The elder offered no reply, merely casting a glance at Nezha before resuming his gardening. Confusion welled within Nezha, prompting him to ask further, but then he noticed several identical figures nearby. Some were watering the flowers, others engaged in chess, while a few practiced their skills, each immersed in their own pursuits. Nezha's eyelids fluttered. He too had cultivated the art of the earthly fiend's avatar technique. Yet it was clear to him that such numerous manifestations within the Jade Void Palace could only belong to one individual. This realization filled him with a sense of unease. If he was not mistaken, the elderly gardener he had encountered earlier was indeed linked to this mystery. Instinctively, Nezha stroked his chin, pondering the implications. At that moment, all the figures vanished, replaced by the elder seated in a nearby pavilion. Nezha hesitated, then approached the old man. The elder waved his hand. It is just the 2 of us here. There is no need for formality. Nezha thought to himself that were he unaware of the elder's true identity, he would not feel so constrained. Now that your path is clear, why cling to constraints? The elder remarked. Suddenly, enlightenment dawned upon Nezha, and he ceased to hesitate. Taking a seat beside the elder. Have you grown accustomed to this Jade Void Palace? The elder inquired. Nezha shook his head. I do not favor this place, he replied. The elder chuckled. If you dislike it so, shall I escort you away? Nezha paused, then shook his head once more. I have come here to follow my master for the sake of enlightenment. It is my intention to learn and acquire skills. Until I have mastered my craft, I cannot leave. The elder regarded Nezha with a smile. What skills do you wish to learn? After a moment of contemplation, Nezha responded. My path is one of spontaneity and determination. Thus I seek to master the formidable arts. As he spoke, he fixed his gaze upon the elder, now fully assured of the man's identity. Naturally, he would not let this opportunity slip away. Moreover, upon arriving at the Jade Void Palace, he felt an overwhelming sense of discomfort, making it impossible for him to leave so easily. The elder chuckled at this remark. What, in your opinion, constitutes a powerful path? Nezha pondered for a moment, stroking his chin. It must be the invincible path. The elder shook his head, and, after observing Nezha for a moment, let out a faint sigh. After all, you are still just a child. Very well, since we are fated to meet, I shall grant you this opportunity today. Chapter 35. The Path. 9 Transformations of Primordial Energy. As the elder finished speaking, Nezha felt the world around him spinning uncontrollably. When he regained his senses, he found himself in a lofty pavilion filled with books, each seemingly containing profound techniques and mystical powers. Nezha was astounded. If he could master all of these yet, he soon dismissed the thought. Setting aside the question of whether he could learn them all, even the endeavor itself seemed impractical. At that moment, the elder approached Nezha from behind. Within this vast collection lies countless scriptures. The mystical techniques you seek are among them. Nezha glanced at the elder, feeling a twinge of dissatisfaction. However, considering the elder's stature, he restrained himself and inquired, Are you suggesting that I choose for myself? The elder shook his head. All knowledge in the world is bound by fate. You may learn only those arts to which you are connected. If there is no connection, they will be of no use to you. Nezha was perplexed. What does it mean to have a connection? The elder did not respond and, in an instant, vanished. The next moment, Nezha observed the surrounding books soaring from their shelves, encircling him, as if countless eyes were scrutinizing his every move. This made him quite uncomfortable. Instinctively, he wished to resist, but the elder's voice echoed once more. Feel with your heart. After a brief hesitation, Nezha relaxed his mind. Soon, he sensed a surge of information flooding his consciousness, yet before he could grasp any of it, it vanished without a trace. Were those fleeting thoughts the techniques that bore no connection to me? Nezha furrowed his brow, astonished by the sheer volume. Nearby, the elder reappeared, regarding Nezha with a knowing gaze. This vast collection of scriptures is filled with profound secrets. Should you manage to master even a fraction of them, you could soar to great heights. After a moment of contemplation, the elder again disappeared, only to re-emerge in the pavilion. Taiyi Zhenren had appeared at some point, now standing respectfully to the side. Master, he greeted. The elder nodded slightly, gesturing for Taiyi Zhenren to sit. Once seated, the elder spoke. Do you not have regrets? Taiyi Zhenren replied with a broad smile. The disciple's mind is resolute. According to the original fate, after the calamity of the investiture of the gods, you were destined for sanctification. After pondering for a moment, Taiyi Zhenren continued. Since I have accepted Nezha as my disciple, I have already forged a bond with him. If he cannot comprehend the path, I shall not seek this opportunity for him. However, since he has attained understanding, it is indeed what he deserves. The matter of achieving sanctity is indeed governed by the immutable laws of the celestial realm. Master, you are undoubtedly more aware of this than I. A satisfied smile graced the old man's face. The day I bestowed upon you the primal pearl was intended to assist you in overcoming the tribulation of the golden immortal. However, I did not foresee such unforeseen variables. The old man sighed. If he truly manages to gain recognition of the Tao through this, I shall protect his path for 3 years, until the tribulation arises. Taiyi Zhenren paused for a moment, then rose, somewhat astonished. Master, the old man waved his hand. I am but an incarnation. There is no need for such formality. The impending calamity requires my main self to strategize, and I lack the leisure to manifest. The old man chuckled softly. Taiyi Zhenren nodded slightly. After pondering for a moment, the old man inquired, what do you believe he might gain? Taiyi Zhenren shook his head, stating, from the myriad Tao texts, I initially gleaned only a fragment, and my understanding remains exceedingly limited. Nezha's talent far surpasses mine. Yet whether he can achieve something remains beyond my conjecture. The old man nodded slightly, refraining from further inquiries, and gradually closed his eyes. Observing this, Taiyi Zhenren was lost in thought, yet he refrained from speaking further, his gaze betraying an undeniable anticipation. Meanwhile, Nezha found himself amidst a myriad of profound Tao laws. He had lost count of how many had slipped away from him, which ignited a sense of urgency within. Am I to be trifled with? As yet another Tao law departed, Nezha's eyes widened in indignation. Are you to be seen yet not learned? With that, Nezha reached for one of the scrolls, only to be met with a sense of repulsion. It was unclear how much time passed, but as the number of scrolls dwindled, Nezha's disappointment grew. He glared at the departing Tao laws, his temper flaring. If you refuse to allow this young master to learn today, then I shall not learn. It is not that you are unworthy of me. Rather, I find you beneath my notice. With that, Nezha plopped down onto the ground. Only 5 Tao laws remained before him. These 5 circled around him, yet Nezha held no hope and chose to close his eyes instead. However, in the next moment, one of the Tao laws surged directly into Nezha's mind. 9 transformations of primordial essence? What kind of Tao law is this? Nezha perked up. He discovered that this particular law showed no intention of departing, becoming increasingly clear within his mind. Why does it seem to bear traces of the 72 earthly techniques? As the information in his mind sharpened, Nezha's eyes brightened. The 9 transformations of primordial essence is not a singular law. Rather, it encompasses several divine abilities, prominently featuring the 72 earthly techniques. Moreover, it serves as a cultivation method, wholly capable of addressing the gaps in his current practice. Should he master it, the barriers that had hindered his advancement in the realm of golden immortals would become significantly easier to transcend. Primarily, this encompasses divine abilities beyond the 72 earthly fiends techniques, including various methods of combat, such as the law of manifesting heaven and earth and the golden light of the earth. There are also defensive techniques, like riding the clouds and mist and the indestructible body, rendering this knowledge truly all-encompassing. Acquiring this divine skill, should one master it, would undoubtedly allow one to traverse the world with ease. Nezha's heart surged with joy, as all prior disappointment was swept away in an instant. At this moment, the remaining 4 Taoist techniques departed one by one, yet Nezha remained unperturbed. With the 9 transformations of primordial energy, he felt it was more than sufficient. Beneath the pavilion, the elder opened his eyes, a smile gracing his face. So it was the 9 transformations of primordial energy. Indeed, splendid. The expression of the celestial master Taiyi subtly shifted as well. The 9 transformations of primordial energy is renowned as a supreme divine skill, and to grasp even a fragment of it is exceedingly challenging. The elder chuckled, remarking, this method suits him well. With his 3 heads and 8 arms, mastering this technique will surely enhance his prowess. Furthermore, his nature aligns with the fluidity of the 9 transformations, harmonizing perfectly. It was evident that he was quite pleased with Nezha's acquisition of the 9 transformations. However, Celestial Master Taiyi sighed with a wry smile. Yet, this technique is indeed arduous. The elder, still chuckling, replied, now that he has obtained the Tao, let him remain here for the time being. Once he comprehends it fully, he may depart. Contemplating for a moment, Celestial Master Taiyi inquired, what about the transmission of the Tao? The elder glanced at Taiyi, stating, since he has already attained it, why must we impart it again? One should not be overly greedy. Taiyi was taken aback for a moment before realizing the depth of the elder's words. It was indeed the disciple who had been foolish. Chapter 36. Departure from the Jade Void Palace. Uncertainty. How profoundly mysterious is the 9 transformations of primordial energy? 9 represents the pinnacle of numbers. To cultivate it, one must first undergo the 8 transformations to reach the yang and achieve the primordial energy. Within the chamber, Nezha's heart was filled with astonishment. The Taoist techniques previously imparted by the elder paled in comparison to the intricacies of the 9 transformations. Immersed in its profound secrets, he found himself increasingly captivated by its wonders. Beyond the primordial energy itself, there were numerous divine abilities contained within. For instance, the indestructible body. When combined with his 3 heads and 8 arms, what marvelous form would it take? Yet, mastering it would not be a simple task. Setting aside how to achieve the 8 transformations, the divine abilities would require extensive cultivation. Nezha mused inwardly, I wonder when the uncertainties will manifest. Shaking his head, he resolved to focus on the divine abilities first. The cultivation of the 9 transformations of primordial energy required a gradual approach, so there was no need to rush. Previously, in his confrontation with Shun Gongbao, although I possessed the 72 earthly fiends techniques for combat, I still felt inadequate. Now, I could prioritize learning the golden light of the earth and the law of manifesting heaven and earth. The golden light of the earth allows one to traverse thousands of miles in a day, Nezha reflected, realizing that among the various earthly fiend techniques, there already existed methods for riding the winds and traversing clouds, as well as techniques for burrowing underground, which paled in comparison to the golden light of the earth. In everyday travels, one may utilize it, and in combat, it allows for instantaneous movement, rendering one elusive. This celestial power, when perfected, can transform the corporeal form into a towering presence, enhancing one's strength in tandem. It suits me remarkably well. With newfound purpose, Nezha diligently resumed his cultivation, disregarding all other matters, even losing track of time. On a certain day, the Celestial Master's teachings commenced. The entire Jade Void Palace buzzed with excitement. All 12 golden immortals under the primordial supreme being, with the exception of Taiyi Zhenren, were present, alongside numerous third-generation disciples. The Celestial Master's impartation of wisdom occurs but once in a millennium, a grand event indeed. As the resonant chime of the Tao bell echoed from Kunlun Mountain, the inhabitants of the Jade Void Palace were enveloped in the profound sounds of the Tao, which permeated the surroundings. Even the creatures of Kunlun raised their heads, striving to grasp the essence of the teachings. This was the Celestial Master's discourse. Yet, Nezha remained unaware. Even if he had known, he would not have chosen to attend. At present, the 9 transformations of Yuan Gong held greater significance for him. Time flew swiftly. Nearly a year had passed in the blink of an eye. Throughout this period, Nezha never ventured an inch from the repository of books. Even so, he had merely scratched the surface of the 9 transformations, mastering a few techniques, yet lacking complete familiarity. Although he was capable of wielding the golden light of the earth, it was insufficient for traversing thousands of miles in a single day. However, instantaneous movement was well within his grasp. As for the celestial transformation, he had yet to achieve the full embodiment of a towering figure, though he had attained a height of 1,000 feet. When executed, combined with his 3 heads and 8 arms, he was indeed formidable. Nezha found great satisfaction in this. He slowly opened his eyes. Surely, He must have missed the Celestial Master's teachings. After a moment of contemplation, he glanced around. Here, he could not perceive how much time had elapsed. If he wished to leave, he would do so. A familiar voice echoed around him. Was it the old man? The next moment, Nezha felt his vision shift, and suddenly, he found himself back in the palace. You have attained the 9 transformations of Yuan Gong, and now that you have made some progress, it is time for you to depart. Nezha was momentarily taken aback, and after a brief pause, he bowed to the portrait. Thank you, Master, for your guidance. Subsequently, Nezha exited the palace, intending to seek out the old man, yet the surroundings appeared desolate. How long had it been? At that moment, a young attendant approached. Before Nezha could greet him, the attendant stood before him and said, by decree of the Celestial Master, please, Senior Brother Nezha, descend the mountain. Nezha furrowed his brow. How long had passed since the Celestial Master's teachings? The attendant replied nonchalantly, it has been nearly a year. All disciples of the Jade Void Palace have departed, leaving only you. A year had indeed elapsed, which startled Nezha. This meant the old man had likely also left. The Celestial Master's teachings would have been known to him. If that is the case, it is time for me to leave as well, Nezha pondered, his thoughts swirling within. Calculating the passage of time, it is indeed time to resolve that entangled fate. However, before proceeding, it is essential to inform the old man. With this thought, Nezha swiftly unleashed his golden light, vanishing in an instant. Even upon arriving here, he had not forgotten the matters concerning Chentang Pass. The old man had previously mentioned that the Dragon King of the East Sea would return after a year. Now, it seemed that time was drawing near. Although his mastery of the 9 transformations had not yet been completed, he had gained some control, and his understanding of divine techniques had significantly advanced. Thus, he felt no fear in confronting the Dragon King, though he pondered whether he could withstand the combined might of all 4 Sea Dragon Kings. In the blink of an eye, Nezha found himself outside Kunlun Mountain. At that moment, a long-awaited voice finally resonated. Your future has encountered a variable. Would you like to check? Upon hearing this voice within his mind, Nezha paused, surveyed his surroundings, and sought a secluded spot where the blue light curtain materialized. This time, it had been nearly a year since the last variable occurred. He wondered what changes awaited him. Nezha felt a sense of anticipation. Moments later, the information on the light curtain began to flicker. At age 3, you followed the great Master Taiyi to the Jade Void Palace, where you felt an overwhelming discomfort and unease that you could not alter despite numerous attempts. You encountered an elderly flower cultivator, which led to a moment of enlightenment. One day, your Shi Xiang, Shen Gongbao, found you, and you engaged in a contest of magical prowess within the Jade Void Palace. Overpowered, you resorted to manifesting a 3-headed, 8-armed form, which affected your will. The great Master Taiyi arrived just in time, rescuing you from suppression and reprimanding Shen Gongbao, who was subsequently expelled from the Jade Void Palace by the Primordial Supreme. Upon awakening, your heart's knot was untied. The great Master Taiyi had safeguarded your path for many days, during which you received multiple calls of guidance. One day, you resolved to seek the source of that calling. You entered the world within the painting, encountering the elderly flower cultivator once more. You had some suspicions regarding his identity, yet you did not voice them. Under his guidance, you accessed the Taoist scriptures of the Jade Void Palace, from which you acquired the 9 transformations. After nearly a year of diligent practice, you decided to leave the Jade Void Palace, intending to return to Chentang Pass to resolve the intertwined destinies. At age 4, you wished to bid farewell to the great Master Taiyi, but could not find him within the Golden Light Cave. Nor was the Golden Cloud Boy in sight. You resolved to return to Chentang Pass first. Having been away from Chentang Pass for a year, you found the place in dire straits, with drought afflicting the land, crops failing, and the populace suffering immensely. Upon your arrival at Chentang Pass, Li Jing sought to capture you and hand you over to the Dragon King of the East Sea, igniting a flame of indignation within you. Chapter 37. Assault on the Dragon Palace, Rewards. As you prepared to leave, a sudden tempest arose over the East Sea. The Dragon King of the East Sea, having inexplicably learned of your return, approached with Ao Bing to demand retribution. The people of Chentang Pass were also aware of your return, yet you were no longer the hero in their eyes. They loathed and blamed you, and Li Jing commanded the soldiers of Chentang Pass to encircle you. Upon witnessing this, Nezha felt a slight chill within his heart. However, moments later, he found solace. It must be acknowledged that the suffering of the people of Chentang Pass could indeed be attributed to him, as the Dragon King of the East Sea had targeted him specifically, yet the reasons behind this predicament, the rights and wrongs, had become obscured. Yet, this Li Jing, after all this time, still refused to relinquish his grip on the young master. Nezha chuckled softly, devoid of anger. He had grown accustomed to it. The indifference of Li Jing had become an unalterable reality. Under such circumstances, it was hardly surprising that Li Jing would seek to hand him over to appease the wrath of the Dragon King of the East Sea. He continued to peruse the unfolding events. Seeing that the mortal soldiers were unable to capture you, the Dragon King of the East Sea also took action against you. You engaged in combat with the Dragon King, and having honed your abilities, you found that after several dozen exchanges, he was no match for you. In desperation, the Dragon King invoked the waters of the East Sea, and in an instant, Chentang Pass was engulfed by a deluge. Nezha's eyes narrowed slightly. How shameless could the Dragon King of the East Sea be? Unable to best him in a contest of magic, he resorted to harming innocent mortals? This ignited a fire of indignation within Nezha. Yet, as this was merely a simulation of his future life, he felt powerless to intervene. He continued to read on. Upon witnessing the Dragon King's actions, you were filled with fury and transformed into a formidable figure with 3 heads and 8 arms. No longer engaging in a mere contest of power, you swiftly inflicted injury upon the Dragon King, who, realizing he could not prevail, fled in haste while you pursued him. He should be pursued and slain. With the power of the earthly golden light, how could he possibly escape? Nezha scoffed. Indeed, the information on the screen continued to flicker. You utilized your earthly golden light and in the blink of an eye, caught up to the Dragon King. However, just as you were about to vanquish him, a sudden tempest arose in the East Sea, and the other 3 Dragon Kings of the 4 seas appeared. You did not falter and engaged them in battle. Chentang Pass was thus completely submerged. At this point, the information on the screen ceased its movement. Is that it? Nezha felt a tinge of disappointment. He still had not glimpsed the outcome. However, it was certain that even if all 4 Dragon Kings were to join forces, he could still hold his ground. Yet, regarding Chentang Pass, Nezha felt a wave of irritation. It seemed that recklessly engaging in a magical contest with the Dragon King of the East Sea would only bring harm to Chentang Pass. Though Li Jing was devoid of compassion, the common folk of Chentang Pass were innocent. I cannot bring ruin upon them. Gazing at the information on the screen, Nezha began to ponder. What should I do? Should I storm into the East Sea? An idea sparked in his eyes. Indeed, that could be a viable plan. Instead of returning to Chentang Pass, I shall directly venture into the East Sea to locate the Dragon Palace, capture and eliminate the Dragon King of the East Sea, and subsequently deal with the other 3 Dragon Kings. Thus, I shall spare Chentang Pass from harm. With a newfound sense of direction, Nezha's worries dissipated. This is indeed the advantage that comes with immense strength. Had he not acquired the 9 transformations of Yuan Gong, he would have contemplated this notion repeatedly. At that moment, a familiar voice resonated once more. This turning point is sufficient to influence your future. You may select 2 rewards from the following options. 1. The law of heaven and earth, reaching the minor attainment realm. 2. The radiance of the earth, reaching the minor attainment realm. 3. The insights of Shun Gongbao's cultivation. 4. The foundational realm of the indestructible body. Upon hearing this voice, Nezha's countenance brightened with a smile. The rewards did not disappoint him. All 4 options were quite appealing. Both the law of heaven and earth and the radiance of the earth were skills he had already mastered. According to the classification of the 4th reward, he should currently be at the foundational realm. Nezha stroked his chin thoughtfully. The radiance of the earth could be set aside for now. He had already become proficient in his instantaneous movement technique, rendering the ability to traverse thousands of miles in a day less significant. However, the law of heaven and earth was a different matter altogether. He could now transform his form to a height of 1,000 feet. He pondered how the minor attainment realm might enhance this ability. As for the insights of Shun Gongbao, Nezha shook his head. Although Shun Gongbao was considered his master's uncle, he was merely a named disciple of the ancestral master. His abilities, while previously superior to Nezha's, relied more on his adeptness in Taoist techniques. Now, if they were to face each other again, Nezha felt confident in his own strength. Shun Gongbao's insights would likely hold little value for him. He was hardly even a match for the elder. Nezha had no intention of selecting this 3rd reward, as he deemed it beneath him. Thus, he opted for the 4th reward. Perfectly, he had yet to cultivate the indestructible body, and this would indeed grant him another technique. Nezha made his choice. Soon, a wealth of information flooded his mind. After processing it, he narrowed his eyes slightly. It was time to seek out the Dragon King of the East Sea. He decided against returning to the Golden Light Cave, for the simulation had indicated that the elder was not present there, nor was Jin Xia. Returning would serve no purpose. It was more prudent to head straight to the East Sea, thus saving precious time. Dragon King of the East Sea. I am on my way. Chentang Pass. The once bountiful Chentang Pass had completely run dry of water. Though it relied on the East Sea, the shores were guarded by sea demons, rendering even seawater unattainable. Over the past year, many citizens had perished from thirst and starvation. My lord, news has come from the East Sea. To receive rainfall, we must first offer 10 young boys and 10 young girls. In the general's office, Li Jing sat at the table, his expression grim, while the soldiers before him bore expressions of indignation. Upon hearing the message, Li Jing remained silent. Noticing his reaction, a soldier spoke again. My lord, the Dragon Palace of the East Sea is far too oppressive. Must we truly continue to wait in this manner? Li Jing sighed, his voice tinged with weariness. Notify everyone to gather their belongings and prepare to depart from Chentang Pass. The soldier paused momentarily. My lord, are we to abandon this place? Li Jing remained silent, gesturing with his hand. Leave. The soldier's eyes were bloodshot, yet he had no tears left to shed. Only after the soldier departed did Li Jing wearily rise to his feet, slowly making his way outside. After a considerable while, he finally stood atop the city wall, surveying his surroundings. The streets were teeming with desperate and famished citizens, while in the distance, by the eastern sea, countless sea demons congregated in revelry. At that moment, Lady Li emerged, her complexion equally pallid. My lady, why have you come out instead of staying indoors? Lady Li shook her head and inquired. Is there truly no other way? The dragon clan governs the clouds and rain, controlling the world's water sources. What else can be done? Unless, Li Jing sighed. Very well, perhaps it is for the best. Lady Li's expression was complex. If Zhara returns, will you still hand him over? Chapter 38, Li Jing's stance. Returning to Chentang Pass, Li Jing's demeanor was composed. He offered no response, his gaze fixed unwaveringly upon the eastern sea. Lady Li, however, seemed to understand, her eyes glistening with tears. What does this have to do with Zhara? Why must he be treated this way? Li Jing then turned to his wife, acknowledging that this matter had transcended notions of right and wrong. By injuring Ao Bing, he had offended the entire Dragon Palace of the Eastern Sea, and he alone must bear the consequences. Yet, as Lady Li attempted to voice her thoughts, Li Jing interrupted her. There is no point in discussing this any further. His heart weighed heavily, for he knew all too well the dire state of Chentang Pass. Master Taiyi had taken him away for nearly a year. If he were to return, Li Jing did not finish his thought. Lady Li trembled slightly, and after a moment, she cautiously descended from the city wall. But he is just a child. He is your son as well. Watching her retreating figure, Li Jing's lips moved, his eyes reflecting a mix of emotions. Yet after a moment, he resolved himself with determination. The lives of the people of Chentang Pass hang in the balance. What shall I do? He murmured softly. At that moment, several figures approached with great difficulty. They looked at Li Jing, their faces etched with complexity, and beside them, or cradled in their arms, was a child without exception. Li Jing's body trembled slightly. What brings you here? The Eastern Sea, the palace of Ao Bing. The Yiksha looked at Ao Bing with a smug expression. Your Highness, Chentang Pass has completely run out of water sources. Even the crops have perished. Ao Bing sneered. Li Jing has held on for nearly a year. I do not believe he can endure this time. If they are willing to surrender those boys and girls, I might consider granting them a temporary reprieve. But if they refuse, a flicker of malice flashed in Ao Bing's eyes. Then they shall not blame me. Upon witnessing the situation, the Yiksha continued to flatter. The citizens of Chentang Pass have met their demise in considerable numbers. If Li Jing possessed any sense, he would surely present us with those young boys and girls. Moreover, the Yiksha leaned closer. His Majesty is on his way. At this, Ao Bing sprang to his feet. Is that true? The Yiksha nodded. I have received word that His Majesty shall return to the Eastern Sea tomorrow. If Li Jing obediently hands over the young boys and girls, all will be well. However, should he refuse, His Majesty will not be merciful. Ao Bing pondered. Yet, I wonder when Nezha will return. Although my father has not laid blame upon me and even offers his assistance, my resentment shall not dissipate until Nezha is captured and slain. The Yiksha chuckled. Those young boys and girls are merely a trifling interest. Have you forgotten? Upon hearing this, Ao Bing smiled, realizing that he had indeed overlooked that detail. Should Li Jing surrender the young boys and girls, it would serve as an offering to his father. At that juncture, he could demand Nezha from him. The Yiksha, noticing the prince's shift in demeanor, eagerly praised, Your Highness is truly astute. Ao Bing relished the compliment, responding, You have done well. Should this plan succeed, there will be ample rewards for you. Now go and ascertain Li Jing's true disposition. Grant him but one final day. The Yiksha nodded vigorously, beaming, I shall attend to it at once. As the Yiksha departed, Ao Bing leisurely lifted his wine cup, a glint of coldness flickering in his eyes. Nezha, you had best not allow this prince to find you. Before long, The Yiksha arrived at the shores of the eastern sea, summoning a dozen sea demons. Presently, the guards of Chentang Pass had been entirely withdrawn. The Yiksha, with the sea demons in tow, approached the city gates of Chentang Pass without hindrance. Li Jing, the Yiksha bellowed. At that moment, Li Jing remained atop the city walls. Upon hearing the voice, he furrowed his brow slightly and turned his gaze towards the outside. Upon recognizing the Yiksha, his heart tightened. He was well aware of this creature. A trusted confidant of the third prince, Ao Bing. The purpose of this visit was all too clear. Li Jing regarded the Yiksha, and after a brief pause remarked, "Ah, it is the Yiksha from the eastern sea. What brings you here?" The Yiksha snorted coldly. "Li Jing, my prince has commanded that you deliver 10 young boys and 10 young girls within a day. Otherwise, do not expect my prince to show any courtesy." Li Jing narrowed his eyes. "A day." He took a deep breath, endeavoring to calm his emotions before responding. "Chentang Pass has maintained a peaceful existence with your eastern sea. Yet over the past year, you have restricted our water supply, leaving the citizens in dire straits. Now you dare to plot against their lives?" Unperturbed by Li Jing's inquiries, the Yiksha continued to sneer. "You should only blame that child of yours. Were it not for his foolishness in injuring my prince, Chentang Pass would not find itself in such a predicament. You need not lecture me. My prince has stated that should you be willing to surrender the young boys and girls, we might consider providing some rainwater for Chentang Pass. Should you refuse, hand over that Nezha if you must." "Nezha is long gone from Chentang Pass." Li Jing's voice carried a hint of weakness. The Yiksha maintained a cold smile. "Since Nezha is your son, what difficulty is there in summoning him back?" Li Jing fell silent, for he sensed numerous gazes fixed upon him, the eyes of the people of Chentang Pass. Behind him stood 20 children, gathered by the citizens. One Nezha in exchange for the lives of all the people of Chentang Pass, or perhaps these 20 children for a sliver of hope. Everyone awaited his decision, even without uttering a word. But where was Nezha? He did not know. Noticing Li Jing's silence, the Yiksha scoffed again. "If by tomorrow you do not present those children or Nezha, you shall bear the consequences. Come on, lads, we shall depart." As Li Jing leaned against the city wall, he felt the weight of their despair. One among the crowd finally called out, "My lord, if we surrender the third young master, can we survive?" With that question, more voices chimed in. "We do not wish to die, my lord. My lord." A sudden sneeze interrupted him. In a flash of golden light, Nezha halted. "Who dares speak ill of me?" It must be that Li Jing. He rubbed his nose and gazed ahead, where the East Sea lay. He wondered if the Dragon King had returned or if he should seek Ao Bing first. His dragon tendons had been left for a year and were now due for extraction. Nezha then employed his golden light to traverse the ground, arriving at the edge of the East Sea shortly after. He paused, casting a glance at Chentang Pass from afar, but did not approach, his eyes instead resting on the sea monsters nearby. Good old Ao Bing. A sense of foreboding crept into Nezha's heart. He leaped into the air, surveying Chentang Pass in its entirety. As he took in the scene below, his expression darkened. "Ao Bing, today I shall take your life." Chapter 39. The fearful Ao Bing, what of killing you? Witnessing the plight of Chentang Pass ignited a fierce intent within Nezha. Though he had anticipated the outcome, seeing it firsthand incited a burning rage. Simultaneously, a sense of frustration filled him, for he understood that the current state of Chentang Pass was, in many ways, his doing, even if he bore no fault. This world is indeed unjust. Consumed by indignation, Nezha hesitated no longer and raced towards the East Sea. He forewent the golden light and instead delved into the waters through his mastery of water manipulation. Where might Ao Bing be? Nezha pondered. Perhaps he should capture a sea monster and inquire. In no time, Nezha beheld a sea monster, seemingly poised to ascend the shore. With a swift movement, he positioned himself before the creature. The sea monster, startled at first, was soon overtaken by a glimmer of greed upon realizing the figure before him was merely a child. Where did this little one come from? Perfect. I shall capture him as a gift for his highness. Upon hearing this, Nezha's mind began to whirl. Rather than putting up a fight, he closed his eyes, feigning the plight of a drowning child, allowing the sea monster to seize him. The creature, lacking in intelligence, was overjoyed to have caught Nezha. Before long, he brought Nezha to a certain palace. "My lord, I've brought something splendid." The Yiksha, in high spirits, was about to seek out Ao Bing when he noticed the sea monster rushing towards him. What could be so splendid? He inquired, his gaze falling upon Nezha behind the sea monster. Initially taken aback, his expression swiftly morphed into one of terror. "Why you? Do you know who this child is?" The sea monster, momentarily bewildered, replied, "I do not." "Isn't it your intention to surround Chentang Pass and torment its people for the sake of this child's life?" Nezha slowly opened his eyes and, simultaneously, stretched his limbs, delivering a swift kick that sent the sea monster flying. Before the creature could comprehend the situation, Nezha had taken its life with a single blow. The Yiksha swallowed hard, trembling at the sight of Nezha. He never anticipated encountering such a formidable figure here. Although he wielded the backing of Ao Bing and had exerted his influence at Chentang Pass to coerce Li Jing into surrendering Nezha, that did not exempt him from fear of Nezha. What are you doing here? The Yiksha stammered, his voice quaking. Nezha replied with a mocking smile. Oh, you Yiksha? While I was away, you sought me everywhere. Now that I stand before you, why are you so cowardly? The Yiksha swallowed again, nearly on the verge of tears. How could he not be afraid? This was the very being who had nearly vanquished his master. He needed to inform His Highness at once, to send someone to capture this harbinger of doom. Yet, in his anxious state, the Yiksha's eyes darted around before he managed to smile. What are you saying? Third young master? I sought you out of admiration. Is that so? Nezha scrutinized him. Absolutely. Since that last encounter with you, my lord has often thought of you. The Yiksha, visibly tense, continued, It's just that you have always been absent, and I had no choice but to resort to this initial strategy. Nezha regarded the Yiksha with a look of dawning comprehension. I see now. He then shifted the conversation. However, I am in a rather foul mood today. Ao Bing's actions have brought untold suffering to the people of Chentang Pass. I have come to claim his life. With that, the Qiankun circle materialized before him, hurtling towards the Yiksha. As a minion of Ao Bing, you shall forfeit your life as well. The night was fraught with tension as the Yiksha hastily retreated, its countenance etched with terror. After a fleeting moment, it turned to flee. However, Nezha, undeterred, would not allow such a trivial demon to escape. With a mere flick of his hand, it was destined for destruction. The Yiksha, sensing Nezha's relentless pursuit, felt an acute sense of urgency. Just as words hovered on the tip of its tongue, the universe ring came crashing down with formidable force. Today, even if the ancient Dragon King were to intervene, Nezha would resolutely claim its life. Grasping the lifeless body of the Yiksha, Nezha made his way toward the palace, determined not to show mercy this time. He had endured too much, only to be met with relentless oppression. Now, his powers had fully matured. How could Ao Bing, or the entirety of the Dragon Palace in the East Sea, dare to challenge him? Soon, Nezha arrived at the outer gates of the palace. He cast aside the Yiksha's corpse and called out boldly, Ao Bing, I have arrived. Why do you not come forth to meet your demise? With that, he stepped forward, delivering a thunderous punch against the glazed door. The resounding impact sent the surrounding waters into a tumultuous retreat, coiling inwards towards Nezha's fist before crashing against Ao Bing's crystalline palace. The gates shattered, and numerous sea demons, drawn by the commotion, gathered around. Upon seeing the lifeless Yiksha, their expressions shifted to one of horror. Who dared to invade the prince's palace? Nezha remained unfazed. With the universe ring at his command, he swept it across the surroundings. These mere minor demons stood no chance against such a formidable force. In an instant, hundreds of sea demons lost their lives, and the remaining ones, witnessing the carnage, turned pale, too fearful to advance. Yet, Ao Bing still did not make an appearance. Will you not emerge? Nezha's eyes narrowed. The mystic rope materialized in his grasp, enabling him to once again stir the waters of the East Sea. In an instant, surrounding corals and crystals were drawn towards him, forming a massive whirlpool that surged upwards. The very exterior of Ao Bing's palace lay in ruins. Nezha wasted no time, stepping into the shattered palace. Inside, Ao Bing's face was a mask of dread. He had indeed heard Nezha's voice. Initially, he had planned to confront Nezha for several days, but to his astonishment, this once-absent adversary had grown immensely powerful in just a year. Merely sensing the atmosphere within the palace, he felt a staggering pressure akin to that of his father. This realization filled him with fear. Although he had previously pressured Li Jing to surrender Nezha, he had relied on the assumption that Nezha would submit to his father's authority. He had never anticipated that Nezha would come knocking at his door. What should he do? How had Nezha become so formidable? Ao Bing was in a state of frantic urgency. Report, Your Highness, the young one is almost upon us. Ao Bing's eyelids fluttered. A year prior, he had been no match for Nezha. Now, with his father's imminent return, it would be prudent to evade for the time being. Ao Bing pondered for a moment before declaring, You shall prevent this prince from passing. Otherwise, I shall take your lives. Ao Bing, do you truly believe these insignificant creatures can stand in my way? Just then, Nezha's figure gradually emerged, surrounded by countless sea demons, all either dead or severely wounded. Casting a cold gaze upon Ao Bing, Nezha inquired, Are you afraid, Ao Bing? Instinctively, Ao Bing took a few steps back, seeking refuge behind the glazed throne. What do you intend to do, Nezha? Nezha replied with a chilling smile. Naturally, I shall take your life. To avenge the innocent souls of those from Chentang Pass whom you have harmed. I am the third son of the Dragon King of the East Sea. Albing felt somewhat unsteady. He was not foolish. Nezha's bravado indicated he possessed considerable confidence. Yet, at that moment, he found himself devoid of alternatives. And what if you do? Albing retorted, do you dare to kill me? What of it? Nezha advanced relentlessly. Observing Albing's demeanor, Nezha felt a tinge of disappointment. This battle would not be as exhilarating as he had hoped, despite his disdain for Albing. Albing trembled. If you kill me, you will be at odds with the entire East Sea Dragon Palace. You cannot bear the consequences. In that instant, he had lost the courage to confront Nezha. Deep down, he was genuinely afraid of him. Without needing to fight, he understood that Nezha could indeed take his life. Chapter 40. Capturing Albing and bringing rain to Chentang Pass at odds with the entire East Sea Dragon Palace? Nezha scoffed. Then I shall be at odds with the entire East Sea Dragon Palace. Today, your life is mine. Without further ado, Nezha stepped forward. Even in the depths of the East Sea, where his power was somewhat diminished, vanquishing Albing would be a trivial task. Albing's complexion changed dramatically as he saw Nezha lunging towards him, panic swelling within him. I shall see how you intend to kill me. With that, Albing transformed into a white dragon, charging at Nezha. A glimmer of spirit. Nezha was somewhat taken aback. Albing's earlier display of fear had caused him to look down upon him. Yet, spirit alone would not save him. The kill was still inevitable. Simultaneously, a massive dragon's head lunged at Nezha, who remained unyielding. He merely raised his hand, and the Hunyuan silk ensnared Albing's dragon head, allowing Nezha to leap onto it. Just as he had done before, Albing roared in rage, his eyes filled with resentment. Nezha, do you dare humiliate this prince again? Grasping Albing's dragon horn, Nezha retorted. I spared your life once, yet you showed no gratitude and only exacerbated the plight of the people of Chentang Pass. If I do not kill you, how can I quell the anger within me? In the next moment, Nezha forcefully snapped Albing's dragon horn. Albing writhed in pain, his eyes reddened. Yet his strength paled in comparison to Nezha's, rendering him utterly incapable of shaking off his grasp. The Hunyuan silk further ensnared him, leaving him in a state of utter helplessness. Nezha, his voice grew increasingly hoarse, despair creeping into his heart. What must I do to earn your mercy, your highness? He had resigned himself to his fate. Nezha found the situation rather dull. Why should I spare you? However, he mused, I might consider granting you a temporary reprieve. After a moment of contemplation, Nezha continued, your dragon clan governs the world's water sources, yet Chentang Pass suffers from your actions, enduring a drought. If you can bring rain to Chentang Pass, I might reconsider sparing your life. Initially intent on slaying Albing, he now found himself reconsidering. For the plight of Chentang Pass was pressing. No longer the child he once was, he approached the situation with greater thoughtfulness. Upon hearing Nezha's proposal, Albing's spirits soared. Is that true? I speak with sincerity, Nezha replied coolly. Should you refuse, I shall take your life this very moment. I agree. Albing hastily responded, though a flicker of coldness danced in his eyes. He harbored resentment, yet he dared not reveal it. If I can just delay until my father returns, your life shall be forfeit. Albing thought to himself, while simultaneously admitting, but how can I summon clouds and rain while you bind me so? Nezha nodded in acknowledgement. You have a point, slippery one. He promptly stowed the Hunyuan silk, but left the Qiankun circle in place, still binding Albing's dragon head. Standing atop Albing, he grasped the Qiankun circle. Now, let us see how you will summon the clouds and rain. Albing hesitated, inwardly fuming at being treated like a mere steed. But he dared not express his anger. Speak any more, and I shall change my mind. Nezha warned. Albing's dragon form trembled, fearing Nezha's potential change of heart. Without further delay, he surged from the East Sea, swiftly reaching the skies above Chentang Pass. With a mighty roar, Albing coiled in the air, and in an instant, the heavens above Chentang Pass transformed dramatically. Nezha, perched upon Albing's head, surveyed the scene. If you fail to satisfy me, I shall first strip you of your dragon tendons, and then sever your head. Albing, filled with resentment, nonetheless began to invoke his magic obediently. Moments later, dark clouds gathered ominously over Chentang Pass as the surrounding skies churned. The citizens within Chentang Pass took notice of this spectacle, raising their heads to witness the white dragon's form, trembling in fear, with the uninformed populace kneeling in desperate supplication. Witnessing this scene, Nezha's anger flared further, and he stomped down hard on Albing, who yelped in pain. He promptly addressed the citizens of Chentang Pass from beneath the clouds, declaring, I am Albing of the East Sea Dragon Palace, and I have come today to bestow rain upon Chentang Pass. His voice resonated throughout the entire pass. Meanwhile, Li Jing and his wife emerged from the main military office. Li Jing gazed at Ao Bing in the sky, his eyes filled with disbelief. What trickery is Ao Bing attempting now? Lady Li exclaimed in shock. Husband, is that our son Nezha? She instinctively covered her mouth, staring at the ethereal figure of Nezha standing atop Ao Bing. Is it truly Nezha? Li Jing squinted, and upon confirming it was indeed Nezha. A flicker of anger crossed his face. How dare Ao Bing be captured and threatened by Nezha? Is he intent on endangering the lives of the citizens of Chentang Pass? Without hesitation, Li Jing ascended to the city wall and directed his gaze towards Nezha. Nezha, release the third prince at once. What do you intend to do to the people of Chentang Pass with such actions? Nezha narrowed his eyes, his heart growing colder as he regarded Li Jing. Yet, he paid no heed to Li Jing's words, focusing solely on Ao Bing. If the rain does not fall soon, I shall not be so lenient. Ao Bing growled, glaring at Li Jing, his resentment deepening. He understood that Li Jing's words had undoubtedly provoked Nezha further. Daring not to delay, he summoned the clouds once more, and in mere moments, darkness enveloped all of Chentang Pass. With a thunderous roar from Ao Bing, torrential rain began to pour down. In that instant, the citizens of Chentang Pass rejoiced. Fearing the rain would be fleeting, they hurriedly retrieved containers to collect the precious water. At that moment, they were oblivious to everything else, even Nezha's presence. Only Li Jing continued to glare at Nezha. Nezha, if you still consider yourself my son, then release Prince Ao Bing immediately. Lady Li also arrived, but instead of questioning him like Li Jing, her face was filled with concern. Nezha, please come down. Listen to your father. Although you are capable of capturing Prince Ao Bing, he has the entire dragon palace of the East Sea behind him. Do not act impulsively. Hearing his mother's voice warmed Nezha's heart. Of all the blood relations within the Chentang Pass military, his mother was the one he trusted the most. Yet, he felt a tinge of disappointment. The one he trusted most did not believe in him either. With a self-deprecating smile, Nezha declared, Mother, I know what I am doing. I have returned today to seek justice from the Dragon Palace of the East Sea. Nonsense. Li Jing reprimanded once more. You would doom everyone in Chentang Pass. In response, Nezha coolly replied, Li Jing, aside from surrendering me to quell the wrath of the Dragon Palace, what else can you do? Would that not endanger all the people of Chentang Pass? I am well aware of my heart. Chapter 41. This matter is entirely the prince's own volition. Nezha's words caused Li Jing's expression to darken instantly. You unfilial son. Li Jing pointed accusingly at Nezha. Why are you so obstinately blind? You have captured Prince Ao Bing, thereby alleviating the resentment that has long resided in your heart. However, should you choose to depart in the future, are you aware of the calamity that will befall Chentang Pass? What if I were to slay this Ao Bing? Nezha raised his hand and cast the dragon horn from the air. Upon hearing Nezha's words, Ao Bing's expression shifted slightly, and he interjected, Li Jing, this matter does not concern you. Do not engage in such alarmist rhetoric. After speaking, Ao Bing cast a furtive glance at Nezha, and, noticing the latter's unyielding demeanor, he felt a slight sense of relief. He genuinely feared that Nezha might decide to end his life right then and there. What would be the significance of enduring such humiliation? Li Jing, should you hinder this prince's interests, rest assured that I will not spare you in the future. Ao Bing's heart seethed with indignation. When had he ever felt so constrained? Yet, Ao Bing's words rendered Li Jing momentarily speechless. After a brief pause, he finally spoke again. Prince Ao Bing, my son has been disrespectful and has sought to harm your life on multiple occasions. As for me, I am Li Jing. Ao Bing's countenance shifted dramatically once more. This prince has stated that this matter does not involve Nezha. It is entirely voluntary on my part. Should you utter more nonsensical words, I shall cease this rainfall. That cannot be allowed. Li Jing quickly replied. At that moment, Lady Li also interjected. Since Prince Ao Bing has expressed himself thus, my husband, it seems you have misunderstood our genre. Li Jing's expression darkened. Misunderstanding? Is there any pretense regarding that dragon horn? He intends to bring harm to Chentang Pass. With a heavy sigh, Li Jing refrained from further comment, fearing that the life-giving rain might cease. He glanced around, observing the jubilant faces of the townsfolk. This rainfall surpassed all previous ones in its abundance. Noting Li Jing's silence, Nezha grew bored and nonchalantly sat atop Ao Bing's head. Make it rain more, or I shall roast you and have loach for dinner tonight. Ao Bing inwardly lamented but dared not retort, exerting himself to summon more rain. Never had the illustrious dragon prince experienced such humiliation. Nezha, you shall pay for this. Ao Bing's anger intensified. Furthermore, I am a dragon, not a loach. After half a day, Chentang Pass, under the deluge, seemed to regain a semblance of its former vitality. The once desiccated rivers began to show signs of revival. However, Ao Bing was now somewhat exhausted. Although as a dragon, he possessed the innate ability to summon clouds and rain, his magical power was ultimately insufficient. After half a day of continuous rainfall, he began to falter, and the rain gradually diminished. Nezha, of course, sensed this change. He stood up and coldly remarked, "In just half a day, why has the rain lessened so considerably?" Ao Bing, feeling weak, replied, "Were it a normal rainmaking, it could last several days without issue. However, this occasion is different. The rainfall in just half a day has already far exceeded the usual amount. You loach are surprisingly inept." Nezha retorted. Ao Bing, filled with indignation, pondered for a moment and declared, "If I could rest for half a day, I could extend the rain for another day." Upon hearing this, Nezha glanced toward Chentang Pass. Although the nearby river showed signs of revival, it still lacked sufficient water. Nevertheless, he could indeed sense Ao Bing's exhaustion at that moment. After a moment of contemplation, Nezha replied, "I shall grant you half a day's rest. However, if the river is not filled after that, I shall take your life regardless." Upon hearing this, Ao Bing's heart soared with joy. He had feared Nezha might refuse, but he did not expect such a prompt agreement. After half a day, when his father returned, how could Nezha continue to act so arrogantly? Despite these thoughts, Ao Bing feigned a look of fear and said, "Understood, understood." Nezha, sensing some suspicion, dismissed it. Now that he had attained his powers, even if Ao Bing had some trickery up his sleeve, it would pose no threat. Moments later, the rain ceased, and Ao Bing led Nezha directly into the depths of the East China Sea. Outside Chentang Pass, the common folk remained immersed in their plight. Suddenly, among them, someone recalled Nezha. "Is it the third young master? Did he save us?" They exclaimed. "Nonsense. Lord Li has already stated that the third young master's actions will only bring us harm. The third young master is Lord Li's own son. Did you not hear? Once he departs, the East Sea Dragon Palace will undoubtedly seek revenge, and we will suffer the consequences. What shall we do then? We must go to the general's office and demand that the third young master compel Nezha to apologize to the East Sea Dragon Palace." Yes, to the general's office. Unbeknownst to Nezha, this scene unfolded while he had already returned to the palace with Ao Bing. The once arrogant Ao Bing, now devoid of his former bravado, lay beside Nezha in his dragon form, his complexion pale. "This palace is quite impressive. I have heard that your dragon clan has a penchant for collecting treasures. What valuables do you possess?" Nezha inquired. Ao Bing's eyelids twitched, and he quickly shook his head, saying, "This is merely a modest abode, used for residence. I do not harbor any treasures." "Then where are the treasures of your dragon clan?" Nezha pressed. Ao Bing fell silent. Nezha's gaze bore into him, causing Ao Bing to involuntarily tremble. This calamity. After a moment's hesitation, he finally admitted, "Naturally, they are all within the Dragon Palace, safeguarded by my father." "Then take me to your Dragon Palace," Nezha stated coolly. Ao Bing was momentarily taken aback. What did you say?" He could hardly believe it. Nezha was willing to come to him. The Dragon Palace was a distance away, and it would take time for his father to return and receive word of the situation. Now that Nezha was willing to come to him, it certainly made things easier. Unaware of Ao Bing's thoughts, Nezha coldly reiterated, "Take me to your Dragon Palace." "If you are unwilling," Ao Bing quickly forced a smile that was more ghastly than tears. "I am willing. I shall take you there at once." Nezha, satisfied, nodded and leaped once more onto Ao Bing's back. Ao Bing refrained from further discourse and promptly set off towards the Dragon Palace. In his eyes, Nezha's actions were akin to courting death. His own palace, inhabited by sea demons, could hardly compare to the might of the Dragon Palace. Even if his father had not yet returned, he believed he could find a way to extricate himself. Moreover, within the Dragon Palace resided powerful dragons far beyond his father's prowess. Though he was reluctant to admit it, his elder brothers were considerably stronger than he. With this thought in mind, Ao Bing hastened his pace. Nezha was rushing to meet his demise, and he was more than willing to facilitate it. "Nezha, just wait for me. Once we reach the Dragon Palace, even if you plead for mercy, I shall not relent. I will flay your skin, extract your tendons, and reduce your body to dust." Chapter 42, The Star of Destruction, Slayer of Dragon Sons. Several hours later, Nezha arrived at the entrance of the Dragon Palace alongside Ao Bing. As the seat of the Eastern Seas Dragon clan, the Dragon Palace was far beyond the comparison of Ao Bing's palace. However, having witnessed the grandeur of the Jade Void Palace, the crystalline palace before him, though impressive, failed to astonish Nezha. At that moment, patrols of shrimp soldiers and crab generals from the Dragon Palace approached. "Who dares to trespass in the Dragon Palace?" Ao Bing roared. "Do you not even recognize this prince?" The shrimp soldiers and crab generals' expressions shifted dramatically, Upon realizing it was Ao Bing, they hastily replied. We were momentarily inattentive and did not know the third prince had returned. But, Your Highness, what brings you here? At this time, blood still trickled from the dragon horns on Ao Bing's head, while Nezha sat atop him, surveying the surroundings. Ao Bing thought to himself how foolish these creatures were. Yet he did not lose his temper outright. Instead, he coldly huffed, You should hurry and allow this prince to enter. The shrimp soldiers and crab generals then stepped aside. Observing this, Ao Bing charged directly into the crystalline palace. Nezha furrowed his brow slightly. Suddenly, Ao Bing burst into loud laughter, catching Nezha off guard, and flung him from his back. He coiled within the crystalline palace, glaring fiercely at Nezha. Nezha, I have tolerated you for long enough. Had you not come to the dragon palace, it would have been fine. Now that you have delivered yourself to me, I shall not spare you. Seize him. The shrimp soldiers and crab generals were momentarily stunned, but soon comprehended the situation, as countless sea demons began to swarm in. Compared to the lesser demons of Ao Bing's palace, the soldiers and sea demons of the dragon palace were far more formidable and numerous. In an instant, Nezha found himself encircled. Nezha, even if you beg for mercy now, I shall not forgive you. Attack! Ao Bing bellowed. He had awaited this moment for a long time. Yet Nezha gazed at Ao Bing with a peculiar expression. You slippery eel, so you had such intentions? I had intended to spare your life, but it seems you do not cherish it. Nezha, even at the brink of death, you remain so defiant? Ao Bing cast a cold glance at Nezha, asserting that they were in the dragon palace of the East Sea, not in the prince's own palace. Here, regardless of Nezha's formidable abilities, he would surely meet his demise. Do you truly believe that? Nezha laughed heartily, unconcerned, as the surrounding shrimp soldiers and crab generals closed in. With a mere thought, dozens of avatars surged forth from him, each identical in prowess to his own. In an instant, the shrimp soldiers, crab generals, and numerous sea monsters found themselves unable to approach Nezha in the slightest. Nezha gradually advanced toward Ao Bing. At that moment, a thunderous dragon roar echoed as a purple dragon charged into the fray. Who dares to cause trouble in the dragon palace? Ao Bing felt a surge of joy. Second brother. This purple dragon was none other than his elder brother, Longdu, whose cultivation far surpassed Ao Bing's. Longdu cast a glance at Ao Bing, and upon noticing the loss of his dragon horn, he was immediately filled with rage. After all these years, you remain so utterly useless. Ao Bing, feeling a sense of indignation, refrained from retorting and simply stated, This child is Nezha, the third son of Li Jing from Chentang Pass, with remarkable abilities. I am no match for him. Longdu scoffed. Just watch. I shall capture and slay him. When our father returns, you can plead for mercy. Longdu dismissed Ao Bing, turning his attention to Nezha, who was now sizing him up. The purple dragon indeed appeared to be stronger than Ao Bing, yet to Nezha, he was merely an ordinary beast. So you are Nezha? Indeed. I am. Do you wish to take Ao Bing's place in death? Nezha raised an eyebrow, locking eyes with Longdu. You overestimate yourself. Longdu roared, lunging at Nezha, intending to rend him asunder with his dragon form. Unfazed, Nezha swiftly transformed, conjuring yet another avatar, and tossed his fire-tipped spear to it. Leaning against a wall, he watched as the avatar wielded the spear and thrust it directly at Longdu. With a single strike, the spear pierced through Longdu's dragon head. A swift flick, and Longdu's massive head was severed from his body. A wisp of dragon soul surged forth, attempting to flee, but Nezha sneered, raising his hand to employ the earthly fiend technique, capturing Longdu's 3 souls and 7 spirits. Is this all you can do? Nezha scoffed, then turned to Ao Bing. Ao Bing's expression had drastically changed. He could hardly believe that his once mighty brother was so easily vanquished by Nezha. Regret washed over him. Why had he provoked this calamity? As Longdu perished, the surrounding shrimp soldiers and sea monsters were left in shock. The formidable second prince had fallen? Who was this child who dared to wreak havoc in the dragon palace and slay the second prince? Ao Bing swallowed hard. Upon meeting Nezha's gaze, he cried out, Seize him for me. With that, Ao Bing turned and fled. He regretted it deeply. Nezha would not let him escape. He used his avatars to block the swarm of shrimp soldiers and crab generals, then summoned the waters to pursue him. Since you wish to kill me, why not engage in battle? Ao Bing roared, inwardly cursing. Only a fool would challenge you to combat. You are a scourge, a demon. How has Nezha cultivated to possess such formidable abilities? Father, why do you not return? Noticing that Ao Bing ignored him, Nezha remained unfazed, merely trailing behind Ao Bing while surveying their surroundings. The crystal palace was strewn with earthly treasures, yet to him, they were utterly worthless. If you reveal the location of your treasure, I might consider sparing you. Upon hearing Nezha's proposition, Ao Bing could no longer suppress his anger. You wretched child. Do not presume that I am unaware of your intentions. You merely seek to extract the treasure's whereabouts from me, plunder it clean, and then eliminate me. Nezha paused momentarily, rubbed his nose, and chuckled. You slippery creature, I have always kept my word. If I say I will not kill you, then I shall not. Yet, you have made several attempts to ambush me, and I have yet to settle the score. Should you attempt to flee again, I may very well take your life. As Nezha observed Ao Bing attempting to escape, he casually seized a weapon from a shrimp soldier and hurled it at Ao Bing, who was unable to evade it and was pierced through his body. Crying out in pain, he halted. What do you intend to do, Nezha? Nezha replied coolly. I have stated my terms. Reveal the location of your treasure. You insolent wretch. Ao Bing could no longer contain himself. You wish to kill me. He felt tears welling up in his eyes. Nezha appeared somewhat taken aback, instinctively rubbing his nose. Is it that obvious? After a moment, Nezha sighed lightly. You are right. I do intend to kill you. Furthermore, my arrival in this dragon palace is not solely to end your life, but rather to annihilate your East Sea Dragon clan. Ao Bing's eyelids twitched. My father is the Dragon King of the East Sea and the leader of the 4 Seas Dragon clans. Even if you possess great prowess, you are surely no match for my father. Ao Bing's confidence wavered. If you are so assured, why do you flee? Stay here with me, and I shall show you how your father meets his demise, so you may die with your eyes closed. How do you find that? The East Sea Dragon clan has caused calamity for the people of Chentang Pass in his name. He could no longer endure it. In the face of Nezha's nonchalance, Ao Bing's courage faltered completely. Before returning to this dragon palace, he had believed he could defeat Nezha without his father's assistance. But now, with his elder brother deceased and the shrimp soldiers and crab generals of the dragon palace proving utterly ineffectual, Nezha's capabilities far exceeded his expectations. Noticing Ao Bing's silence, Nezha found the situation rather dull. You slippery creature, you have grown timid at this moment. Nezha shook his head, choosing not to approach Ao Bing, but instead leaped onto a nearby crystal palace. He surveyed the surroundings while simultaneously commanding his avatars to engage in battle with the shrimp soldiers and crab generals. These avatars proved to be quite useful. Summoning such a multitude of them was no easy task, even for me. I wonder how many I could conjure if my cultivation were higher? Nezha felt a surge of anticipation. Before long, the area around the crystal palace was littered with the bodies of sea creatures. Ao Bing, observing from a distance, felt a chill run down his spine. He believed that even as the prince of the dragon palace, he would be torn to shreds by these shrimp soldiers and crab generals. Throughout it all, Nezha paid them no heed. Instead, he seized the opportunity to delve into other divine techniques. Previously, he had not mastered the soul-chasing method employed by the purple dragon. But now, with the ground strewn with the bodies of the sea creatures, he would not let this chance slip away. In mere moments, he was surrounded by the souls of the aquatic beings, casting a somber shadow over the magnificent crystal palace. It became evident to Nezha that to truly master a divine technique, one must practice it frequently. Mere understanding was not sufficient. A realization dawned upon him. Just then, Nezha suddenly sensed a violent surge of seawater around him, accompanied by an overwhelming, nameless pressure bearing down upon him. At the same time, an enraged dragon's roar echoed from afar, causing the entire crystal palace to tremble. Who dares to slaughter my eastern sea tribe? Moments later, a colossal azure dragon swiftly appeared before the crystal palace, transforming into a middle-aged man adorned in a golden robe and crowned with a jeweled tiara. The man surveyed the scene, his countenance darkening further upon witnessing the grievous losses among the shrimp soldiers and crab generals, as well as the numerous sea demons. Who was responsible? He bellowed, his fury igniting. He was the ruler of the Eastern Sea, the Dragon King Ao Guang. Meanwhile, Ao Bing, upon hearing his voice, felt a surge of joy. Father! Ao Bing glanced at Nezha, disregarding everything else, and rushed out. Soon, he stood before the Eastern Sea Dragon King Ao Guang, kneeling with tears in his eyes. Father, it is all my fault. I am incompetent and have caused the death of my second brother. Ao Guang's eyes turned icy as he scanned the surroundings. Quickly spotting the corpse of Long Du, he extended his hand to draw the body closer, and, finding that Long Du had lost its soul, his anger intensified. He seized Ao Bing, noticing the absence of his dragon horn, which further deepened his cold gaze. What on earth has happened? Ao Bing glanced back at the crystal palace and, in a solemn tone, replied, According to your command, I blocked the rain at Chentang Pass. Unexpectedly, Nezha, the son of Li Jing, came seeking vengeance, injuring me and compelling me to summon rain for Chentang Pass, threatening me to bring him here. My second brother, in his attempt to defend me, met a tragic fate, his soul shattered. Father, Nezha is now within the palace. You must take action on my behalf. Ao Guang's eyes were as cold as ice as he forcefully pushed Ao Bing aside and swiftly entered the crystal palace. At that moment, Nezha had been waiting for quite some time. Observing Ao Guang, his mind began to churn with calculations. The old man had once mentioned that Ao Guang, as the Dragon King of the East Sea, possessed the cultivation of a Taiyi golden immortal, formidable in his own right. I was no match for him back then. Yet now, victory should not be a difficult feat. Nezha rose to his feet and fixed his gaze upon Ao Guang. You are the master of this East Sea Dragon Palace, the Dragon King of the East Sea? Ao Guang looked at Nezha, his eyes growing colder still. However, he refrained from attacking immediately, scrutinizing Nezha in return. At such a young age, you have attained golden immortal cultivation. Whose disciple are you? Nezha replied nonchalantly. What concern is it of yours whose disciple I am? Since you have returned, surrender your life quickly, lest you waste my time. Ao Guang let out a cold laugh. A mere golden immortal. Even if you are a disciple of a great power, today I shall take your life, sever your head, and display it above the East Sea, so that all may know that my East Sea Dragon Palace is not to be trifled with. With that, Ao Guang roared and transformed into his true form, the Azure Dragon, causing the East Sea to surge violently. Nezha, undeterred, summoned his hidden techniques to assume his three-headed, eight-armed form, wielding numerous magical artifacts, and stared resolutely at Ao Guang. Today, I shall sever your dragon head. In the next moment, Nezha and Ao Guang engaged in battle. They exchanged blows, their spells clashing, causing the East Sea to tremble, and for a time, neither could gain the upper hand. Meanwhile, Ao Bing was increasingly alarmed, filled with regret. How foolish it was to provoke this calamity. Surely, my father could capture and slay him. Doubt gnawed at Ao Bing, and after a moment's hesitation, he quietly retreated to the side, fearful of being caught in the fray. At this juncture, Nezha had begun to gauge the Dragon King's capabilities. He was slightly stronger than Shingongbao, but that was solely due to the advantage of being in the East Sea. Nevertheless, Nezha felt a surge of confidence. On that fateful day, though his spirit had been constrained, his three-headed, eight-armed form had allowed him to contend with Shingongbao, though he did not emerge victorious. He had made it difficult for Shingongbao to deal with him. Now, armed with the 9 turns primordial skill, even with only a partial mastery, his strength had vastly improved since then. Coupled with the indestructible body he possessed, under his three-headed, eight-armed guise, the Dragon King of the East Sea would surely not be his match. Though the battle remained evenly matched, it was merely due to the current circumstances of being beneath the East Sea. Again, with both Nezha and Ao Guang retreating simultaneously, Nezha halted, only to charge toward Ao Guang once more. At that moment, Ao Guang was taken aback. He had not anticipated that this child, appearing no older than 3 or 4 years, could wield such formidable powers, rivaling his own. It is worth noting that he had heard tales of the Chentang Pass incident and had some knowledge of Nezha. However, the Nezha from those legends did not possess such abilities, which is why he had never regarded him with any seriousness. As Nezha charged once more, Ao Guang no longer held back. With a thunderous roar, he summoned the waters of the East China Sea to surge towards Nezha, simultaneously ascending skyward, heading beyond the sea. At that moment, the skies above the East China Sea roiled with thunder and lightning, with Ao Guang surveying Nezha from his elevated position. As the deity of rain, he commanded the forces of rain and thunder without restraint this time. Moments later, Nezha emerged as well, riding the clouds and gazing at Ao Guang. Is this all the prowess you possess, old Dragon King? Such a small child you are, he taunted. Ao Guang replied in a deep voice, Today, I shall take your life. Your son said the same. Nezha replied nonchalantly. Your abilities may be lacking, but your arrogance is considerable. If you wish for my demise, by all means, come and try. Chapter 44. Unfazed by ridicule? In response to Nezha's provocation, Ao Guang's fury escalated. Thunder roared around him, striking down towards Nezha. Unfazed, Nezha boldly advanced to meet the onslaught. Though the thunder was formidable, with his current physical form, he found it manageable to withstand. Overestimating yourself, Ao Guang scoffed, unleashing more bolts of lightning at Nezha. A colossal sound echoed as the thunder clashed. In an instant, the East China Sea was enveloped in chaos, with Nezha seemingly immersed in a storm of thunder. Yet that was all it was. Old Dragon King, is this the extent of your lightning's might? Nezha stood amidst the tempest, allowing the electric arcs to dance around him. Though he appeared somewhat disheveled, he remained unscathed. Ao Guang's expression shifted slightly as he disregarded Nezha. At that moment, a sphere of lightning materialized above his head, growing larger and exuding an aura of overwhelming power. as if it intended to boil the entire East China Sea. This sight caused Nezha's eyelids to twitch. The old Dragon King truly lived up to his title as the deity of rain, wielding the power of thunder and lightning with terrifying skill. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Nezha refrained from underestimating his opponent. After all, this was the genuine strength of a Taiyi golden immortal. Should he be struck by such a force, it would undoubtedly be unpleasant. Nezha, I shall see how you withstand this technique, Guang declared. As the lightning sphere hurtled toward Nezha, Nezha's eyes narrowed as he swiftly retreated, summoning 8 artifacts to shield himself. Meanwhile, he conjured several avatars that surged towards Guang, while his true form evaded the impending lightning sphere. However, even with his best efforts to dodge, the speed of the lightning was extraordinary, and before his avatars could reach Guang, the sphere collided with Nezha. At that instant, Nezha felt his entire being overwhelmed by the electrifying force. Despite activating his 3 heads and 8 arms, and being fortified by the indestructible body, he still found the experience quite distressing. His insides churned violently. While he sustained no serious injuries, he felt a numbing sensation throughout his body. Nevertheless, this ordeal instilled a newfound confidence within Nezha. The old Dragon King's strength was merely average. This seemingly world-ending thunder could not even manage to injure him significantly. With a thought, Nezha reactivated his previously halted avatars, propelling them once again towards Guang. A subtle change flickered across Guang's visage. "You're surprisingly unscathed?" the Dragon King of the East proclaimed. "Now it is my turn." Nezha stood tall. Though his body felt somewhat numb, he bore no significant injuries. Without a second thought, he charged towards Guang, manifesting his 3 heads and 8 arms, casting various spells. In mere moments, Guang's colossal azure dragon form was riddled with wounds. Blood flowing freely. Enraged beyond measure, he let out a deafening roar, hurling Nezha's transformation away and preparing to summon thunder once more. However, Nezha would not grant him the opportunity. He soared into the air, his true form landing atop Bing's head, seizing Guang's dragon horns just as he had done before with Bing. Yet, as the Dragon King of the East, Guang was not one to be compared with Bing. His dragon body twisted and turned, and in an instant, he aimed to fling Nezha away. Sensing the impending danger, Nezha resorted to the mountain-lifting divine technique, instantly transforming his body into a weight of 10,000 genes. This overwhelming mass caused Guang to plummet from the sky, crashing into the depths of the East Sea. In that moment, Guang comprehended that although Nezha possessed only the cultivation of a golden immortal, his supernatural abilities were astonishingly formidable. With a furious roar, he summoned the waters around him to engulf Nezha, momentarily obscuring his line of sight, rendering even Nezha's water-repelling techniques ineffective. Guang, being the sovereign of the East Sea, wielded dominion over water that Nezha could not rival. With his vision obstructed, Guang seized the moment to break free from Nezha's grasp and fled towards the Dragon Palace. While Nezha found himself hindered by the surging waters, momentarily immobilized. This old Dragon King is utterly shameless. Nezha seethed internally. His disdain for the East Sea Dragon clan had completely evaporated, viewing them as mere bullies who preyed on the weak. Bing was one, and this old Dragon King was another. Seeing him unable to contend, he simply chose to flee? How laughable. At that moment, Guang had returned to the Crystal Palace, and upon his arrival, Bing, noticing the absence of Nezha, was overjoyed. "Father, were you able to slay that Nezha?" Guang scoffed, transforming into his human form, and with a swift motion, he struck Bing across the face. "You ungrateful wretch! You have brought calamity upon our East Sea Dragon Palace." Bing stood frozen, clutching his face. "Father, what do you mean by this?" Guang remained silent, his voice icy as he commanded, "Dispatch orders immediately to activate the defensive grand formation. No one is to enter or exit the Dragon Palace." Bing was momentarily taken aback. "Father, what has transpired?" Guang shot a cold glance at him. Although Nezha possesses merely the cultivation of a golden immortal, his capabilities are extraordinary. Bing trembled, collapsing to the ground in shock. Seeing Bing in such a state, Guang's fury intensified, and he kicked him over. "Are you not going quickly?" Bing finally regained his senses and scrambled to his feet. "I shall go at once." Watching Bing depart, Guang's expression darkened. After a moment, he retrieved the Dragon Palace's communication horn, sending a message to the other 3 Dragon Kings. At this moment, Nezha arrived outside the Crystal Palace, preparing to charge inside, when a burst of golden light enveloped the entire palace. Nezha immediately spotted Bing. "Oh, you slippery eel. How dare you be so cowardly? Come out and face your doom. Nezha glared at Ao Bing. He attempted to enter, but was repelled by the golden light. Ao Bing, feeling a twinge of fear, contemplated fleeing, but then remembered he was within the protective barrier of the Dragon Palace, which bolstered his confidence. If you have the ability, come inside. Is your dragon clan merely a bunch of turtles? Today, I shall shatter your shell. With that, Nezha hurled his cosmic circle at the protective barrier, which trembled violently, yet remained unscathed. Observing this, Ao Bing felt even more emboldened. Nezha, this barrier was left by my dragon ancestors. Even if you possess extraordinary abilities, you cannot breach it. Nezha was momentarily at a loss for words, pondering how Ao Bing, despite being a coward, could display such arrogance. Ignoring him, Nezha thrust his fire-tipped spear toward the barrier once more, but there still appeared to be no signs of it breaking. Truly a tough shell. Nezha furrowed his brow. Not expecting the East Sea Dragon Palace to possess such formidable defenses, this was indeed troublesome. Seeing Nezha falter, Ao Bing felt a surge of satisfaction and taunted, Nezha, is this all the skill you possess? Little eel, do you only excel in verbal sparring? Nezha shot Ao Bing a bemused glance. At that moment, Ao Bing seemed somewhat invigorated, as if he had been roused from embarrassment. Just then, the East Sea Dragon King, Ao Guang, emerged. He looked up at Nezha, frowning, and said, Nezha, we hold no significant enmity with you. You have already slain my second son. Long do why must you persist in this relentless pursuit? Nezha scoffed. Relentless pursuit? If not for your repeated provocations and your selfish cruelty towards the people of Chentang Pass, causing them to suffer, would I have come seeking you? If I lacked the strength now, how would you treat me? At this, Nezha paused for a moment before mockingly adding, I see you, Dragon King, have wasted your title. At this juncture, do you not fear becoming the subject of ridicule? Chapter 45. Breaking the formation. Changing one's mind. Ao Guang's expression darkened, his sharp tongue ready to retaliate. Do you truly believe I cannot breach this tough shell? Nezha fixed his gaze upon Ao Guang. The Dragon King replied in a grave tone, though your skills are impressive, they are insufficient to break this barrier. If you depart now, I shall overlook this matter. What say you? Nezha paused for a moment, then burst into laughter. Old Dragon King, what a clever calculation you have made. Alas, I have no intention of leaving without demolishing your dragon palace and annihilating your East Sea Dragon clan. Such arrogance. Ao Guang snorted coldly, choosing not to waste further words with Nezha, and turned to re-enter the palace. Ao Bing hurried to follow him. It was the first time he had witnessed his father in such a state, and his heart was filled with an increased fear of Nezha. Could it be that his father truly could not contend with Nezha? Ao Guang spoke in a deep voice, when your three uncles arrive, it shall be the moment I take his life. Until then, do not provoke him further. With this grand formation in place, he cannot enter. Ao Bing's expression shifted slightly. Did it truly require the presence of all three uncles? How could Nezha possess such power? He dared not inquire further and retreated to the side, feeling a sense of foreboding. His three uncles were the revered Dragon Kings, second only to his father. Ao Run of the West Sea, Ao Shun of the North Sea, and Ao Qin of the South Sea, each possessing strength that rivaled his father. In his understanding, he had never witnessed all four Sea Dragon Kings unite against a common foe. This was indeed a momentous event. At that moment, a tremendous sound erupted. Ao Bing was startled, and Ao Guang, who had been meditating to recuperate, abruptly opened his eyes. They both looked up to see that the once impenetrable grand formation now bore cracks resembling a spider's web. How could this be? Ao Guang sprang to his feet. Disbelief etched across his face. This formation, which had withstood the test of time for centuries, impervious to all but the great Luo Jingxian, was one of the foundations of his dragon palace, yet now it appeared on the verge of collapse. Such resilience. Nezha's voice boomed. His form transformed into a towering 3,000 zhang, rendering the crystal palace before him akin to a mere egg, albeit slightly more durable. What is this? The law of heaven and earth. Ao Guang, well-versed and knowledgeable, recognized the divine power Nezha was unleashing. Nezha was already formidable, and invoking the law of heaven and earth now made him utterly terrifying. In the next moment, Nezha, in his three-headed, eight-armed form, launched a simultaneous onslaught with all 8 fists upon the grand formation encasing the crystal palace. With a resounding crash, the formation shattered into fragments. Ao Guang instantly spewed forth a mouthful of blood. The formation was connected to the dragon palace, and as its sovereign, he naturally felt the repercussions. Old Dragon King, your shell is but a flimsy thing. Nezha gazed down upon him. This was his inaugural and formal use of the law of heaven and earth, and even he was taken aback by its sheer might. Had he known of its power beforehand, he would not have squandered so much time. Yet, alas, the toll it exacted was immense. With his current cultivation, he could sustain it for no more than the time it takes to burn half an incense stick. Once that time elapsed, he would be rendered powerless. Now that this shell has been breached, your lives are to be surrendered to me. With that declaration, Nezha once more struck down with his fist. His 3,000 Zhang form, though only a minor manifestation of the law of heaven and earth, still overshadowed the heavens and obscured the sun, appearing colossal even beneath the vast expanse of the East Sea. Ao Guang's countenance paled dramatically. He immediately transformed into his dragon form to resist. However, the next instant, he was sent flying, unable to withstand even a moment of the assault. Come forth and face your fate. Nezha's voice was icy as he struck down once more. At that moment, a familiar voice suddenly echoed in his mind, compelling him to instinctively halt his fist. A variable has arisen in your future. Would you like to review it? Was there truly another variable? Nezha was taken aback, glancing at the utterly disheveled Ao Guang, and, after a moment's hesitation, he restrained his blow. It wasn't he that he lacked the desire to kill. Rather, the abrupt emergence of this variable was startling. This indicated that the choice to kill or spare Ao Guang would yield different outcomes. Should he take a moment to reflect? Nezha pondered. Yet he did not retract his fist immediately. Instead, he fixed his gaze on Ao Guang. Young master has had a change of heart. Your crystal palace is rather splendid. It would indeed be a pity to ruin it. Before my arrival, I instructed your son Ao Bing to surrender the treasures of your dragon palace. If you can present these treasures now, I might consider sparing your life. What say you? Having received a blow, Ao Guang was in considerable discomfort, contemplating how to evade Nezha's next strike, yet he found himself momentarily stunned. His dragon palace was replete with treasures. He was not lacking in riches. Is that true? Ao Guang questioned, skepticism evident in his voice. From the sidelines, Ao Bing peeked out and exclaimed, Father, Nezha is exceedingly cunning. He surely intends to seize the treasures and then take our lives. You, Ao Bing, Nezha retorted with irritation. Do you truly think me so easygoing? I shall take your life first. With that, Nezha prepared to strike again. Father, save me. Ao Bing cried out in alarm. Ao Guang cast a glance at his son, who had hidden behind him, and then coldly replied, Will you keep your word? Nezha raised an eyebrow, retracting his divine powers and presenting himself with 3 heads and 8 arms before Ao Guang. I am not as unscrupulous as you. Though Ao Guang's expression darkened, he still stated, I possess numerous treasures in my dragon palace. If you desire them, they are yours. Consider it an apology from the East Sea Dragon Palace. Take the treasures and depart. What do you say? Upon hearing this, Nezha smiled slyly. Well said, well said. Ao Guang regarded Nezha, his mind filled with confusion. Moments ago, Nezha could have effortlessly killed them, yet he had suddenly halted. This was indeed peculiar. Could it be that his divine powers were insufficient to last? Ao Guang speculated, casting an instinctive glance at Nezha. Observing that Nezha appeared vigorous and full of spirit, he hesitated but ultimately dismissed the thought. He dared not test it. Furthermore, Nezha's request was fortuitous. He had already sent word to his 3 brothers, who were on their way. If he could stall Nezha, they would surely capture him. After a brief moment, Ao Guang nodded. Follow me. I hope you will keep your word. Nezha shrugged, offering no further commentary. He merely shot a glance at Ao Bing, whose startled expression prompted a grin from Nezha before he followed Ao Guang into the Crystal Palace. Soon, Ao Guang brought Nezha to the treasure location of the Dragon Palace. Entering from this point leads to the treasure trove of my East Sea Dragon Palace, where countless treasures lie. Whatever you desire, simply take it for yourself. Ao Guang's expression darkened, revealing a hint of pent-up frustration and pain. Nezha, unabashed, strode inside without hesitation. Do not disturb me until I emerge, he declared, casting a warning glance at them. Chapter 46, Simulation, the Rui Jingu Bang? Ao Guang watched Nezha's figure, his heart simmering with resentment, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. He wished for Nezha to linger within for a while longer. At that moment, Ao Bing cautiously approached, whispering, Father, are we truly going to give him all the treasures? Ao Guang shot him a glance, his irritation intensifying, and coldly huffed, Stand guard here. No one is permitted to enter. With that, he strode away. Ao Bing instinctively glanced in the direction Nezha had gone, swallowing hard, filled with regret for his loose tongue. However, with matters as they stood, he dared not utter another word, obediently finding a place to sit and keep watch. Meanwhile, Nezha had entered the treasure vault of the Dragon Palace. Upon surveying the scene, he beheld a dazzling array of riches, treasures that were seldom seen in daily life, now carelessly strewn about, overlooked by all. Each item, even the most ordinary jewels, could suffice for an average citizen's lifetime in Chentang Pass. Yet, Nezha paid little heed to them. His purpose for coming here was not for the treasures, but to observe the variables in the life simulation. Having the old Dragon King bring him here was merely a pretext. This place, it appeared, would serve him well for his inquiry into the variables. Finding a relatively secluded spot, Nezha summoned the blue curtain of the life simulation. The screen flickered with information prompts, and Nezha felt a surge of impatience. View. However, another prompt appeared. This simulation is rather unique and may significantly alter your future. It will require a substantial amount of merit. Do you wish to continue the simulation? Nezha paused momentarily. He had simulated multiple times before, but this was the first such occurrence. Upon checking, he noted that his merit count had dwindled to just over 20,000. That should suffice, he thought. Continue. In the next instant, he watched as his merit, once just over 20,000, vanished in an instant, leaving him with less than 50. Shocked, Nezha scarcely had time to process this, for the information on the screen began to scroll. Age 3. You left Kunlun Mountain's Yushu Palace. You did not seek out Taiyi Zhenren, nor did you return to Chentang Pass, but instead directly entered the East Sea, where you encountered the third prince of the Dragon Palace, Ao Bing. You wounded him and compelled him to summon rain for Chentang Pass. During the rain summoned by Ao Bing, Li Jing discovered you and urged you to release Ao Bing, cautioning you against bringing harm to the citizens of Chentang Pass. Though you felt a pang of indignation, you chose not to dwell on it. However, once the rain ceased, the people of Chentang Pass did not express relief. Instead, they believed Li Jing's words, convinced that your actions would jeopardize their safety. Nezha narrowed his eyes, feeling a chill in his heart. He was unaware of the ensuing events. Why did the citizens of Chentang Pass regard him with such indiscriminate disdain, especially when he had aided the ordinary folk? Confounded, he fell silent for a moment before breaking into a smile. It mattered not. As Nezha, he was not bound by the opinions of others. With that thought, he continued to read on. You and Ao Bing returned to the palace, and during your conversation, you decided to visit the Dragon Palace, prompting Ao Bing to escort you there. Upon reaching the East Sea Dragon Palace, Ao Bing suddenly turned hostile, commanding the shrimp soldiers and crab generals, along with a multitude of sea monsters, to attempt to encircle and slay you. You took action. While you felt no fear of the shrimp soldiers and crab generals, it did consume some time. The second prince of the East Sea, Long Du, unexpectedly returned and sought to kill you. You effortlessly claimed his life. At the age of 4, Nezha paused, instinctively calculating the time. Indeed, at the moment of engaging with the second prince, he had just turned 4. Yet, this was inconsequential. And he continued to read on. These events had already transpired. What he yearned to know was what lay ahead. After expending more time, the East Sea Dragon King Ao Guang finally returned. Upon learning of the situation, he attempted to slay you. You engaged in a fierce battle, utilizing your 3 heads and 8 arms, gaining the upper hand over Ao Guang. Realizing he was outmatched, Ao Guang retreated into the Crystal Palace and activated the Dragon Palace's protective formation, hoping to delay you until the other 3 Dragon Kings arrived to vanquish you. Nezha chuckled peculiarly. So, the old Dragon King was quite shameless, akin to that little loach. He stroked his chin, pondering the impending assembly of the 4 Sea Dragon Kings. He was curious about their prowess, yet it mattered little. If all 4 arrived, he would slay them collectively. Unfazed, he continued to peruse the information. At this moment, he possessed a clear understanding of his own strength. If he exerted his full power, he could easily defeat the East Sea Dragon King. Thus, the addition of 3 more would alter nothing. The information on the screen continued to flicker. After unsuccessful attempts to breach the formation, you resorted to the method of celestial manifestation, utilizing your 3,000 Zhang form to shatter the grand array. Ao Guang was taken aback. Just as you were about to slay him, you suddenly changed your mind and instructed Ao Guang to lead you to the treasure chamber of the Dragon Palace. Nezha rolled his eyes, thinking to himself that had it not been for the sudden prompt, Ao Guang would have already been reduced to a mere pulp. In the treasure-laden land, countless riches lay before you, yet none captured your interest. You meticulously selected a handful of magical artifacts to take back to your master, Taiyi Zhenren. At the Golden Light Cave, just as disappointment began to settle in and you prepared to depart, your gaze fell upon a towering pillar. Upon closer inspection, you discerned a line of grand characters inscribed upon it. Rui Jingu Bang, weighing 13,500 pounds. Rui Jingu Bang? Nezha glanced around, but found no pillar of such grandeur nearby, leaving him perplexed as he continued to observe. You attempted to seize it, only to be thwarted by an unseen barrier, leaving you frustrated and ultimately resigned to abandon the thought. Unable to claim it, you felt a twinge of discontent. Could there truly exist treasures that elude your grasp? What remarkable artifact could it possibly be? Upon exiting the treasure land, you inquired with Ao Guang, who revealed that the towering pillar was forged from the divine iron of the heavenly river's bedrock. If removed, it would cause the waters of the East Sea to reverse course and unleash calamities upon the land. You felt a mixture of relief and disappointment. So that was the reason. Such a precious item could not be taken, lest it bring ruin upon Chentang Pass. Yet it was a pity. Nezha stroked his chin and chuckled. I shall seek out that Rui Jingu Bang. Even if I cannot take it, I will leave my mark upon it. Nezha continued to delve deeper. This time, you expended over 20,000 merits, and the simulation proved far more extensive than before, though it was still ongoing. At that moment, the other 3 Dragon Kings of the Seas arrived. The East Sea Dragon Kings swiftly allied with the other 3, attempting to vanquish you. You once again employed your celestial techniques to engage in a fierce battle with the 4 Dragon Kings. The clash darkened the skies and obscured the sun and moon, causing the waters of the East Sea to boil from your fierce confrontation. Ultimately, you emerged victorious, standing 3,000 zhang tall, your feet planted firmly in the East Sea, as you captured the 4 Dragon Kings in your grasp, reveling in the triumph. Excellent. Nezha couldn't help but clap in applause. He had long awaited this moment, and it was finally within reach. Chapter 47. The Water Curtain Cave of Flower and Fruit Mountain, a monkey? Just as you prepared to take the lives of the 4 Dragon Kings, your master, Taiyi Zhenren, suddenly appeared. He cautioned you that the 4 Dragon Kings governed their respective seas, and their demise would surely incite chaos throughout the realm. Heeding Taiyi Zhenren's counsel, you ultimately decided to subdue them instead, extracting each of their souls to prevent future troubles. Witnessing this, Nezha felt a pang of disappointment. They were still allowed to live, which seemed a concession on his part. For centuries, they had plundered the wealth of the people, controlling the world's waters and subjugating the populace. Yet they could not be eradicated. Nezha furrowed his brow slightly. Very well, by taking their souls, they would surely refrain from further malice in the future. He stroked his chin and continued to observe, as the simulation persisted. You have resolved the karmic entanglement of the East Sea. The venerable Taiyi Zhenren inquired if you wished to accompany him back to the Golden Light Cave, to which you declined. Without probing into your reasons, he encouraged you to seize this opportunity to traverse the realms, bestowing upon you the magical artifact, the Wind and Fire Wheel, to aid you in your endeavors. After parting ways with Taiyi Zhenren, you returned to Chentang Pass, where you encountered Li Jing. You entrusted him with the soul of the Dragon King of the 4 Seas. And after bidding farewell to your mother, you departed. Thus, your path was finally fulfilled, and you gained a profound understanding of your desires. With the resolution of karmic ties, you found yourself at ease and began your journey across the lands as guided by your master, Taiyi Zhenren. One day, you arrived at a place known as Flower Fruit Mountain, discovering that beneath it lay the Dragon Palace of the East Sea. You paused, intending to observe whether the Dragon King remained subdued. As you cultivated within Flower Fruit Mountain, the multitude of monkeys present became a source of vexation for you. Monkeys? Nezha's eyes widened. Having received this simulation, he foresaw an encounter with a monkey in the future. Most significantly, after attaining sanctification in his physical form, he found himself unable to contend with this monkey, which was among the principal reasons for his desire to grow stronger. The mention of the monkey in this simulation piqued his concern. Would Flower Fruit Mountain be connected to that monkey? Nezha furrowed his brow slightly. While he had previously disregarded other simulations, this monkey compelled his attention. He resolved to investigate thoroughly. If it were indeed related, he would first seek out that monkey and give him a sound thrashing. With determination in his heart, Nezha continued to peruse the narrative. One day, in a fit of whimsy, you strolled through Flower Fruit Mountain and stumbled upon a cave known as the Water Curtain Cave. For reasons unknown, upon seeing the cave, a sense of frustration overcame you, prompting you to destroy it. However, you soon discovered that this Water Curtain Cave was not so easily vanquished. Your full might could not even scratch its surface. In a fit of ire, you employed the technique of law of heaven and earth, causing your figure to loom over Flower Fruit Mountain, scattering the birds and beasts in alarm. Finding the spectacle dull, you abandoned the thought of destruction and instead chose to inhabit the cave as your sanctuary for cultivation. Yet, the incessant noise of the monkeys became unbearable, leading you to ultimately decide to leave. While venturing forth, you encountered Yuding Zhenren, who was traveling as well. You learned that he was the senior disciple of your master, Taiyi Zhenren. At this juncture, the information on the screen ceased its flow. Nezha, however, became increasingly convinced that the Water Curtain Cave of Flower Fruit Mountain was indeed linked to that monkey. Yet, He was perplexed as to why the initial simulation had hinted at its uniqueness and why the merits deducted were significantly greater than before. Was there perhaps another variable at play? Nezha found himself bewildered. Wishing to continue, he found no new information forthcoming. Disappointed, he resolved to keep a watchful eye on the water curtain cave of Flower Fruit Mountain. If indeed there exists a connection with that monkey, it would be quite intriguing. Nezha chuckled softly, dismissing the thought, for he was still within the Dragon Palace, and such matters could be pondered later. At that moment, a voice echoed once more. This simulation contains exceptional anomalies. You may receive the following rewards: mastery over the lightning of the East Sea Dragon King and a minor attainment of the indestructible body. Nezha felt a surge of surprise. This time, there were no selective rewards, but rather two were bestowed upon him directly. The power of the East Sea Dragon King, a minor level of the indestructible body. Nezha stroked his chin, contemplating. With this, the old Dragon King's lightning would surely be incapable of harming him. Nezha was not disheartened. After all, receiving rewards was undoubtedly a fortuitous event. If there were any cause for disappointment, it would be that this simulation had not yielded any rewards related to the 9 turns of original power. Yet, this only underscored the complexity of the 9 turns of original power. Due to excessive consumption of your merits, you have insufficient merit remaining to support further simulations. Please acquire more merit at your earliest convenience. You have met the conditions to activate a hidden reward. Your previously acquired hidden reward is minor attainment of the 9 turns of original power. Nezha's eyelids twitched with astonishment. Indeed, there was such a reward? He could overlook the others, but the minor attainment of the 9 turns of original power ignited a sense of urgency within him. This hidden reward, he recalled, had automatically converted from his excess merits after vanquishing numerous sea demons. It had been so long that he had almost forgotten, yet here it was now, manifesting unexpectedly. Upon activation, it delivered a monumental surprise. As the rewards were conferred, Nezha felt a remarkable transformation within his body. His cultivation, which had just reached the golden immortal stage, suddenly broke through in rapid succession, hinting at an impending elevation to the Taiyi golden immortal level. With but a slight comprehension, the breakthrough appeared exceedingly simple. Moreover, his understanding of the supernatural powers within the 9 turns of original power seemed to deepen once again, allowing him to advance from minor attainment. Though he did not leap directly into the realm of great attainment, he had truly entered the threshold, barring unforeseen circumstances. When he next employed the method of heaven and earth, he would certainly manifest a form of at least 5,000 zhang. His strength was nothing short of extraordinary. Nezha took a deep breath. The surprise was indeed overwhelming. It took him quite a while to regain his composure. Now, he felt no pressure from the East Sea Dragon King. Even the combined might of the 4 Sea Dragon Kings could be dispelled with a mere gesture. Nezha surveyed his surroundings. It was time to attend to more pressing matters. The Rui Jingu Bang? Nezha began his search. The treasures here did not pique his interest. Yet he collected some magical artifacts. They would be of value to the old man in the future, making this journey worthwhile. As he had noted in the life simulation and had no intention of altering that. In fact, this simulation had left him quite satisfied. He did not plan to change anything further, choosing instead to proceed according to the experiences gleaned from this life simulation. The treasure trove of the Dragon Palace turned out to be far more expansive than Nezha had anticipated. He searched for several hours before finally catching sight of the pillar that was described in the simulation of life. Is this the object? Nezha approached and, noticing the pillar adorned with coral and seaweed, curiously circled around it. Is this indeed the Rui Jingu Bang? How astonishingly immense it is. Nezha looked up, realizing that the Rui Jingu Bang shot upwards, seemingly without end. Such magnitude, even if I could retrieve it, it would be of no use to me. Therefore, I shall leave something here. With this thought, Nezha conjured a brush and inscribed, Nezha visited here. He waved his hand, but soon discovered that, with his current cultivation, he could not engrave characters upon the Rui Jingu Bang. Nezha felt a twinge of disappointment. How tedious, how dull. Then he glanced around, summoned a massive stone, and carved the inscription upon it instead. Today, I, Nezha, visited here. After completing his inscription, Nezha nodded in satisfaction. Simultaneously, he cast a protective spell over the stone to prevent it from being damaged in the future before making his way out. Now, it was time to settle the score with Ao Guang. Moments later, Nezha exited the treasure site and immediately spotted Ao Bing. Startled, Ao Bing instinctively recoiled. How did you emerge? Nezha looked at Ao Bing and chuckled. What's the matter? Are you all so at ease allowing me to stay inside? Aren't you afraid I might take away all the treasures of your dragon palace? Ao Bing's smile appeared more sorrowful than a frown. You intend to take them? After all, Nezha advanced towards Ao Bing, who kept retreating. Where is the Dragon King? Nezha inquired. Ao Bing quickly replied, Father is resting in the hall. You promised to leave after obtaining the treasures. Are you planning to go back on your word? Nezha merely scoffed. I certainly will not retract my promise. But your father may not share the same sentiment. Considering the time, the other Dragon Kings should be arriving shortly. Nezha raised an eyebrow and transformed into his three-headed, eight-armed form. Ao Bing felt a jolt of alarm. How does this calamity know? Could it be that all of this is part of his scheme? Impossible. Contemplating this, Ao Bing responded, This prince does not comprehend what you are saying. Nezha sneered. Do you not understand? I shall take your life now, and then we shall see if you comprehend. Nezha feigned a move to strike, just as Ao Guang's voice resonated through the air. Nezha. The azure dragon that was Ao Guang peered down at Nezha, and alongside him were three other colossal dragons, red, black, and white. They were the remaining dragon kings of the seas. Brother, is this the Nezha who has disturbed our East Sea's peace? The North Sea Dragon King, Ao Shan, remarked mockingly. Ao Guang let out a cold snort, for he was indeed formidable, possessing the divine ability to manipulate the heavens and the earth, and thus could not be taken lightly. Now that the four sea dragon kings had joined forces, could he still hope to turn the tides? Ao Qin, the Dragon King of the South Sea and a fierce red dragon in command of the true fire of two dimensions, was known for his fiery temper. Upon uttering his words, he unleashed the true fire directly at Nezha. Even beneath the sea, the flames blazed with extraordinary intensity, causing the surrounding waters to boil. Nezha, though surprised, remained unconcerned. With his cultivation nearing the Taiyi golden immortal level, he could stand invincible even without utilizing the manipulation of the heavens and the earth. However, he had no desire to squander time. Old Dragon King, is this your savior? He remarked, and in an instant, Nezha's form surged upward, once again enacting the manipulation of the heavens and the earth. This time, his stature reached an astonishing 5,000 zhang, towering over all. Before Nezha, the four sea dragon kings appeared as insignificant as loaches. Meanwhile, the true fire of two dimensions rained down upon Nezha, who, unfazed, quipped, Is this flame merely tickling me? At that moment, Ao Guang's expression shifted dramatically. Previously, Nezha's manipulation of the heavens and the earth had only manifested as a 3,000 zhang form. Yet now it had escalated to 5,000 zhang. Had he been holding back before? Retreat. Ao Guang shouted without hesitation. Having realized that even their combined strength would not suffice against Nezha, it was too late. Nezha raised all 8 of his arms simultaneously and brought them crashing down. The 4 dragon kings were taken aback, yet, apart from Ao Guang, the other 3 had never witnessed Nezha's might. Though they were filled with dread, they did not flee. Instead, they cast spells in an attempt to resist. Numerous spells surged toward Nezha all at once. At that moment, Nezha had not yet activated his indestructible body and, for an instant, felt a twinge of pain. Nevertheless, he paid it little mind, having gained some understanding of his current physical form. With the cultivation of a Taiyi golden immortal, he could easily withstand the impact, but if faced with a greater number of Taiyi golden immortals, he would indeed suffer injury. However, if fortified by his indestructible body, the outcome would differ. With this thought, Nezha activated his indestructible body, and the spells that had previously caused him discomfort now had no effect, vanishing as if a cow had plunged into the sea, creating not a single ripple. Are you finished? Nezha coldly inquired, his gaze fixed upon them. If you are done, it is my turn. The 3 heads spoke in unison, sending shockwaves through the hearts of the 4 dragon kings. Run! Ao Guang bellowed, unwilling to accept defeat. He had not anticipated that all his scheming would ultimately backfire. He could not fathom why, in such a short span, Nezha had grown so much stronger. Thinking of escaping? Nezha sneered, his 8 arms lifting once more, stirring the waters of the East Sea. Not only that, but from the heavens above, thunder rumbled down. Old Dragon King, behold this move of mine. How does it compare to yours? The thunder struck fiercely upon the eastern sea, enveloping its waters in an instant with a tempestuous aura. The dragon kings of the 4 seas wielded the power of thunder, yet at this moment, they found themselves unable to withstand the lightning unleashed by Nezha. What sorcery is this? Exclaimed the hot-tempered Ao Qin, disbelief etched upon his face. He turned to Ao Bing beside him, glaring fiercely. Brother, what calamity have you stirred? Ao Guang felt a pang of regret, tears almost brimming in his eyes as he comprehended why his son Ao Bing harbored such fear of Nezha. Indeed, this was a harbinger of doom. Nezha, Ao Guang shouted, do you truly intend to eradicate us? What do you think? Nezha replied impassively, as 4 of his hands descended once more, ensnaring Ao Bing and the other dragon kings. They struggled to break free, yet were rendered powerless. their bodies numb from the onslaught of Nezha's thunderous might. What do you seek? Ao Guang's eyes burned with desperation. Naturally, I shall eliminate you. Nezha taunted, relishing the moment. His heart swelled with exhilaration. What was once merely a simulation of life had now transformed into a tangible reality. Capturing the 4 Dragon Kings with his own hands, a vastly different sensation. Moments later, Nezha's thoughts shifted as he gazed into the distance, where a streak of light raced towards him. A smile graced his face. Master, Nezha proclaimed. Taiyi Zhenren stood before Nezha, awestruck by his disciple's towering form of 5,000 zhang. He had not anticipated that Nezha would elevate his mastery of the law of heaven and earth to such heights, surpassing even Taiyi's expectations in strength. Moreover, it seemed that the 9 turns of Yuan Gong had undergone a breakthrough. Nezha single-handedly confronted the 4 Dragon Kings, treading upon the Eastern Sea, instilling fear across the realms. Taiyi Zhenren felt immense satisfaction, for this was indeed his apprentice. After a brief pause, Taiyi Zhenren gently inquired, Nezha, do you truly intend to slay them? In response to Taiyi Zhenren's question, Nezha was not taken aback, for he had already anticipated it. After a moment's contemplation, he replied, Disciple merely wishes to intimidate them. Taiyi Zhenren paused, then chuckled, Ah, you still possess the heart of a child. If you do not intend to kill them, what course of action shall you take? Taiyi Zhenren regarded Nezha with keen interest. Nezha glanced at the 4 wriggling eels in his grasp and said, If I were to simply release them, they would undoubtedly resume their malevolent ways against Chentang Pass should I be absent in the future. Taiyi Zhenren nodded slightly. Nevertheless, they are, after all, deities of rain, wielding dominion over the waters of the 4 seas and the world's rivers. You must proceed with caution. At that moment, Ao Guang, overhearing their exchange, felt a flicker of hope. He pleaded, If you release us 4, we vow we shall not seek retribution. The other 3 Dragon Kings echoed, We will certainly not retaliate. Nezha then scoffed coldly, I cannot place my trust in you. Ao Guang, your repeated betrayals are not lost on me. Nevertheless, out of respect for my master, I am inclined to show you leniency. However, I cannot allow you to escape unscathed. I possess a technique that can ensnare your souls, and I shall claim 1 soul and 1 spirit from each of you as a binding constraint. Should you dare to betray me again, I shall obliterate your very essence. What say you? Ao Guang's countenance shifted dramatically. This cannot be permitted. You have no authority. Nezha's eyes narrowed, preparing to act, when Ao Guang hastily called out to Taiyi Zhenren. Master Taiyi, I recognize you. Do you truly wish to act so ruthlessly? Taiyi Zhenren stroked his beard and replied with a calm demeanor, Ao Guang, as the Dragon King of the East Sea, it is your duty to ensure the peace and happiness of the people. Yet, you allow your offspring to commit heinous acts and have unilaterally severed the water supply to Chentang Pass. You are already guilty. Nezha is my disciple, and your East Sea Dragon Palace has repeatedly sought to take his life. Were it not for your status as Dragon King, even your demise would not have compelled me to come here today. Upon hearing Taiyi Zhenren's words, Ao Guang fell into utter despair. He struggled, but it was futile. The other 3 Dragon Kings were equally pale with dread. The loss of their souls would not kill them, but it would severely diminish their spirits and drastically reduce their powers. Seeing that Taiyi Zhenren had ceased speaking, Nezha did not hesitate any longer and directly invoked the earthly fiend technique to capture their souls. Taiyi Zhenren observed the scene with increasing satisfaction. Once Nezha had successfully extracted the souls of the 4 Dragon Kings, Taiyi Zhenren raised his hand and summoned a pearl, handing it to Nezha. This pearl can stabilize souls. You may contain their essences within it. Thank you, Master, Nezha replied succinctly as he accepted the pearl. At this moment, the 4 Dragon Kings ceased their struggles. Nezha regarded them with a detached demeanor, stating, Today, I shall spare your lives. With that, he cast them back into the East Sea, and simultaneously, his divine form dissipated, his 3 heads and 8 arms retracting, returning him to his youthful appearance. However, his complexion had turned somewhat pale. Noticing this, Taiyi Zhenren swiftly approached Nezha and offered him a chi-nurturing pill. Master, I assure you, I am fine, Nezha said. Taiyi Zhenren nodded slightly. Now that your karmic debts are settled, do you wish to return with me to the cave for further cultivation? Nezha shook his head. I still have matters to attend to. Moreover, my current level of cultivation cannot be enhanced by mere seclusion. Taiyi Zhenren sighed inwardly. He had intended to take Nezha away to avoid scrutiny, especially given the astonishing talents Nezha had recently displayed. However, seeing Nezha's refusal, he refrained from pressing the matter further. In that case, allow me to bestow upon you another treasure. This treasure, known as the Wind-Fire Wheel, will aid you in your future travels. When your tasks are complete, you may wander the 4 corners of the world, and return to Jingguang Cave in 3 years' time. What do you say? Nezha nodded. Thank you, Master, for your generosity. Simultaneously, he cast his gaze toward Chentang Pass. Chapter 50. I, Nezha, have no further ties with you. After imparting some matters to Nezha, the celestial master Taiyi departed without hesitation. His presence was merely to prevent Nezha from taking the lives of the 4 Seas Dragon Kings. He was quite pleased with Nezha's actions, for they not only yielded results, but also imposed restrictions and deterrents. Following this incident, it was likely that the 4 Seas Dragon Kings would behave themselves for quite some time, at least ensuring that no further disturbances would arise in Chentang Pass. At this moment, outside the general's mansion in Chentang Pass, several citizens emerged with expressions of deep concern. Do you think the Lord will truly find a way to hand over the 3rd young master? One asked. Alas, the 3rd young master is the Lord's own son. Though the Lord has previously advised him, one can never be certain when it comes to family matters. Another sighed softly and remarked, when I spoke with the Lord just now, did you hear any strange sounds? They seem to be emanating from the East Sea. Could it be that the Dragon King is enraged? Who knows? But this time, the 3rd young master may truly bring about our doom. In my opinion, we should hasten to gather our belongings and leave Chentang Pass. Within the general's mansion, Li Jing remained silent, his emotions unreadable. After a long pause, he finally exhaled heavily and rose from his seat. He gazed toward the East Sea, his countenance clouded with worry. At that moment, Nezha's voice rang out, Li Jing. Li Jing swiftly stepped outside. There stood Nezha, mounted upon his wind fire wheels at the pinnacle of Chentang Pass, accompanied by the pallid Ao Bing. Nezha, you still dare to return? Come down at once. Li Jing commanded, pointing at Nezha. Nezha, unfazed, replied coolly. Are you still contemplating handing me over to the East Sea Dragon King? Li Jing retorted, your reckless actions will surely lead to the ruin of Chentang Pass. Nezha burst into laughter, you remain ever the same. A chill ran through Nezha's heart. He could have chosen to abscond, yet he opted to return. From the very first simulation of his life, he had discerned Li Jing's attitude towards him, treating him as a monster rather than a son, which had resulted in the visions seen during that initial simulation. However, this time he did not need to endure self-sacrifice, for no one could compel him now. After all, not only the East Sea Dragon King, but all 4 Dragon Kings were no match for him. At that moment, Ao Bing interjected, Li Jing, cease your nonsensical ramblings. This prince has accompanied the 3rd young master to convey the current stance of our East Sea Dragon clan. Though Ao Bing's complexion was pale, his voice resonated with authority. This was not due to his physical recovery, but rather a necessity, for the Nezha before him was a formidable force capable of easily overcoming even his own father. Li Jing paused momentarily, a flicker of confusion crossing his features. Prince Ao Bing, are you truly being threatened by this wretch? Hearing Li Jing's words, Ao Bing cursed inwardly. How could Li Jing be so ungrateful? Were it not for this calamity, this prince would have devoured him whole. Yet, regardless of his disdain, he continued, of course not. The 3rd young master has already forged a close friendship with the Dragon clan of the East Sea. In the future, this prince shall continue to guard the Nine Bay River, ensuring favorable weather for Chentang Pass. You must cease your reckless words. Beside them, Nezha observed Ao Bing with a sense of peculiarity. He had brought Ao Bing here precisely to secure the entrance to the East Sea at Nine Bay River, yet unexpectedly. Ao Bing was quite agreeable this time. He had been disinclined to engage in idle chatter with Li Jing, and now Ao Bing's words had spared him considerable trouble. Li Jing was taken aback by Ao Bing's declaration, gazing at him in disbelief. Is that truly the case? Ao Bing snorted dismissively. Would this prince deceive you? At that moment, Lady Li emerged, her face beaming with joy as she looked at Nezha. She reproached, my husband, since Prince Ao Bing has spoken thus. Do you still doubt her, Nezha? Nezha is inherently kind-hearted. How could he disregard Chentang Pass? His alliance with the Dragon Palace is precisely for the welfare of Chentang Pass. Is it not? Indeed, it seems we have wronged the 3rd young master, someone spoke up. I had even consented to hand him over to the authorities. Guilt washed over them. The earlier events could not be blamed on the 3rd young master. Rather, we had sought to shift the blame onto him. Yes, during the invasion of the sea monsters, had it not been for the 3rd young master, many lives would have been lost. Listening to the discussions, Li Jing fell into silence. He raised his gaze towards Nezha, his expression growing more complex. He opened his mouth, unsure of how to articulate his thoughts. Have I truly erred? Li Jing questioned himself. From the moment of Nezha's birth, he had deemed him a demon, and even when the great master Taiyi revealed Nezha's true identity, he remained unwilling to accept it. As the commander of Chentang Pass, he could not come to terms with the fact that his child was different from ordinary beings. Thus, No matter what Nezha did, he was never satisfied. His heart bore an indelible thorn. He had long wished for Nezha's demise, believing that death would bring peace. Furthermore, with the pressure from the Dragon Palace of the East Sea, he would have willingly surrendered Nezha to ensure tranquility at Chentang Pass. But now, everything seemed to exceed his expectations. Nezha had actually befriended the Dragon Clan of the East Sea. Noticing Li Jing's silence, Nezha smiled, unconcerned with Li Jing's thoughts, for they held little significance to him. As for the murmurs of the citizens of Chentang Pass, he did not take them to heart. They were merely ordinary mortals, driven by their own self-interests. The past mattered little. Nezha's countenance remained serene as he raised his hand, casting the orb that imprisoned the souls of the Four Seas Dragon Kings towards Li Jing. Within this object resides the souls of the Dragon Kings of the Four Seas. With its presence, the Dragon Kings dare not stir up trouble at Chentang Pass. Li Jing instinctively accepted the orb, gazing at the swirling dragon souls within. His face a mask of terror. Could it be that Nezha had slain the Dragon Kings of the Four Seas? He subconsciously glanced at Ao Bing, who had already stealthily retreated a few steps, silently grateful that Nezha had not claimed his soul. Nezha spoke calmly. This object is entrusted to you. Henceforth, we shall have no further entanglements. This was the true purpose of his return. Although he had harbored some hope, Li Jing's response had not changed. Were it not for his own formidable strength, he would not have escaped coercion. Li Jing would still press him, driving him toward death. Such as Li Jing. From the moment of my birth, you have harbored disdain for me. Now, with the citizens of Chentang Pass as witnesses, I shall acquiesce to your will. Nezha. Lady Li's eyes brimmed with tears. Do you not care for your mother any longer? Gazing at Lady Li, Nezha's eyes glistened with moisture. Mother, I shall never forget your nurturing grace. Third brother, Jinjia and Muzha hurriedly approached. Nezha slowly closed his eyes. After a brief moment, he reopened them, fixing his gaze upon Li Jing, without further hesitation. I, Nezha, shall henceforth have no ties with you, Li Jing. The karmic bond between us is hereby severed. Chapter 51. Tahuagua Mountain. Seeking the water curtain cave. Nezha is not a heart of stone. Yet, he finds it difficult to forgive Li Jing. Had Li Jing exhibited even a modicum of hesitation earlier, Nezha would not be so resolute now. But Li Jing did not waver. Thus, while he can cherish his mother's kindness, he shall harbor no further expectations of Li Jing. Naturally, he would not resort to the self-destructive path he initially simulated. That is not worthy of him. At this moment, as Nezha's words fell, thunder rumbled ominously above the clouds, as if bearing witness to the moment. Li Jing trembled, holding the orb Nezha had given him, overwhelmed by a tumult of emotions. The citizens of Chentang Pass were moved to tears, fully aware of the reasons behind Nezha's momentous decision. Nezha, third brother. Nezha's expression remained tranquil as he regarded Jinjia and Muzha. After a moment of contemplation, he produced two magical artifacts. Protect our mother. Without further hesitation, he turned and transformed into a streak of light, vanishing from sight. Ao Bing stood stunned for a moment before casting a deep glance at Li Jing and then transforming into a white dragon, plunging into the Jiuan River. Calm returned to Chentang Pass, as if Nezha had never been there. Lady Li continued to strike Li Jing in despair. Why are you so obstinate? If it were not for you, how could Nezha have forsaken us? Li Jing regained his senses, glancing toward the direction where Nezha had vanished, and then looked back at Jinjia and Muzha. Take your mother back to rest. No one knows what he is thinking. In this moment, he appears to have aged considerably. Nezha rides swiftly on his wind fire wheels. The ties between the Dragon Palace of the East Sea and Chentang Pass have now been severed, and he feels unburdened. Only when he can no longer see Chentang Pass does Nezha slow his pace, taking a deep breath to calm his emotions, and then a thoughtful expression crosses his face. With the ties resolved, I am no longer shackled, and I need not worry about Chentang Pass any longer. My future cultivation will undoubtedly proceed with greater ease. After all, my path is now unobstructed. Although he had previously claimed to understand the principles, he was still constrained by the ties of Chentang Pass. Now, it is as if the sky is vast, allowing birds to soar freely. He can truly act according to his own desires. With this thought, Nezha feels a sense of exhilaration. According to the calculations of his previous life, in a few years, the old man would summon him to assist Jiang Zia in vanquishing the Shang dynasty. When they parted, the old man had set a 3-year agreement, which should come to pass, barring any unforeseen events. 3 years, Nezha muses, stroking his chin. I wonder if I can attain the status of a Taiyi golden immortal, or perhaps ascend further to achieve the title of a great Luo golden immortal. However, before that, I must first venture to Flower and Fruit Mountain. Having determined his direction, Nezha proceeds without hesitation toward Flower and Fruit Mountain. According to his simulations, Flower and Fruit Mountain lies above the Dragon Palace of the East Sea. And since he has already visited the palace, locating it should pose no difficulty. Soon, Nezha arrives above the Dragon Palace, and at a glance, he spots Flower and Fruit Mountain. Below, Ao Guang also notices Nezha, and his eyelids twitch involuntarily. Why is this calamity once again appearing? Could it be that he intends to go back on his word? His face pales as he looks at Nezha, still harboring a hint of fear. Is this Flower and Fruit Mountain? Nezha contemplates as he approaches. Ao Guang rushes over. What business do you have? At this moment, Ao Guang has lost his previous bravado. He is genuinely afraid of Nezha, especially since his soul is still in Nezha's possession. Should Nezha desire it, he could take his life at any moment. Nezha glances at Ao Guang. Nothing of consequence. I merely find this place delightful and wish to reside here for a while. He gestures toward Flower and Fruit Mountain. Ao Guang finally exhales slightly, saying, I see. If you require anything, please do not hesitate to ask. Nezha replies coolly, you may return now. Fear not. I am not one to go back on my word. As long as you remain honest, I shall not trouble you again. Hearing this, Ao Guang nods eagerly, wiping the cold sweat from his brow, and hastily returns to the East Sea. He has no desire to linger with Nezha. This prompts a smile from Nezha as he then flies toward Flower and Fruit Mountain, where the air is filled with the fragrance of blossoms and the melodies of birds. Nezha alighted on the Flower and Fruit Mountain after riding the wind and fire wheels, inhaling deeply and feeling a profound sense of ease. However, it was not long before a frown creased his brow. Indeed, there were monkeys. Not far off, a troop of monkeys was intently observing him, chattering away in a cacophony of sounds. As Nezha approached, the monkeys scattered in all directions, though a few bolder ones leaped onto nearby trees, sizing up this unexpected visitor. Soon, some of the more mischievous monkeys began to pluck fruits or pick up stones from the ground to hurl at Nezha. He felt a mixture of exasperation and annoyance, but refrained from anger, finding the situation somewhat bothersome. He had an aversion to monkeys. In the next moment, he unleashed his transformation technique, morphing into a large ape and letting out a thunderous roar at the troop, which promptly fled in terror. At last, silence reigned. Acknowledging the monkey's ferocity, Nezha reverted to his original form and ventured deeper into the mountain. His purpose for coming here was not trivial. He sought to uncover any connection to the monkey that had caused an uproar in the heavenly palace and had bested him. Most importantly, this life simulation indicated the presence of unique variables that he needed to explore, and he surmised that they were likely linked to this place. Unfortunately, his divine abilities did not include a means of communicating with birds and beasts. Otherwise, the task would be considerably simpler. Moreover, with such an abundance of monkeys, even if that particular one were among them, he doubted he could find it. It seemed imperative to first locate the water curtain cave. But where might it be? At that moment, a resounding roar of a tiger echoed through the air, and Nezha soon found himself face to face with a magnificent striped tiger. Its gaze fixed upon him with predatory intent. He was taken aback. There was indeed a demon here, and it appeared to possess considerable power. The tiger demon regarded Nezha with a greedy glint in its eyes, clearly viewing him as prey. Nezha chuckled lightly. You, little demon, have arrived at the perfect time. Quickly inform me where the water curtain cave lies, and I shall spare your life. Predictably, the response he received was a furious roar. As the tiger demon lunged at him, how foolish to refuse a courteous offer. Nezha ceased his banter, and as the tiger demon closed in, he waved his hand, transforming the surrounding fallen leaves into sharp blades that severed the tiger demon's head. It fell lifelessly to the ground. Just then, a familiar voice echoed in his mind. You have slain a deep mountain tiger demon and gained 1,000 merits. Nezha's spirit soared. It seemed that before seeking the water curtain cave, he could hunt for more minor demons in Flower and Fruit Mountain, should they prove malevolent. Their demise would serve to replenish his dwindling merits. Chapter 52. This place shall henceforth be known as the Water Curtain Cave. The number of demons on Flower and Fruit Mountain far exceeded Nezha's expectations. However, the truly malevolent ones were few and far between. As Nezha traversed the realm in his youthful form, he encountered merely 2 or 3 malevolent spirits with designs upon him throughout the day. The majority of the demons displayed little interest, casting only fleeting glances before departing. This perplexed Nezha, simultaneously kindling within him a deeper curiosity about Flower Fruit Mountain. After all, most members of the demon clan are inherently fierce and avaricious. The sea demons from the East China Sea he had previously encountered epitomized this nature. Yet, the beings of Flower Fruit Mountain appeared to be a stark contrast, which struck him as rather peculiar. It seemed that accruing merit in this place would not be a simple endeavor. He pondered why the demon folk of Flower Fruit Mountain differed from those in other regions. Could it be that they sensed the depth of his cultivation? Nezha mused, contemplating his next steps, resolving to find a place to rest before seeking the water curtain cave. He noted that despite not having seen any trace of it thus far, Flower Fruit Mountain was relatively modest in size. Thus, if he truly wished to seek it out, it would not pose a challenge, and he felt no trepidation. Just then, a thunderous roar echoed through the air. A formidable demon, adorned with a black gold helmet and draped in a dark robe, leaped toward him, brandishing a mighty blade and ultimately halting before Nezha. In comparison, Nezha appeared somewhat diminutive. I am the Chaos Demon King. Is it you, child, who dared to harm my minions within Flower Fruit Mountain? He glared at Nezha, his eyes radiating an ominous ferocity. Unfazed, Nezha returned the gaze, a smile gracing his lips. Chaos Demon King? You are the sovereign of this Flower Fruit Mountain? The Chaos Demon King raised his sword onto his shoulder, declaring, I hail from the cavern of murky waters in Qiankun Mountain, and I have come to claim dominion over Flower Fruit Mountain. You have slain my scout demon. Surrender at once, lest you suffer some grievous injuries. Disappointed to learn that the Chaos Demon King was not the ruler of Flower Fruit Mountain, Nezha had hoped that this very demon could lead him to the water curtain cave, thus sparing him the waste of time. Casting a glance at the Chaos Demon King, Nezha crossed his arms and remarked coolly, seeing your ferocious demeanor, it is evident you are no noble creature. It would be wiser for you to yield now, allowing yourself a swifter end. The Chaos Demon King's fury intensified upon hearing Nezha's words. You insolent child, you dare to be so arrogant. Prepare to meet your demise. With that, the Chaos Demon King swung his sword towards Nezha. Nezha, maintaining his composure, simply employed his indestructible form to withstand the blow. The sword clashed down, resonating with the sound of metal striking metal, yet Nezha remained unscathed. The Chaos Demon King, taken aback, withdrew his weapon and retreated in haste, his expression shifting to one of fear. Who are you, child, to possess such power? Nezha scratched his head and grinned. Did you not seek to take my life? What is this? Are you afraid now? At that moment, Nezha appeared somewhat innocuous. The Chaos Demon King's demeanor shifted as he scrutinized Nezha, realizing he had encountered something formidable. Could it be that this child was the hidden sovereign of Flower Fruit Mountain, now adopting this youthful guise to toy with him? Upon this realization, the Chaos Bringer immediately recoiled in trepidation. His purpose for venturing to the Flower and Fruit Mountain was predicated on the assumption that, despite the abundance of demon folk, there was no demon king to claim dominion over this territory. He intended to seize a portion for himself, to luxuriate in the resources of both the Flower and Fruit Mountain and the Qiankun Mountain. Had a demon king resided here, he would not have dared to approach. Furthermore, it became evident that the child possessed remarkable abilities. His physical form alone rendered him invulnerable, and he was certainly no match for such prowess. Observing Nezha's smile, the Chaos Bringer felt a pang of insecurity. I suddenly recall that I have matters to attend to at the Water Dirty Cave, so I shall not hold this child accountable, he declared, transforming into a wisp of black smoke, making his hasty retreat. Nezha stood momentarily astonished, forgetting to pursue the fleeing figure of the Chaos Bringer. Initially, he had intended to toy with the Demon King before dispatching him, yet he was taken aback by the creature's cowardice. Very well, if he chooses to flee. So be it, Nezha resolved, redirecting his focus. He decided to seek out the water curtain cave to avoid any further disturbances. With this thought, Nezha ascended into the air, opting not to search as he had before. Instead, he stood aloft, surveying the entirety of the Flower and Fruit Mountain. With his current abilities, he could perceive the entire expanse with a mere thought. Initially, he had sought to glimpse the landscape of the Flower and Fruit Mountain, and after a day of exploration, he had garnered some understanding of the area. Now, he simply needed to locate the water curtain cave. Without hesitation, he surveyed the surroundings from his aerial vantage point. Soon, he spotted a waterfall, behind which appeared to be a hidden cave. From the outside, a misty aura seemed to envelop the cave, unmistakably indicating it as a treasure trove. This could very well be the water curtain cave. Nezha invoked the power of the earthly golden light, and in an instant, he arrived at the waterfall's edge. The waterfall cascaded downwards, a daunting barrier for ordinary folk, yet it posed no obstacle to Nezha. Utilizing the water avoidance technique, he leaped and dove directly into the waterfall. Upon entering, Nezha was astonished. This cave appeared to have been inhabited at some point, with stone tablets on either side, one inscribed with divine presence abounds, and the other with high mountains and flowing water. Moreover, stepping inside, Nezha felt a sense of tranquility wash over him, invigorating his spirit. Is this the water curtain cave? He mused, glancing around, but finding no inscription bearing that name. The rock walls only displayed the 3 characters for Water Jiang Cave. Nezha felt perplexed. According to the life simulation, the water curtain cave was located in this flower and fruit mountain, and having just surveyed the area, this was the only cave-like haven he had encountered. Thus, it could only be the water curtain cave without a doubt. Could it be that it was not yet called the water curtain cave? He pondered. However, if it was not named the water curtain cave, why did the life simulation refer to it as such? In a moment of inspiration, Nezha thought, since this flower and fruit mountain contains only this one cave, it matters not whether it is known as Water Jiang Cave or Water Curtain Cave. Today, I shall christen this cave the Water Curtain Cave. Nezha broke into a smile, conjuring a pen in an instant. With a flick of his magical powers, he erased the character Jiang from the name of the Water Jiang Cave and replaced it with Lian. Thus, it was aptly renamed the Water Curtain Cave. A sense of pride illuminated Nezha's face. However, he soon sensed that something was amiss in this place. He turned his gaze towards the 2 stone tablets and, after a moment's contemplation, used his powers to erase the inscriptions upon them. He then inscribed Blessed Land of Flower and Fruit Mountain and Cave Heaven of Water Curtain. This adjustment was much more pleasing to the eye. If this place were connected to that monkey, when it eventually arrived, it would undoubtedly have to address him as Senior Immortal. Nezha felt increasingly satisfied and tossed the pen aside, conjuring stone tables and stone beds, everything necessary for living. Prior to this, he had intended to cultivate here. Yet, he pondered when the jade Zhenren would arrive. A thoughtful look crossed Nezha's face. In the previous simulated life, his master, Jade Zhenren, had been mentioned. Since it was brought up, there must be a reason behind it. Just then, a familiar voice echoed once more. Would you like to view the slight changes in your future? Chapter 53, A New Opportunity? The Gathering of the Monster Clan. Another twist in fate? Nezha surveyed his surroundings. He had only just transformed the landscape, and now there were changes? It appeared that this place was indeed extraordinary. Nezha pondered deeply and summoned the blue light screen. View. The merit points were simultaneously deducted by 1,000. The information on the screen began to pulse with activity. At age 4, after defeating the 4 Seas Dragon King, you departed from Chentang Pass in search of a place known as the Water Curtain Cave of Flower and Fruit Mountain. You returned to the East Sea Dragon Palace and located Flower and Fruit Mountain. You searched for a day within Flower and Fruit Mountain, slaying a few minor demons before encountering a demon king who proclaimed himself the Chaos Demon King. You intended to tease him, but to your surprise, the Chaos Demon King fled in disarray, vowing never to return to Flower and Fruit Mountain for 100 years, needing to rest before reclaiming his territory. Finding it amusing, you chose not to pursue him and continued your search for the Water Curtain Cave. You discovered a cave heaven, albeit named Water Jiang Cave rather than Water Curtain Cave, confirming that this was the only cave heaven within Flower and Fruit Mountain. You decided to rename Water Jiang Cave to Water Curtain Cave, inscribing on the 2 stone tablets, Blessed Land of Flower and Fruit Mountain, Cave Heaven of Water Curtain. You were immensely pleased with this decision. You began cultivating within the Water Curtain Cave. As your cultivation neared the realm of the Taiyi Golden Immortal, with the semblance of a sage, the essence of the sun and moon converged upon you during your practice. The demon clan of Flower and Fruit Mountain was irresistibly drawn to you. Rather than causing them harm, you took an interest in them, imparting some cultivation methods to the demons who came to this place. They revered you as a powerful sage, and you felt great joy, relishing in the liberating experience of cultivation, sensing that a breakthrough was imminent. After a month of seclusion and diligent cultivation, you have finally ascended to the realm of the Taiyi Golden Immortal. During your travels, the illustrious Jade Zhenren happened upon this place and recognized the uniqueness of Huagua Mountain. Upon encountering you, he was greatly impressed to learn that you are a disciple of the Taiyi Zhenren. When he discovered your mastery of the 9 transformations of primordial essence, he invited you to a location known as Guanjinku, which you graciously declined. The information on the luminous screen concluded here. Nezha gazed at the display. There were no significant issues previously raised, merely a mention of the chaotic Demon King. However, Nezha couldn't help but chuckle at the thought of the Demon King's decision to refrain from returning for half a year after a mere fright. Such timidity was indeed amusing. Beyond the mention of the Demon King, the focus shifted to the transformation of the Water Curtain Cave. Nezha pondered, could it be that the existence of the Water Curtain Cave was altered because of him? If so, it would be quite intriguing, perhaps concealing some profound cause and effect. Shaking his head, Nezha realized that with his current abilities, he was unable to comprehend such intricacies. His gaze shifted to the final piece of information. The esteemed Jade Zhenren had indeed arrived, but why did he extend an invitation to Guanjinku upon learning of Nezha's 9 transformations? What could be the underlying reason? His choice to decline must have stemmed from such concerns. However, Unlike Shingongbao, the Jade Zhenren shared a deep bond with his fellow disciples. And Nezha had heard from the elder that he would not wish him harm. It seemed prudent to inquire further when the opportunity arose, lest he miss out on a fortuitous encounter. Nezha withdrew his gaze, having made a decision in his heart. Other matters could be set aside. Yet the water curtain cave warranted closer attention in the future, and he should seek to learn more about the arrival of Jade Zhenren. At that moment, the familiar voice returned, unanticipated. In this simulation, many variables regarding your future have emerged. You may select one of the following rewards. First, the true fire of the South Sea Dragon King. Second, the insights of the Chaos Demon King. Third, 10,000 points of merit. Upon seeing these rewards, Nezha felt a tinge of disappointment. Was merit now included as a reward? Yet, upon reconsideration, he found solace in the thought. While the rewards bestowed after this simulation were indeed beneficial for his cultivation, even saving him considerable time, they could be seen as mere embellishments. He was confident that even without rewards, he would master the techniques and powers bestowed upon him. After several instances, he had grown accustomed to the existence of rewards, which led to his current discontent. Reflecting on this, Nezha shook his head and sighed, acknowledging his folly. Even in the absence of rewards, he ought not to feel disappointment. After all, such gifts were unearned. Now that rewards were indeed present, he should not be overly greedy. In the journey of cultivation, the most crucial aspect remains reliance on oneself. Having come to a profound understanding, disappointment swiftly dissipated, and Nezha once again turned his gaze towards the reward. After a moment of contemplation, he chose the second true fire of the Dragon King of the South Sea. Nezha recalled that during his confrontation with the 4 Sea Dragon Kings, the Dragon King of the South Sea had unleashed this second true fire. Although he, at that time, was fortified with an indestructible body and wielded the celestial technique of transforming heaven and earth, rendering the second true fire incapable of inflicting any harm upon him. It did not imply that the fire itself was weak. Much like the thunder control technique of the Dragon King of the East Sea, it was indeed a formidable divine ability. As for the cultivation insights from the Chaos Demon King, Nezha harbored doubts about their relevance, naturally dismissing them. The offering of 10,000 merits held little allure for him, as he could easily acquire that by vanquishing merely 10 minor demons. Soon, the rewards were distributed, and Nezha raised his hand to summon flames. This second true fire was indeed remarkable, for it seemed to coexist with something known as the third true fire in this world, leaving him curious about their distinctions. Nezha extinguished the flames, pleased to have acquired another divine ability. Subsequently, he surveyed the surroundings of the cave heaven, preparing for his cultivation until his master, the Jade Zhenren, arrived. Nezha had no intention of departing immediately. This place was truly a sanctuary, and now that he had reached the pinnacle of the golden immortal realm, venturing out posed numerous dangers. Achieving the status of Taiyi golden immortal sooner would provide him with considerable confidence. Having made his decision, Nezha hesitated no longer. Once assured that he would not be disturbed, he settled onto the stone bed he had conjured and began his meditation. Before long, Nezha entered a profound state of tranquility. As he delved deeper into his cultivation, the moonlight appeared to be guided, cascading towards the waterfall cave. The myriad of demons in Flowerfruit Mountain quickly sensed the anomaly, gathering outside the waterfall. Overnight, thousands of various demons congregated beyond the waterfall, greedily absorbing the essence of the moonlight, with some minor demons seemingly gaining considerable intelligence as a result. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. Nezha opened his eyes from his meditation, simultaneously becoming aware of the commotion outside. Rising to his feet, he approached the cave entrance and peered through the waterfall. Quite a crowd had assembled. According to the life simulation, imparting them with the methods of cultivation would lead to my own breakthrough. But what was the reason behind this? Furthermore, if I were to truly bestow upon them the techniques of cultivation, would I not inadvertently become their sovereign? How intriguing. This warrants an experiment. Chapter 54. Subduing the multitude of demons. Behold the great king. Nezha emerged from the waterfall cave. The myriad of demons gathered outside quickly spotted Nezha, their eyes betraying a wary expression, clearly taken aback by the presence of a human child in their midst. However, it wasn't long before some of the demons, having previously encountered Nezha, recognized him. I have seen this human before. He was the one who slew the tiger demon from next door upon his arrival. He even drove away the Chaos Demon King for us. This human is formidable. Perhaps we should retreat. As the demons began to converse upon hearing the voice of Nezha, their eyes brimmed with curiosity mingled with a hint of trepidation, despite Nezha appearing to be merely a child of 3 or 4 years. At that moment, A powerful demon spoke coldly. Whoever he may be, this place is beneficial for our cultivation. Should this human dare to claim it as his own, we shall unite to vanquish him. Indeed, echoed another. Having practiced here for just a few days, I have already sensed the signs of a breakthrough, and some of our younger kin have even awakened their intelligence. If you wish to leave, then leave. We shall fight him if necessary. Listening to their discourse, Nezha found their demeanor intriguing. These demons were quite fascinating. Compared to the sea demons of the East Sea, these beings bore a closer resemblance to humans. Even those with a more ferocious disposition did not immediately resort to violence, but rather issued veiled threats. These demons, it seemed, were rather amiable. Nezha stroked his chin, contemplating a plan, and then leaped into the air, emerging from the water curtain cave, standing majestically before the waterfall while surveying the gathering of demons. I am Nezha, he declared nonchalantly. This is my abode. Before Nezha could finish his proclamation, a formidable bear demon stepped forward, fixing his gaze upon Nezha. Human, do you intend to occupy this place alone? Nezha pondered for a moment before responding with a smile. This is my dwelling. You have encroached upon my territory. Are you truly bold enough to attempt to drive me away? I wonder if you possess the capability to do so. As Nezha regarded the bear demon, he felt compelled to test these creatures, for even if he were to impart the methods of cultivation, he must first ascertain their abilities. Although the bear demon appeared to be one of the more powerful among the assembled, he did not seem overly astute. Infuriated by Nezha's words, the bear demon roared, Human, you have trespassed upon Flower Fruit Mountain, and we have chosen not to hold it against you. Yet now you seek to claim our cultivation ground, obstructing our path to enlightenment? Truly despicable. With a fierce cry, the bear demon charged at Nezha, who remained still, raising his right hand to meet the bear's palm as the demon closed in. With a resounding crash, the waterfall splashed violently, yet Nezha stood undeterred, while the bear demon was sent flying backward, his hand hanging limply, having been shattered. Raising an eyebrow, Nezha addressed the gathering of demons. Come at me together. If you can defeat me, I shall depart. If not, you shall acknowledge me as your king. What say you? The demons, being rather straightforward in nature, were easily swayed. Nezha understood this well. Although teaching these demons the art of cultivation would also benefit him, he sought a title to lend him authority. Having them recognize him as their king seemed a most fitting arrangement. As he surveyed the gathered demons, Nezha felt a surge of interest within him. After all, to reign over the Flower Fruit Mountain and command the myriad of demons would indeed be quite entertaining. Upon hearing Nezha's words, the demons were stirred. The bear demon had managed to struggle to its feet, roaring with an expression of utter unwillingness. At this moment, an elderly monkey demon stepped forth. Nezha noted that this monkey demon was peculiar, being a rare golden-haired monkey, albeit of modest cultivation, merely of average standing among the multitude of demons, yet appearing significantly aged. The monkey demon addressed the assembly. This place is immensely beneficial for our cultivation. We cannot possibly forsake it. As our young friend has stated, regardless of victory or defeat, we can remain here. In my humble opinion, this presents an opportunity bestowed upon us. Nezha regarded the monkey demon with surprise. It was evident that this creature possessed far greater intelligence than the others. Could it be that this monkey was the legendary one? Considering this, Nezha scrutinized the monkey demon closely but soon dismissed the thought. Despite its cleverness, the monkey was quite aged, and even if it were to endure for several hundred years, it could hardly possess such capabilities. This was not a matter of disdain from Nezha, but rather a recognition of the current circumstances. Unless an extraordinary fortune befell this monkey, it could not possibly possess the power to create chaos in the heavenly court. Although slightly disappointed, he quickly reconciled with the notion. Perhaps that legendary monkey had yet to be born. Shaking his head, Nezha addressed the monkey demon. You are indeed wise. He then turned to the other demons. Have you all made your decision? Should you be unwilling, do not blame me for not granting you this opportunity. Nezha's eyes narrowed slightly, his aura surging dramatically, startling the assembly of demons. It was then that they comprehended the gravity of the situation. While they may not possess the monkey demon's intellect, they quickly grasped the implications, especially with Nezha poised to drive them away. They began to murmur among themselves. After a brief interval, they raised their gazes toward Nezha. Human, even if you are formidable, we number in the thousands. You cannot possibly contend against us. Should we injure you, do not hold us accountable. Nezha replied coolly, Indeed, I stand right here. If you can provoke me into action, then you shall be deemed victorious. With that declaration, Nezha transformed, manifesting 3 heads and 8 arms, simultaneously empowering himself with an indestructible body, resembling a celestial being descended to earth. The demons, without hesitation, unleashed their innate abilities or charged at Nezha with sheer physical strength, intent on tearing him apart without holding back. The entire area before the water curtain cave was engulfed in a cacophony of sound. Even the waterfall seemed to halt its flow as magical lights filled the expanse. Yet, as the dust settled, Nezha remained utterly unscathed. Not even a thread of his attire harmed. "If this is all you can muster, then defeat is inevitable," he declared. "It appears I am destined to be the king." Nezha raised an eyebrow, brimming with confidence and delight. "Come again," the demons roared. Once again, they charged towards Nezha. However, their attacks were chaotic and lacked coordination. Despite their formidable strength, they were ultimately unable to shake Nezha in the slightest. At that moment, Nezha stood as unyielding as a great mountain. An hour passed, and the multitude of demons was utterly exhausted. This human is indeed terrifying. The demons gazed upon Nezha with growing trepidation. Nezha stretched leisurely. "Are you coming again?" The demons exchanged glances. After a brief pause, led by the monkey demon, they knelt in submission. "We pay our respects to the great king." Chapter 55, Ascendancy. Achieving the Taiyi Golden Immortal. As the monkey demon's voice echoed, the other demons followed suit and knelt. The demon race inherently reveres the strong. As long as one possesses sufficient power, they will willingly submit. Of course, this submission is often fleeting, a fact Nezha was well aware of, yet he remained indifferent, finding the situation amusing. Satisfied by the sight of the kneeling demons, Nezha chuckled. "Fear not, I shall not let you suffer. From this day forth, you may cultivate here in peace. All who have awakened their intelligence may come to me, and I shall impart to you the methods of cultivation." Upon hearing Nezha's words, the demons erupted in cheers. Even the bear demon, momentarily forgetting the pain of its severed arm, joined in the jubilant uproar. Moments later, the bear demon remarked, "Great king, your abilities are remarkable. We are yet uncertain how to address you." "Indeed, indeed. How should we refer to the great king?" The other demons chimed in. At this moment, the monkey demon stepped forward and said, "In my humble opinion, given that the great king is so young yet possesses such prowess, you must indeed be a remarkable figure. Having witnessed your 8-armed prowess, why not call you the young 8-armed king?" Nezha's expression darkened upon hearing this. No, that name is utterly unappealing. He felt a wave of exasperation at the monkey demon's choice of name. "Though I may be your king, I shall not remain here for long. You may simply call me Nezha," he mused, stroking his chin. After a moment, Nezha waved his hand dismissively. Enough. My name is Nezha. Henceforth, you shall refer to me as King Nezha." He truly could not conjure a more fitting name and felt dissatisfied with all options presented. As Nezha declared this, the demons began to chant in unison. "King Nezha, King Nezha." Observing their excitement, Nezha felt a slight headache coming on. He suddenly regretted becoming their king, finding this group of demons utterly perplexing. After a pause, Nezha continued, "All right, enough of this shouting. It is getting late. You should disperse. Tomorrow, I shall return to teach you the methods of cultivation. For today, focus on your own practices." With that, Nezha swiftly retreated to the water curtain cave. Upon entering, Nezha immediately reclined upon the bed, a blade of grass nestled between his lips, lost in contemplation. The young master has now ascended to the status of a king. Yet, one wonders, if he were to impart the methods of cultivation to those demons, what fate would await them in the future? In Chentang Pass, tranquility has returned since Nezha's departure. Ao Bing guards the Nine-Bend River, occasionally conjuring clouds and rain for the benefit of the pass's inhabitants. Similarly, the Dragon King Ao Guang of the Eastern Sea has ceased his visits, allowing the citizens of Chentang to enjoy a peaceful existence. However, within the general's manor, a different atmosphere prevails. After receiving the soul-determining pearl from Nezha, Li Jing placed it within the manor, guarding it himself and thus never leaving his residence. Lady Li weeps daily, her face stained with tears. As for Jin Jia and Mu Jia, they have been sent away from Chentang Pass. Jin Jia was taken as a disciple by the venerable Manjushri, while Mu Jia was accepted by the real person Puxian, resulting in a profound silence that enveloped the general's manor. One day, the esteemed Taiyi Zhenren arrived on his celestial crane. Due to the events surrounding Nezha, Taiyi Zhenren had not visited Chentang Pass for some time. Without waiting for an announcement from the servants, he entered Li Jing's chamber directly. At that moment, Li Jing was seated cross-legged before the soul-determining pearl. Sensing the disturbance, he opened his eyes, displaying a wary expression. Upon recognizing Taiyi Zhenren, he exhaled a sigh of relief, his countenance a tapestry of complex emotions. Uncertain of the purpose behind the sage's sudden visit, he inquired. Taiyi Zhenren, gazing at Li Jing, shook his head and sighed. "Have you not yet comprehended?" After a moment of silence, Li Jing replied, Li Jing does not perceive any wrongdoing. Taiyi Zhenren nodded slightly. In the eyes of the citizens of Chentang Pass, you are indeed blameless. However, Li Jing turned his gaze toward Taiyi Zhenren. Where has he gone? Taiyi Zhenren replied placidly. He is traveling and cultivating in various realms. The karma linking him to Chentang Pass has been resolved. He shall no longer be bound. He paused and continued. As for you, I have come at the behest of my master to invite you to practice at the Jade Void Palace on Kunlun Mountain. Are you willing to go? Li Jing was momentarily taken aback. Taiyi Zhenren added, however, despite this invitation, you shall not become a disciple of the Jade Void Palace. The extent of your cultivation will depend solely on your own efforts. Li Jing, puzzled, asked, why me? Taiyi Zhenren replied, you are the biological father of Nezha. Although Nezha has resolved the karma between you, it is only fitting that you receive compensation. Should you choose to accept, upon achieving success in your cultivation, you will be required to serve the Jade Void Palace. Do you consent? Li Jing fell into silence. If you agree, you shall inevitably attain the status of an immortal. Should you refuse, once I depart, you shall have no further opportunities. Immortality? Li Jing narrowed his eyes slightly. Is that truly possible? Taiyi Zhenren nodded affirmatively. Indeed. Half a month later, on Flower and Fruit Mountain, as Nezha savored the fruits, he observed the multitude of demons below. Through his teachings, nearly all the intelligent creatures of Flower Fruit Mountain were now diligently practicing the techniques he had imparted. Some of the more astute among them, such as the elderly monkey, despite his advanced age, exhibited remarkable wisdom. Within just a few days, he had grasped the essence of the cultivation methods, appearing significantly rejuvenated. The bear demon, whose wounds had healed, had also experienced a considerable enhancement in his abilities, now rivaling even the infamous King of Chaos, albeit slightly inferior. At that moment, another demon approached Nezha, cradling a small creature in his arms. The little demon gazed at Nezha with eyes brimming with curiosity. My lord, my child has just awakened its intelligence yesterday. Nezha nodded, raising his hand to gently touch the little demon's brow. As the curious gaze of the young one gradually closed, it opened its eyes anew to leap joyfully from its guardian's embrace. Thank you, my lord. Nezha waved his hand, signaling them to depart. Yet, at that instant, a slight furrow appeared on Nezha's brow. With a flicker of thought, he leaped into the water curtain cave and sat cross-legged. Was this the sensation he had been seeking? A profound realization dawned upon him. To transcend from the realm of Golden Immortal to that of Taiyi Golden Immortal, one must possess a heart for imparting wisdom and guiding others. It is for this very reason that all Taiyi Golden Immortals have the potential to establish their own schools of thought. In the next moment, a radiant golden light erupted from Nezha, soaring into the heavens and enveloping the entirety of Flower Fruit Mountain. The demons outside the water curtain cave were astonished, gazing upwards to behold Nezha's form flickering within the golden glow. It is the Lord. Could it be that the Lord is a saint incarnate? No. Surely he is that very saint. Simultaneously, the spiritual energy surrounding Flower Fruit Mountain surged towards the water curtain cave, even affecting the dragon palace beneath the eastern sea. Ao Guang felt a tremor in his eyelids. Was that calamity bringer ascending to yet another level? Due to data constraints, there will be no further exposure. I sincerely apologize to my supporters. During this period, I have been contemplating a new book, which has now been published, titled Memory Exposure. My sister pleads for my forgiveness. It features themes of exposure and live streaming, set in an urban backdrop. Those interested may wish to take a look.